Move that work, but it ain't no D-R-U-G-M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human. If you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the ropes, put in that work, I lead. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. Two dogs on a vision, call it 2020. I got my team up, hit it off from rapping, we stacking, getting my green up. We all leaned up, took it a while, trucking a minute a mile, fucking up every style. You in it now, told her my family is proud. Willing to fight and we proud, bitch, I don't wanna talk, I just walk up, 100 bands cash, trying to get on my stock. Love all my fans, fuck on my ops, we just make jams, all I make pops. Girls gon' dance, homies I'll rock, came too far and we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot, yeah, rose up top and I took my spot. Yeah. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, 100 with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dialing in my sights, see it 2020.
say that we're too young, I hate it. They say we're being dumb, so let them talk. We're living on the run, we'll make it, you and I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. They tell us that we're wrong, we might be. This life, it isn't long enough to feel. My love for you is strong, I'm fighting you and I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Can we go back? Like we're so afraid. I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes.
We're living for the moment now, we're one with the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. Love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, no what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. I won't, baby. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Lifting me, lifting you. Can't go alone, let's do by two. Doing this together, it's me by you. All through the night, all through the night. This is me, this is you. When we get together, we can all pull through. I don't ever wanna stop this groove. Let's get it right. Take it to the Lord, then take it to the grave. Listen to the wise man, tell me what to say. Listen to your heartbeat like it still bleed. A little bit of hope, yeah, it's what we still need. Say a little prayer for the moment. Give what you got, just go in. Can't hold you back if you own it. Live your life like a chosen. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, what I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. If I won't, oh, baby, just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the keys. Know what I need, I know what I need. You find the keys.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind. Cause lately, I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So, take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, cause baby, you feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights. We'd fall in love in the moonlight, then wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we were, hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, cause baby, you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, cause baby, you feel like home.
Guess who's back?
Guess who's back?
They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they'll say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We love the thrill. They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they'll say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live. We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids. Introduce me. I'm the renegade. Every single night, I crave the taste. It's the adrenaline running through my gait. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster than you. Look into my eyes. I'm not afraid. Take over my just faster than you. Just faster than you.
Glasses on, my hoodie's right. Break the door, give me side eyes. Are you feeling yours? Cause I'm feeling mine. Slide back to the future, got my own time. It's sipping dope to feel right. Got my own high, don't need no lines. Sneaky bitches never ever act with zone eyes. Alright. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up, man.
Nice. Right. Go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjaga kanan. Dicuri. Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka punya mengenai Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul jangan diberikan. Masih lagi keselamat. Wan Rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari penta.
Welcome to the League of Legends Wild Rift Icon Series MY, brought to you by ESL under the Mobile Open program. And all of this is made possible by our event partners, Maggie Hot Cup, Udo, as well as JBL. My name is AJ, I'm the Mustachio, and with me today, we have the leader of a fluffy, cute dog breed, Husky himself.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the intro. I am excited to be here. We are almost, I would say, the penultimate stage before we get to see who is gonna walk away as the victors, or at least move on to the next stage. So I can't wait to see what these teams have to show. They've grown across these few weeks, and you know, this is crunch time, where at the second half, this is where they need to prove their worth.
Absolutely. And of course, the two giants that sit up top will continue to attempt at dominating the other teams in here, ladies, German boys and girls. But unfortunately, we will not be seeing Geek Fam in action today. Let's take a quick look at the format video, Husky, before we move along.
Welcome to ESL Mobile, the home of mobile esports. ESL Mobile is a global program designed to give you an opportunity to compete in your favorite mobile games, featuring multiple game titles taking place in 3 regions and offering 2 levels of competition. There's something here for everyone. ESL Mobile Open is the gateway to competitive play, free to join and open to any resident of our supported regions. This is the best way for you to enjoy the thrill of victory and take your shot at winning cash prizes. Each season of Mobile Open will consist of 2 ladders, and the top competitors from each will qualify for the Mobile Open play-ins. ESL Mobile Challenge is your path to glory. If you are a top competitor in the Mobile Open play-ins, you will earn a spot in the Mobile Challenge season. The top team from each ladder will skip the play-ins and qualify directly for the Mobile Challenge season. This is where you'll have the chance to compete against the best players in your region. At the end of each season, top Mobile Challenge players will compete in the Mobile Challenge Finals to determine a winner and be crowned their region's champion. ESL Mobile is for everyone. This is your opportunity to join a diverse and growing community of players across the world and see just how far you can go.
The ESL Mobile Open is for everybody. And Husky, they're not kidding when they say that this was set up by ESL to bring the whole of the community in here so they can, sign themselves up for some great cash prizes and also to perhaps take on their idols and defeat them in these tournaments.
Absolutely, and other than the cash prize, we're looking at the glory, we're looking at the prestige, we're looking at the bragging right, and most importantly, we're looking for a storyline, whether it's the big raid boss or the underdog Cinderella run. It is always great to see everyone come together and construct that perfect script to end everything.
Okay, and let's see if or not we have got any Cinderella stories in here, ladies, German boys and girls. So because Sem9, although Cinderella is the last thing that they want to be called, they surely are looking like they have won quite a number of hearts and will continue to win hearts here at the Icon Series, Husky.
Yeah, I think Sem9 themselves, they are a bunch of veterans. They came from the PC platform and now they are here on mobile, still showing the same amount of prowess. Their social media has been a blast to go through, the interviews, their highlights, and just the personality that these players have on top of their skills makes them such lovable characters in-game and in real life.
And of course, Linkx eSports as well as Splatzone Insomniax, they have got quite a number of things to brush up as well as prove at the Icon Series as well. RTZ, they have got definitely something to prove in here because when we take a quick look at the schedule for the day later on, Husky, the schedule will be highly influenced by RTZ, won't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think RTZ, they are playing, our upcoming first series, and they have the power to potentially force a tiebreaker, but only if they fulfill a certain condition, which is to take down Sem9 cleanly. Not an easy task, but we've seen the impossible made possible. Maybe today is the day for them to make that happen.
And of course, that will definitely be a moment either for Sem9 or RTZ for either side to pick up that win. But what will be your hashtag Maggie moments in here today, ladies, German boys and girls? Share your comments as well as pictures with us for a chance to be featured on the ESL Asia as well as the ESL Malaysia page.
Yep, just make sure that you capture the best moments. Doesn't have to be an outplay, can be a funny moment, can be any moment that you feel like has gotten your heart wrenching or your excitement through the roof. Just make sure that you insert that and we might be featuring you on the live broadcast.
And if you've been following the recent posts, if you meme it out, you're most probably gonna win. Okay, the whole ESL production team, they've got a good sense of humor.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking about that, when it comes to gaming, you want the best performance, but you also want the best audio. And when it comes to audio, we have the one just for you. It's the JBL, one of our sponsors. And most importantly, we're giving out the Quantum 50 and Quantum 300 live on stream. And all you have to do is like, comment, and share the stream. Tag JBL Malaysia with the hashtag JBL People and hashtag SISMY. And on top of that, the best comment, we will announce the winner for the Quantum 300 by the end of today. So do remember to stick around.
Yep, and as for the Quantum 50, it'll all be announced on the ESL Malaysia page. So make sure you follow the page as well so you do not miss the announcement if you happen to be the winner. Now, if you want to find out more about the Quantum series, ladies, German boys and girls, head over to jbl.com.my and you'll be able to get the full lowdown right there.
Yeah, and I think, coming back to the Icon series, it is not a surprise that we're looking at the Kings, but the Kings not only they have good gameplay, but they also have something up their sleeves. It is good internet and a good data plan, and this is why we have Yudu just for you guys out there. Just go turn on your device and scan the QR code for free 5 GB data right now.
You know what's worse than having a teammate that does not listen to you? It's having a teammate that disconnects in a lobby, all right? Once you're already in that match, I mean, from the lobby itself, if he goes out, all right, we can forgive him. But once you're in that match already, how are we going to survive without you? Get your 5 gigabytes, ladies, German boys, because Yudu's literally handing it out for free here, Husky.
I remember my biggest complaint when I started my first few Wild Rift games was that if someone disconnects, the AI just runs the champion down a lane, and I'm like, I don't want him to die, I'd rather him stay in base, and which is why you need good connection to make sure that your gameplay is always at tip-top condition.
Now, all of that aside, what do we have stacked up for us in here today? Let's take a quick look at the leaderboards, ladies, German boys and girls, and we'll be able to see exactly the drama that we will be building up towards. Because at the very top, Geek Fam have already solidified their position with 18 points, and they've won all 6 series in here, only losing 2 out of all of those matches, Husky.
And it's not a surprise that Geek Fam are the king, and they will remain the king for now. But we have Berjaya Dragons in second place, followed by Sem9 in third, Eminence Raptors in fourth, RTZ Underank in fifth, Linkx eSports in sixth place, and Splatzone Insomniax. They're at the bottom of the barrel, but they have some opportunities to make up for that today.
Oh, absolutely. And let's see if or not they do make up for all of that lost time. Unfortunately for Splatzone Insomniax, Linkx eSports, the probability of them going in through here and qualifying, it's not that great. But if you look at the amount of improvement from their drafts all the way down to the way they take their games, it has been such a great journey for them. Splatzone Insomniax, obviously, not able to catch up as fast as Linkx, but today we have got one more opportunity. Why? Because they literally face off each other in our third series.
And with that being said, let's take a look at the schedule. We will start things off with RTZ Underank taking on Sem9, the most anticipated matchup of fall, with RTZ Underank having the chance to force a tiebreaker if they do it properly. Followed up with Berjaya Dragons taking on Linkx eSports, and afterwards we have Linkx eSports versus Splatzone Insomniax.
So I'm looking forward to Linkx eSports at least drawing a little bit of blood from Berjaya Dragons and then bringing on that momentum in when they go on to meet Splatzone Insomniax, right? This is just to set them up for Season 2. They need that momentum for sure. But Splatzone Insomniax, they need a little bit of those Ws themselves too, don't they, Husky?
Yeah, definitely. And when you are at the bottom of the barrel, even though the chances of you making it through the next phase is highly unlikely, but it's less about that and more about just showing that improvement, showing that you're able to make the Kings bleed.
Okay, now let's bring it on. RTZ Underank will take on Sem9, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Y'all better be getting your chips. Y'all better be getting your hot cups ready, because when the match starts, you will not be able to take your eyes off of the screen.
Yeah, I think for Sem9, it is not a surprise that they are in the position that they are right now, in third place with 9 points and a score differential of 3. I've always looked at this squad as a squad with huge potential. They might not be at the level of GeekFam or Berjaya Dragons yet, but they definitely have the potential to make it there.
No doubt at all, right? And we have seen them take these fights up against those two brands. Against GeekFam, they managed to draw blood. Against Berjaya Dragons, they managed to draw blood as well. And all we need to see is just a little bit more consistency, a little bit more of, tightening up around the drafts. Quite honestly, Sem9 brings in one of the best drafts. They really, really know how to rock these team fights on their own accord. But, Berjaya Dragon as well as GeekFam, they just sit up top there on that throne. And if there's anyone who can take that fight on an equal basis right now, it is Sem9. That being said, that makes me fear for RTZ.
Yeah, I definitely share the same sentiment. I think during the qualifiers, me and TJ had this question asked. So who do we think is going to take the whole thing? And my chips were in the Berjaya Dragon basket, and even though they are not in first place, but you can see that they are keeping up with the overlords, with GeekFam.
Yeah.
Sem9, because of the rich history of these players with all the other titans out there, it feels very bittersweet. There's a lot of nostalgia going on. There's some sweet rivalry. Some of them were ex-teammates back in the day. Some of them had played together and now they're together again. It's a very exciting storyline. It feels like a sequel towards a series that has been going on for a decade.
Thank God for mobile gaming, right? Thank God for mobile gaming for dropping in here and taking whatever that, League of Legends kind of left off for a lot of these veterans and giving them a brand new opportunity to step in and, to shake things up once again. And we've seen a lot of them doing it. Will this go ahead to snowball into greater things in the future, ladies, German boys and girls? No doubt about it at all. It absolutely will. This is just season 1 as we plow through the rest of the seasons at the Icon series. I'm very sure all of them, including GeekFam and Berjaya Dragons as well, sadly, will be stepping it up every single step of the way, Husky.
Yeah, can you believe it? It's only season 1. I felt like we've been doing this for more than one season. I felt like these guys have been around for more than a season, which technically they have. They have been around for a couple of years. But the fact that we've already seen such a strong performance from most of these teams is amazing. But let's take a look at the lineup for RTZ Underank to start things off before we head into the first series.
Yep, and this is gonna be a lineup of absolute champions that wanna go out there and pull the W for themselves. Crown is gonna be up top on that Baron lane. Rods will drop into his jungle, ladies, German boys and girls. Up mid, you'll have Yoshi leading the team. Kagame and Shanks will be dropping down into the Dragon lane to see how much can they pressure their opponents. RTZ Underank, this is one match they cannot afford to make any mistakes in, Husky.
It's not just about making mistakes, it's also about getting that 2-0 W. This is their only chance to force a tiebreaker and their only chance to perhaps take over Sem9, because there's not much days left, there's not much series left. So RTZ Underank, if there's a day that they need to put in all their effort, this is the series that they need to put it all in.
And let's see if or not the lineup of Sem9 will be able to stop them. With R-Hedge, Kazuo, Ravens, Wild Rabbit, as well as the one and only Harsawak. Wild Rabbit and Swag going to be dropping into that Dragon lane, and Ravens, of course, will be pushing up mid. Or will we be seeing a change in here? Kazuo, as usual, dropping into that jungle, and R-Hedge will be looking to seem dominant at that Baron lane up top. And you see, with the lineup and the matchup of Crown going up against RH, do you see, or do you have a pick between these two, Husky?
I mean, theoretically speaking, if we look at the head-to-head between these two, and speaking about head-to-head, let's look at what we have for this series. At least it's going to be between both supports. We have Swag for the side of Sem9, and we have Shanks for the side of RTZ Underank. And obviously, if you look at the numbers alone, Swag feels like he's the superior support, and I do agree with the statistics. He is just a bit more consistent. But fun fact is, these two supports, they play almost the same type of champions in that Dragon lane.
Yeah, no doubt at all. And of course, every single time Shanks has dropped in there, Seraphine, whenever he brings her in, she sings her way to glory. And Swag goes for that Seraphine as well whenever you block his Lux out of the equation. And that's going to be one of the biggest pain points for this particular matchup, because they've got quite a similar play style. When you bring Crown in, you want to match him up against the likes of RH. They both want to go in for the Camille. So is it going to be a game where we see that Camille getting banned because, if I don't get her, you don't get her? Or do they leave it up for those drafts later on, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? We will see exactly that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if the Camille kind of goes through, there's a couple of other choices in that Baron lane, right? I think Darius has been kind of a very popular champion. We've seen Garen every now and then. So I won't be too surprised if Camille gets banned, but I wouldn't mind if it goes through as well, because there are sufficient solutions to deal with that matchup. But just to quickly touch on the topic that you brought up just now, the head-to-head between RH and Shanks, I would favor RH a bit more, but not Shanks, Crown. I would favor RH a bit more, but I feel like Crown will be able to step up to the occasion.
Okay, and let's see if or not that happens, because I've got the exact opposite pick in here, right? I think RH has shown us that he has been able to put on so much of pressure no matter who it is up top in that Baron lane, and he has just been a fortress that cannot be taken down. Will Crown be the answer to this impregnable fortress, or are we going to see it all decided at the bans and picks, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? I just cannot wait to drop it in here to just see what sort of a game they opt to play before we even jump in, asking.
I'm not gonna lie, Sem9 has always been, at least for me personally, the sweetheart of the Icon series. I'm pretty sure you have been following their social media, right? I still cannot get that few seconds of clip where RH forgot his own name out of my head. You remember that, right?
Sometimes you gotta forget yourself in order to put your own team in front of you, okay? And that's exactly what true champions did. And that's exactly what Sem9 will continue to do with their lineup. Kazuo Ravens, they light up the Rift all the time as well.
Yep.
I really, really want to see, the likes of Rods. For RTZ Underank, as far as they're concerned, Rods has managed to impress everyone with the number of kills that he has managed to get throughout the whole competition thus far. But one of those problems is that those kills are beautiful. They just don't translate into those objectives that are played on the map most of the time. And Sem9, if anything, are one of the best when it comes to objective gameplays in this, Icon series. And we've seen the sort of tactical games that they've taken up against Berjaya Dragons as well as Geek Fam. This is the part where I worry for the most in terms of RTZ. They can go in there for those team engages. They can pull out of those team engages and, drawing quite a bit of blood. But can they play those important objectives in here today, Husky?
I absolutely agree. I feel like when you get those kills and in a game that has such a fast pacing, you need to always be thinking 2 steps ahead. What are you going to do after you accomplish your current mission? But speaking of that, what we're going to do right now is jump into the drafts. It's game 1 between RTZ Underank and Sem9. Here we go.
Okay, let's see how RTZ wants to start this off. Camille, bye-bye. All right, so neither side's going to be bringing that Camille in. Hashtag Ultimatum's not going to be able to lock down a specific player from the other team for the full-on punish. And, Sem9 is going to say, okay, fine, no explosive cast for you guys, which means Sem9 definitely wants to go in for those team engagements. They don't want, RTZ to prevent this. So let's see exactly how the response comes through in here.
Yeah, and you look at the first 2 champions banned out, they both share one of the same traits, which is their ultimate. Hashtag Ultimatum and Explosive Cast both have the ability to displace and isolate your teammate. And they don't want that. They don't want that in the enemy arsenal. And they will follow up, at least for RTZ Underank and the Kali ban. And for Sem9, they will ban out the Diana instead.
Alamak, this one is crazy. So they've gone in here for all of the top OP bans, which are quite basic in here and absolutely lethal in the hands of either side. And RTZ Underank wants to be able to engage really, effortlessly down mid most probably together with Yoshi as well as that Ziggs. And Garen will be picked for the side of Sem9, and that combo with Kaiser just to make the lives of RTZ Underank a little bit more difficult in here.
Not a surprise right there, I pointed out that Garen has been popular and Sem9, they just jumped at the opportunity to go for it. I've always liked the idea of Kaisa, they lock in the RE as well. But for RTZ Underank, Lee Sin and Ziggs, pretty common, but Ezreal, I'm not really a big fan of Ezreal, and I still am not, at least for now, but maybe RTZ Underank can change my mind.
He's got a great safety net. His arcane shift can give him that extra bit of flash to just go in and out. Super mobile in here. So RTZ Underank, I don't know if they are, bringing in that mobility to get into those fights or just to get away from Sem9 at the moment. Malphite is going to be able to tank quite a bit of those blows. They are expecting a really aggressive Sem9. Oh, and look at this. The shots have been fired. Swag's not going to be happy about this at all, as that Lux will fall in the hands of RTZ. And he will settle for his Seraphine here, Husky. Oh, no.
No, it's going to go for the Leona. And I like this. I really like the Leona over the Seraphine. Sure, you can say Swag, he plays Seraphine a lot. But in this composition, give me the Leona. Just give the team the ability to force a fight. You can say RTZ Underank, their mobility. Sure, Lee Sin can safeguard away. The Ziggs can use his Blast Pack. The Ezreal's Arcane Shift, whatever. But now you put a Leona. And you have the Vi, you can literally brute force your way and run at the enemies. And this is what I like about the Sem9 draft.
And one of the things that we notice about that Lee Sin is you really need to be aggressive up front at the start of the game. And if you don't take advantage of how strongly this Lee Sin starts up in the game and pressure your opponents, not letting them go in to have a peaceful laning phase, you should be able to get the most out of it. Are we gonna be able to see RTZ bring that sort of a pressure through in the jungle, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? So many questions in here. Let's see how it breaks down, Husky.
Yeah, the biggest challenge when it comes to playing Lee Sin is keeping the tempo up. And when you want to keep the tempo up, you have to constantly think ahead. It's like how you mentioned just now. You get a kill, you get an objective, and Lee Sin is best at setting that up. But can the team do it? That's a completely different question.
So Rods is going to be playing the jungle because of the introduction of Yoshi in here, who's going to be pushing up mid, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So it looks like Ovo will not be in here today, or did Ovo change his name to Yoshi?
Good question. I don't think so. But if we just look at the matchup alone for the middle lane, it is pretty straightforward. Both RV and Ziggs are really good at clearing the waves. Obviously, RV clears the waves slightly faster because you can hit everyone with your Q. And that also allows Ravens to rotate faster. Even when at level 5, when they both get their ultimates, RV still has a better timing and rotation because of that Spirit Rush. So I'm expecting Sem9 to make some early moves when the mid laner hits that power spike.
Okay, now let's see if or not they will be able to do that, because the pressure that's coming in from this Leona here clearly is giving that Lux as well as Kagame a little bit of pressure, backing them away. Y might drop in here for a quick gank if they are not too careful. But for the time being, it's just gonna be a same old housekeeping at the laning phase here.
Yeah, if you're Kagame and Shanks, you want to stay behind as far as you can, away from Swag. Like this Leona has an Ignite, and if he hard engages onto you, you are most likely going to get destroyed. So Swag now at level 3, he has all of his skills available, and this is one of the best timing for the Leona to make a move. And immediately they're going to try and secure that Scuttle Crab, and there's nothing Rods can do. He has to surrender this objective.
Oh, and that Scuttle, Rods will not be happy losing the Scuttle. We all know how those junglers love that little green crab, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's see exactly how Rods kind of recovers from this situation. Sem9 have got a little bit more vision as far as that river is concerned. RTZ are not able to push in very far into the territory of Sem9. And that's exactly how Sem9 will be choosing to keep this.
Yeah, and the more Sem9 does this, the lesser the chance for Rods to make a move. And if Rods can make a move early on, Sem9 can be aggressive. And speaking about making a move, he's in the bottom lane, coming in with a safeguard. Sonic Wave does not connect, and Swag will walk away.
Ah, beautiful play coming in here from Swag. Almost taken down, but using that flash at that opportune moment to make sure he doesn't get caught out. Mechanical Sills check, and Sem9 will walk away without much in there. Oh, but the same cannot be said as that Malphite gets slain by this Garen so early in here.
Nothing Malphite can do. RH level 5, they understand the power spike. Sure, Malphite is tanky. He has an unstoppable force, but you know what else is unstoppable? Assault and battery from the Vi. No matter where you go, she's gonna come after you. And the Demacian Justice is the perfect ending to execute the opposing laner.
Okay, now let's see if or not the side of RTZ Underank will be able to recover a little bit up top on that Baron lane. Not a lot of advantages taken once that Malphite got slain in there. They went in for a quick reset and will continue our skirmish up top on that Baron lane, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We will, of course, drop into mid as well and to check up on the Ziggs, who looks like he's doing mighty well. Should be able to maintain distance with all of his bouncing bombs and, you know, poke at his enemy here to a very annoying degree, Husky.
By the way, just quickly look at RTZ Underrank's summon spells. They have three barriers and a heal. You look at Sem9, there are 3 ignites. So Sem9, they obviously want to go aggressive and they are making the right moves. Earlier on, Swag got ganked, he didn't go down, but he managed to burn the sums of Shank. So the second time they get on top of this Lux, he is pretty much gonna go down. So that means that RTZ Underank, they are not looking to make any moves. In fact, they're just looking to stay alive against Sem9.
And staying alive against M9 is something that's not going to be super duper difficult as long as you don't go and poke and prod them a little bit too much. Here comes Swag for that steal. Is he going to get it? And he manages it because Gazwol's the man.
Yep, and they might just lose their team though. Swag already went down while Rabbit caught up and Ruin onto the ground. Kazuo in the backline though takes out Ron. It's gonna Vault Breaker in front, takes out Shank, turns it around, walks away. It's gonna be 2-4-2, making it 2-4-3, but RH will make it an even one with the flash execution. Now Kagami is gonna be ignited and set on fire. Kagami Arcane shifts to safety, and Crown will also survive.
Well, Sem9, the better ones in that particular engagement, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So early on, getting deleted by your opponents means nothing because the reset timer isn't gonna, put you at too much of a disadvantage. Unfortunately, it's this Garen that does so much of that damage and comes up front and goes in with that one final swing of that mighty sword. Perfection from Sem9, and objective 1 has been taken.
Swag jumps onto Rob with the Zenith Blade, but Ross does have the safeguard. And even though it was an even trade, 3-4-3, you look at the net worth just now, Sem9, they are leading in every single department. All of their champions have a net worth lead over RTZ Underank. And it is all just because Sem9 were getting more objectives, they got the steal, which is the icing on the cake, and they were just getting more value out of those kills. Kazuo has the ultimate, he might look for an engage in the middle lane again.
Okay, so just remember exactly what Husky walked you guys through earlier. If RTZ does not tap out Sem9 2-0 in here, we will not be forced to go into a tiebreaker later on today. So therefore, the competition will end a little earlier. RTZ Underank with such a huge burden and opportunity as well right here in front of them. But it ain't gonna be easy as the steal will not come through and that vibe will pop off.
And look at that, they just follow up. You can't run away. You can have the arcane shift, but if Kazuo locks onto you with the assault battery, he will follow you until the ends of time, and that was exactly the demonstration that we've been waiting for. Sem9, they get the Rift Herald, they get 2 kills on both cores of RTZ Underrank. They can't take the towers, but it doesn't matter. They still get what they were coming for.
And Sem9 always goes there for that split push on Shelly. Very rarely do you see Sem9 not making the best use out of that Rift Herald. We have seen some people bought the Rift Herald pickup as well as that drop, but it's not gonna happen when Sem9 is on the case. So let's see exactly how they go in for this play. They need to create an opening, which RTZ Underrank surprisingly is giving to them quite easily.
Yeah, RTZ Underrank, if they had, I don't know, 1 ignite, they would have made a lot of difference in the early phases of the game. But right now, Sem9, they have almost a 4k net worth lead over RTZ Underank. And that's a scary thought because you're running a Ziggs lineup, you're running a Lee Sin lineup, you want to play fast and take those turrets, but the exact opposite is happening. And now Sem9, they're looking to take out Yoshi in the bot lane.
Oh, and that might just happen. Oh, Ziggs, you better run! There's no way you can. Gets rooted right where he stands, charmed as well. Yoshi can't even get away. He walks directly to his opponents, and bye-bye he goes.
Well, Kagame traced Raven's back, so I suppose it's not too bad, but even then, 7-9 was still able to shut down Yoshi, and now they will just work on the bot tier 1 turret. There's nothing the RTZ Underank can do in that situation. 7-9 have already established this death ball formation. If they stick together, RTZ Underank will find it very difficult to take on 7-9.
And how else can they go in here to hold them back, right? Because 7-9 has been clearly dominating this match right now. Those objectives that have been picked up, two main one, the Rift Herald as well as the Mountain Drake. You know, you can put them aside maybe if RTZ, you know, manages to pick this Drake up. Let's see exactly how they go in for this team fight.
Swak just using his body to stand in front. They do have the binding if they want to go for it, but you can see 7-9, they're ready to go for a flank if RTZ Underank overcommits, and they can't just walk into the brush in that manner with the Ocean Drake online. 7-9 have more control over their objective, but RTZ Underank, they're gonna push out this mid wave and probably look for a fight.
Oh, Swak's just waiting for that opportunity. Let's go, yo! Gets that stun. Doesn't go in for the full-on wipe. RH on the chase as well as Yoshi. Now they're gonna go and engage that Drake first off, ladies, German boys and girls. But Yoshi just walks right back through in there. What was that Lee Sin doing? Rods walked right in there, Husky.
And it's going to be the final spark. Doesn't hit onto anyone. Swak just buying time. He does go down. Now Ravens also has the backup. RH will use his body as a meat shield with the Voice Seeker coming through. Hits onto Kagame. 7-9. They do lose a bit more compared to RTZ Underank, but the good news is no one will be able to take the dragon.
So a quick reset goes through in here, and we will go for round 2 when we meet at the Drake once again. Let's see exactly what 7-9 does to punish RTZ Underank, because this will be an opportunity. Can they ace out RTZ, or is that ace gonna befall 7-9? Because this is a situation where, if at all, RTZ can pull off an ace here, they can just catch right back up with the likes of 7-9 in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be Swak engaging again. They're getting unstoppable force on the backline. That's the backline completely crippled. Final spark. And the Ezra will cut right through them. They find Wild Rabbit. They kill Swak. RH, he's taking on the entirety of RTZ Underank, but they are not a team to be trifled with. Shelly's going to be summoned right in front of the tier 1. But it's RTZ Underank finding the perfect fight. They even get the bind with Kazuo, and now Rosa jumps onto it, follows up with the safeguard. They're going to use the Demise Justice from RH. RH not getting a kill, and RTZ Underank walks away, but Raven and Kazuo tag team onto Kagame. What are you doing in the front line? 7-9 trades one back.
Oi, 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 oi. This Ezreal just pushing his limits and pays for it very, very dearly. Here comes the satchel charge by Yoshi as well, but it's not going to be doing much damage, and 7-9 will just back away. The Rift Herald got brought out, and that just went in. All of the players from RTZ Underank took that turret, slain Shelly right down mid as well, but they might just lose the Drake right now. This is the bait that has been set out for RTZ Underank, and they'll come right in for yet another team engage.
7-9 can actually take the Drake. They need to wait for Wild Rabbit, but Wild Rabbit is pushing that top lane. So if RTZ Underank sees him on the map, which they will right now, they will be confident to take a fight against 7-9 if 7-9 ever dares touch that dragon. But in fact, they are going to start establishing control. Wild Rabbit will have to go for a reset, and that would probably take too much time. RTZ Underank, they're already working on the Drake.
Okay, and here comes the steal once again. Maybe Swak dropping really close. RH in the scene as well. Goes in, and he takes the Drake for himself. RH the man.
Are you kidding me? Wild Rabbit follows up with the Killer Instinct and a solid battery once more into the backline. Crown will drop his crown indeed. 7-9. They just pull off the impossible. That should not have happened. But RH just being the breadwinner of the team. Now they're going to try and chase down Kagame, who is desperately trying to get away. He does escape, but 7-9, they have just committed Grand Theft Auto right there.
What will you do when your Baron laner, your opposition's Baron laner is stealing your objectives, bro?
I mean, that I can't believe Ross actually didn't smite the Drake. Like, that was a huge misplay, or at least a missed opportunity. The Crown did everything right. You know, he got the unstoppable force onto Ravens. He forced this Ahri far away from his team, and all RTZ Underank had to do was to smite that Drake, and somehow RH steals it. And he didn't even use the flash. Just look at this. Like, RH, he just walks in, the redemption even dropped down, and he just takes the Drake with that ultimate. I cannot believe it.
and it's not like he did not have his smite available to him. He uses it a little bit too late later on, but unfortunately he would be, I think, the first person to go down in that fight. And you know, Rod's just paying for that misplay right there, ladies, German boys and girls, and that has just given Sem9 so many more opportunities in here. And that 6k lead on the net worth right now will just show the difference between the two. For any other teams to catch up with a 6k, lead when your opponents have it, it might be possible, might be easy. RTZ with your current gameplay though, Husky, it might not be that easy.
Yeah, the only player from the side of RTZ Underank that is matching up with the net worth of Sem9 is Kagame. That's pretty much it. Everyone else is at least 1,000 net worth behind the members of Sem9. And now Sem9 with 2 Drakes in their back, they're definitely looking for Baron control. They've set up all those visions, and RTZ Underank, they're itching for a fight. They need those pickoffs, especially Kazuo. If Kazuo goes down, Sem9 won't be able to take Baron, but can RTZ Underank pull it off?
They are dragging them in, and I don't think this is going to be a great idea for RTZ to go on the chase, and they will make that right decision to back away and instead pull the players from Sem9 into their own domain. Let's see if or not RTZ can go in for the Juggernaut this time around. Bouncing bomb right out for the setup, but none of them will be falling in for it. Ravens just teasing the players of RTZ. Drop in, come by, our doors are wide open.
They even use the Arcane Barrage just to clear the wave, but it doesn't really matter. You clear the wave. The Ezreal is probably the only guy alongside the Ziggs who have decent wave clear. Sure, Shanks is a Lux, but he doesn't really have enough damage to efficiently take all those minions out. Compared to Ravens, one Orb with Deceit, he's gonna kill the entire wave.
Now let's see exactly how does the Mel fight now control the wave down there at that Dragon Lane, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. That Lee Sin's going to go in for that reset, and Garen as well as Leona on the move. This Mel fight better back away from this situation, which he does rightfully. And that engage is not going to happen in about 25 seconds or so. The Infernal Drake will be saying hello to everyone, and you do not even have to question it twice. Sem9 will go in for it.
Oh my goodness. And that's the power of Sem9 if you're talking about Kazuo, Assault and Battery. Shanks knows he's dead. There's no point for him to flash. There's just so many skills to follow up from Sem9. They're gonna try to damage RH, but this Garen just doesn't care. He doesn't care. He's a Demacian Prince. You cannot damage royalty.
Yeah. You cannot. And will this royalty be able to go and say hello to the Drake as well? Because, you know, they like collecting some really, really special stuff, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. He's not even going to go for the support on that Drake. He's just going to wait to see who drops in. And it is Rods. And he's right there to say, hello, hello, my friend. Meet my sword.
And that is nice. The Blind Monk finds the most important objective. He's even going to kill Swag. What a Dragon's Rage, but they're now all clumped up together. And Wild Rabbit about to find one. Takes out Rod, goes for Kagami, final spark comes in, but the damage is not enough. Crown will also be taken out. It's Ravens with the third Sem9. They lose the objectives, but they get 3 kills in return, and they will put the first turret in the middle lane on that list as well.
RTZ showing if you can go in with a steal, I can go in with a steal as well. Rods, we've not seen him really pop off on that Lee Sin, but we've got that opportunity in here today, and he does well. 1 objective picked up.
They won that fight because Sem9 did not have 2 crucial ultimates. They did not have the Leona ultimate nor the Vi ultimate, but with the Flash Charm, they just pull Shanks right back and send him to the gallows for 50 seconds. Ross will be back up in 5, but Sem9, they have more than enough time to take this Baron.
Oh, easy pickup on the Baron. It's a free 1 mega Infernal Death Bomb drops in to say hello. Oh, if that's not a warning, I don't know what is.
What a Arcane Barrage from Kagami. And that is good. Now Kazuo, he won't have the second life. Sem9 would need to be a bit more calculative of their dives. But Kazuo, look at this man. He's 6-1. 3 core items completed, has a Gargoyle Stone Plate. He is an absolute beast.
Yeah, if anything, that's the only reason why I love the Ezreal, right? You get to stand behind the lines like how I always love to and just shoot people, bro. I'll take that any day. Kagami with a beautiful slay there.
Yeah, but it will never solve the issue for the RTZ Underank is facing. Well, they have the QSS for Kagame, that's pretty much it. But if Sam9 ever catches the backline and hard engages with the Vi ultimate, you are 100% dead. So the only way for them to win those fights is to get Crown to the backline, and maybe this is one of the ways as well. The catch spot, the isolation is perfect, and they blow up this bearded handsome man.
Oh, unfortunately, Swak will now sit in the gallows for about 50 seconds, and the pressure will come on for the side of RTZ. Can they just sucker? Ravens in, goes in for the quick charm, and this will kick off yet another fight.
Yeah, they need to back off. Semna cannot take this fight. Thankfully, RTZ Underank did not have the unstoppable force, so Sem9 was a bit more confident to push the limits. But if Crown has his ult, Sem9 walking forward like that will be a death sentence. And in fact, RTZ Underank, they are looking to go for those pickouts once more.
And they need to kind of go in here a little fast, but you know, with RH just standing right in front, tanking those hits and being such an annoying, you know, pesky pest with that sword, you know, stepping forward is just not an option. RTZ, they know exactly where they stand. They'll go in here for a couple of resets to just come back in a bit.
This is going to be a very stagnant phase, and RTZ Underank, despite taking out Swak, they know that they can't go for the Baron because Kazuo is still alive, so there is always a chance to steal, and they did not have the ultimates to work with. And this is probably, you know, the situation that you mentioned pre-game where RTZ Underrank, they get those pickoffs, but they were not able to convert that into any objectives.
Yeah. Now, one objective, the Infernal Drake. Then again, Sem9 has proven that to us time and time again. You can nick off a couple of objectives from us, but the majority of it we will be able to drop in for the Slay. And we will see the big daddy of Drakes dropping in shortly, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in the form of Cloud. And let's go Swak this time. Will he stand? And Ziggs gets taken out by that Garen. The mash injustice served up on a platter.
Yeah, Kazuo goes unstoppable. They've re-lost both their cores. The most important members have gone down. Ross is in the back line, but he cannot stand up against Sem9's members. This is going to be 3 down for RTZ Underrank. Yoshi, what are you doing? That guy just face-checked the brush. You cannot face-check a brush as a Ziggs when Sem9 has a Leona and an Ari and an Invite. That's a death sentence. Like, he literally committed suicide, and they're going to lose this Elder Cloud Drake.
Yeah, Elder Drake easy in the bag. And right after this, they're going to force the issue with Baron as well. Why? Because RTZ, there's no way they can prevent this right now. 2 players in here, Crown as well as Shanks. Shanks can try to go in for a crazy steal, but the probability of that happening on this Baron right now is like, what, 1% now, Husky?
Yeah, it's almost impossible, and it's even, the probability is probably going to be 0 because they've already gotten the Baron. RH just needs to put his body in front, and that is all Sem9 need. Honestly, I feel like at this stage, Sem9 is most likely going to win this game 1 unless RTZ Underrank pulls off a really crazy fight.
And how do you pull that fight off? They've already got the Elder Drake in hand, and there's like a crazy boost on their side. And on top of that, they've got the Baron buff to boost all of that minion wave down forth. Let's see exactly how they take this, because it'll be a 1-3-1 push coming in from Sem9, and it's not the kind of push that any team can stand up against. Let's see how RTZ takes it.
The only way RTZ can win is Crown gets a huge ultimate on the backlines, and they lay it all their AoEs on top of the cores. But that is also factoring in that the cores of Sem9 didn't get to press their stasis, which is almost impossible to happen.
Woo, 2 turrets back-to-back, inhibitor, now the push comes through, and they might just lose the inhib up top on that Baron lane. The Leona getting all of that damage done. Bye-bye inhibitors. Here comes RH as well, and the push onto that Nexus will be up in a bit too, Husky.
Yeah, this game is pretty much going to be the end. The Crown is down for 45 seconds. Sem9 takes all the inhibitor turrets. They're going to go straight for the Nexus. There's nothing that RTZ can do. And Sem9, they draw first blood in this best of 3.
That just means no tiebreaker available for us at the end of the day. It's only going to be 3 series back-to-back. Now, RTZ needed to take a 2-0 victory, but will Sem9 show that they are the more capable ones of doing that?
Honestly, RTZ, they had the chance. They have an opportunity. until Yoshi face checked the brush. That was the game losing moment right there, because you cannot just walk in like that. And we've already seen the demonstration from Senai how strong that draft is. The Leona, the Vi, they get on top of you, you are dead. This Ziggs walks into the brush. All Swag has to do is to stick onto him, and everything landed. And the best part, he even caught Kagame with that ultimate, which is like what, salt on top of injury.
and you know, RTZ Underank, just like you mentioned, right? You know, there was a point where they could have still pulled it off, but Sem9, they've consistently maintained that pressure and just built it up towards the end. Let's take a quick look at the match stats, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and see how the numbers fared for the two teams in here as R-Hedge picks up that MVP. 6 kills and that 9 assists, not even falling once.
Yeah, just look at the numbers itself. The net worth for Sem9 just overwhelms whatever RTZ Underank has. And I might sound a bit too critical of RTZ Underank, but don't get me wrong, I do feel for them, right? Because when that pickoff happened, everything just went down the drain. However, I had faith up to that point, just that they were not able to kind of keep it together. They probably got a bit too anxious to make something happen, that they had to send their core into a brush, but we will never know. All we know is that Sem9 took game 1 and there's no tiebreaker available.
Yeah, unfortunately, Rods could not go in and perform the way that he would have preferred to come in here and perform. We know he's a monster down mid, being pushed up into the jungle, and having Yoshi control mid could have thrown RTZ Underank a little bit off of their gameplay here. Not so sure what's up with that, but you know, it is what it is at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Brown doing his team real proud here, gets those 2 kills, 7 assists in, but manages to fall 4 times on this Mal fight. But you know, Kagame was really impressive in this matchup too with that Ezreal, Husky.
Yeah, he definitely is, but he was not able to do much, and it's not Kagame problem, it's just an Ezreal problem. Like laning wise, Ezreal and Lux, you have all those pokes, sure, but if you're up against a Leona and a Kai'Sa, that advantage that the matchup has completely just goes down the drain. There is nothing much you can do. We even saw a point where Swag, he rotated at level 3 to secure a scuttle. He kept Wild Rabbit to get solo experience. There's nothing Kagame and Chance can do. Like, what can you do against a Kai'Sa? And when the fight happens, someone lets a crowd control, Wild Rabbit just runs in with the ultimate and gets a kill. It's just how the draft is.
Exactly right. And Kagame, as you can see, he clearly went in there to rain all of that pressure, rain all of that damage onto their opponents, but it just will prove to be not enough. It's something that we discussed earlier on. They can go in for those kills, but can they capitalize on those objectives? Unfortunately, Sem9, they are the better side so far, and they will prove that they are going to remain the better sides in picking up these objectives.
Senai's draft is just slightly easier to execute, right? It's all point and click. It's all hard lockdown. RTZ Underank, they seemingly have a really strong, strong team fight comp, but it can only happen if Crown gets the perfect unstoppable force, which only happened that one time.
And now, you see, there is one more opportunity in here for RTZ to force the issue, to not go out with a bang. They're still in here. But for RTZ to show that, they are not out for the count just yet. Are we still going to be able to see them pull a W at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? That's exactly what we are in here to find out. When we come back, more action from Sem9 against RTZ Underank.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjajakan penonton. Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka bisa mengenai Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menyebabkan. Masih lagi terselamat. Wan Rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Got my own time, it's different dope to feel right. Got my own high, don't need no lies. Sneaky bitches never ever acting so nice. Alright. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my bed. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my bed. Take a seat in the back, yeah. Alright, hot damn. Not worrying about man's got a plan. It's not really about the dough, got a time frame. Matter of fact, about to blow up the Hall of Fame. So good, hell I'm all fine. Got a sweet little ooh, it's all mine. My shoe games, class high, hear it all the time. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my bed. I'ma go get 'em. No time looking back, every day gotta do better. I'ma go get 'em. Blow the roof off for a really want to see, now go tell 'em. About to touch the sky, no helmet. Preparing myself on top, no weapons. On my own, I'll stop caring. Cause they keep telling me. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my bed. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my bed. Take a seat in the back, yeah.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjaga penonton. Dicuri! Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka berjaya mengenai Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul jangan menjadikan. Masih lagi terselamat. Wan rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
Welcome back. This is the Icon series for League of Legends Wild Rift, and we just finished game 1 between Sam9 and RTZ Underank, with Sam9 taking an amazing victory, and this is all brought to you by our partners Maggie, Yudu, and JBL. My name is Husky, and I'm joined by the guy with the most glorious mustache in the world, the Mustachio AJ.
Thank you for welcoming me back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Today we have got an opportunity to see if RTZ can break through everything else and show that they can stand toe-to-toe, at least with Sam9. Yes, Sam9 has taken a very convincing match, number 1, but we saw some moments of brilliance from the side of RTZ Underank as well. If there was one thing that you could change in the draft of RTZ, what would you have taken out and replaced with, Husky?
Honestly, I feel like it's probably the Dragon lane. I am still not a big fan of Ezreal, and that is one of the reasons. He just does not do as much as the Kai'Sa. It's either that or the Lux, right? You put Seraphine in the place of the Lux. I believe that the Seraphine will have a bigger impact, more crowd control in the fight as well. But yeah, that's pretty much it. That's what I'm looking for, honestly.
Okay, now let's see if or not the side of RTZ goes in for the exact same sort of a game plan, because I don't think, Sam9 will be changing the players that they go into ban, because they surely do not want that Baron lane to be a pain for them. So let's see exactly if or not Crown will be the object of their obsession. as Camille gets taken out first off here by RTZ Underank. Quite basic. Both of them love to play the Camille, and therefore they know exactly how much of a problem she will be to deal with. And the exact same ban coming in here from Sem9 with the Gragas.
Yeah, if it's not broken, there's no need to fix it. So RTZ Underank, they will ban the Akali once more, and Sem9 probably would just go for the Diana ban at this point. I don't think they feel threatened by any of the champions that RTZ Underank picked in Game 1.
Yeah.
In fact, those individual matchups were mostly in favor of Sem9. And if you are RTZ Underank and you want to stand a better chance, you need to start winning those lanes. The last game, they were not able to win those lanes.
Okay, and this first pick will be exactly like the previous pick, and our edge, I'm guessing, is going to go in there. The Garen might get picked up. All right, let's go now, bro. I think we are watching a pre-recorded show, and this might just be series number 1.
Yeah, I think so too. You know, they're probably gonna lock in the Kai'Sa next. If I remember the sequence correctly, this is the Kai'Sa. There we go. So we get the Kai'Sa.
Okay,
RTZ
Underank, if they go in for the exact same composition, dude, I don't know what I'm gonna. Okay, fine, let's go. Let's whip it up. We'll change things around a little bit. So Darius is gonna be brought in this time round. We like to see that Asher, and this is what I want to see. That enchanted crystal arrow going through, hitting those stuns. Ziggs dropping in that in mega infernal bomb right on their head. RTZ wants to fight. And Wukong will be brought in by Sem9 to jungle up some perfect hurricanes in there.
Yeah, this is way better. The Ashe is just way better. A stronger lane, the Darius as well, stronger lane, better team fight, more crowd control, and just allows RTZ Underank to be more active early on. You don't have to turtle and run like 3 barriers and try to survive against Sem9 diving you. Now you can take the fight to Sem9. Sem9, they're gonna lock in the Leona for Swag again, but RTZ Underank, this is exactly what I'm looking for. I was eyeing the Braum support. They gave me the Braum support. Now I'm happy. I'm a happy man.
Yeah, I love this sort of a composition from the side of RTZ so much better than their first time round. They're gonna be able to put that pressure, and they're gonna be such a pain to take down as well. That Braum, like you mentioned, as the support is gonna be able to, you know, absorb so much of that damage, allowing Asher to jump in and play the best game Kagame can, you know, walk in with her and play. And that Corki being picked up to send in towards that mid lane seems to be, you know, the perfect matchup for that Ziggs. But unfortunately, in terms of the range of engagement, you know, that Ziggs is going to be able to poke that Corki out a little bit extra.
Yeah, I think the Corki also takes a bit longer than the Ziggs to come online. One of the main issues that RTZ Underank had in the previous game was that they did not have someone to stand in front other than the Malphite. Lee Sin, sure, but he doesn't survive for long. Now you have the Braum. Sword can't just Xenoblade and try to run onto you and take you out. Like if he Xenoblade onto the Braum, they can turn around and actually kill Sword instead. So this gives a better lane, more team fight. Graves against Wukong. Graves doesn't really care too much. He is strong enough to fight Wukong if he's on par. RTZ Underank stands a better chance.
No doubt about that at all. Absolutely in love with draft number 2 compared to draft number 1. I am so happy they did not just bring in the same old, thinking that, you know, oh, maybe the wrong strategy was placed in here. Now that it was all up to the drafts in game number 1. And in game 2, let's see if or not they can tighten up the way they approach their situations here.
Yeah, RTZ Underank, they have, again, a more solid draft. So the win probability for them that, you know, scaling throughout the game is going to be more consistent compared to game 1. But it all comes down to the early game, right? The first 5 to 7 minutes. Even if you don't like necessarily crush your lanes, you can't just start letting the enemy Baron laner go off like RH, who went 6-0 or like 2-0 in the first 7 minutes.
For the sake of myself, Husky, since we're only going to have 3 series here, I hope they push it all the way into third game, man. I'm enjoying casting with you already, and I'm learning so much. I want this to be pushed on as long as possible. So please, RTZ, win this game for us.
Yeah, please win this game. I honestly just like that draft a bit more compared to Sem9. Not to say Sem9's draft is bad, but RTZ Underank, they definitely have more potential, or have a more even potential. And speaking about that, Swag goes to engage. They're gonna try to turn around and take him out. He does flash away. Kagame also uses his flash, but that's the power we talked about. You cannot just jump onto RTZ Underank like that anymore. First blood for the Ashe.
Oh, Well, unfortunately, RTZ will show Sem9 that they mean business at the get-go, and they will continue placing that pressure down there at that Dragon Lane, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. The Darius not doing too badly against the Garen this time around. Might go in for a reset as well, just to continue placing that pressure. Graves, on the other hand, just going through his jungling, starting off on the left-hand side of that map, and then we'll be pushing on to give that support over to the Dragon Lane in a bit, which means Swak and Wild Rabbit better be watching out.
If you're RTZ Underank, you are super happy. Your lanes are strong. You are not falling behind. You just got the first blood off in the bottom lane. I thought it was Kagami who got the first blood, but apparently it was Shanks. I think when Swag flashed away, the minion damage killed him or something. But that also means that Sem9 wasted some resources. Kazuo went to the bottom lane, he flashed for a kill, he didn't get it, they lose Swag, while Ross was farming the entire time. Like, it's RTZ Underank, they are really happy with the result.
But here's the thing though, they've shown us those moments of brilliance, but they've not been able to be consistent with it. That's just a kill. Let's see if or not they can produce the exact same sort of brilliance when going in for their main objectives in here. But as far as the pressure goes down here at that Dragon Lane, Shanks and Kagami just pulling it off so beautifully. And you know, I've got more confidence in the side of RTZ Underank seeing this. Husky.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. You know, they also have a lot of vision control. The hawk shot is great for gathering intel. But a good vision ward by Sem9 in that brush, or else I think Ross would have just stuck around. They do have like 2 stuns, Glacial Fissure and Enchanted Crystal Arrow. If Sem9 gets caught out just now without that ward, I think Ross would have blown them up with his collateral damage. But Sem9 was able to avoid a potential gank while Ravens continues to farm up. But like you said, Yoshi's just gonna poke him up over and over again. He's forced to just use that his mobility to get away. Arrow coming in, they're gonna land. He pops the barrier.
One more.
Bouncing bomb a bit short. They're gonna get Kazuo as well, but he gets away with the decoy.
Yeah, that's the exact combo we were talking about, right? Send in that crystal arrow, put him right where you want him, and let the Ziggs take the rest. But unfortunately, they're still warming up. They're still warming that combo up, all right? Let's see exactly how the damage comes on later on. RTZ gonna start things off against the Infernal Drake, and this is gonna be quite the problem if they don't back away in the nick of time, because obviously Sem9, they want a piece of this Infernal dude as well. Let's see how this breaks down.
Raven he's forced to reset, so they need to fight this 4v5 for now. Kazuo tries to go in with the side throw again! Oh my goodness, Kazuo, you cannot just keep stealing stuff from RTZ Underank. The package come in, but he takes the arrow in the face! Oh my god, what a horrible timing! They do lose crown, but Swag also goes down. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Sem9 Grand Theft Auto mode once more, taking the Infernal Drake. They will even out the scoreline.
Susala, bro, you want to go in there, put so much of pressure on, and then you allow that Wukong to strut his way in and don't do anything to lock him away? What's going on? RTZ Underank, they're playing the game well, but they just invited the Lamb Wukong in.
Look at this! Oh my goodness! So in the previous game, Ross didn't press his flash, and then Ultimate stole it. This time, he pressed his flash, not flash, his smite, and he smited way too early. It was another ultimate steal from Sem9. You cannot keep letting this happen. Crown's gonna get ganked, they're gonna drop the Luna out, and while Rabbit just follows through with Killer Instinct, and Killer Instincts will pay off. The arrow coming through, but what a fancy footwork from Wild Rabbit. Just sidesteps that out. Mega will claim that kill. RTZ Underank just not letting this Kaisa go.
Nah, this is the kind of pressure we are talking about. And then Ziggs just throwing that Infernal Bomb all the way through from that mid area there, just doing the damage. Now, you see, they've stolen away the Infernal Drake. A lot of opportunities missed here by RTZ Underank to go in for that smite. Like you said, Rods could have just been a little bit more patient, but I guess he learned from that previous round and he wanted to make sure he hit it lah. He hit it lah, but he didn't get it.
Kazuo's scary because Kazuo went for the for his decoy, right? He popped into the clone, so Ross was anticipating the steal, but it was just a bit too angsty on his smite button. Because Raven was forced to hard reset, there was no way Sem9 could fight that, but the fact that they stole the Drake was a huge deal. So now RTZ Underank, they're gonna go for the Rift Peril, but the execution comes through. Yoshi just loses his life. Jax wants to fight, drops the Flager, but Kazo has the Cyclone though. They do steal the Rift Peril away. Great one from Ross. Now they go for the Decimate, but RH already found 2. Now Wild Rabbit joins the fight. They're gonna lose 3 on the side of RTZ Underank, and the rest of 7-9, they will back off. Enchanted Crystal Arrow does land, but it only kills off Swak.
Oh, but the damage has already been done with those 3 players down. Can they capitalize? No, they cannot, because a beautiful play from Kagame in here. Here comes that Graves as well, managed by Rods to make sure 7-9 does not snowball the advantage that they have on the map. And they will continuously go in here for that push, and Rods backs away in the nick of time.
Very ambitious engage right there. Kagame was not really following up. You can see that Kagame was slightly backing off, and I think that miscommunication costed them the kill. But either way, it was highly unlikely they would have killed anyone. And in fact, Ross should be lucky that when 7-9 turned around, he didn't die, because that was a lot of damage. And Ross did not have enough mana, and he did not have his ultimate.
Oh, all right, let's go, la. We are going to go up top to that Baron lane.
Top lane.
Come on, cameraman. Bring us there. Bring us all. No, we're going to follow Swak. We are going to follow Swak, and we're going to allow 7-9 to chase the rest of them down Baron lane. Orange! And he gets a takedown on that from Shanks now deleted. Rods and Crown left in here. They keep going in for these 3 pieces back to back. Not acing them out, but RH will try to do something different here. Rods in that possibility for the defense, but what are you going to do against some Damash justice?
Man, my Crown is the key person to stand toe-to-toe against RH, but now RH is so far ahead. The innate advantage that Crown has on the Darius has completely been nullified. We saw like RH just ran past the tier 1. He doesn't even care if the turret is shooting at him. He just ran past the tier 1, just kills off 3 guys, and now he just casually recalls to reset. Ocean Drake is up, but because of the events that have happened over the past few minutes, 7-9 have the upper hand.
And they turned it around so easily. And they made it look like none of the efforts from RTZ Underank meant anything at the early stages of the game. The Drake's is going to get pulled out of position. RH in here just trying to bait the rest of the players from RTZ Underank to say hello to them in their own vicinity, but it will not work out through. And here comes that pressure right back. RH might get caught out. Wild Rabbit, they're maintaining distance. They don't want to go in for the full-on engage yet. They want to pull RTZ away from these point as well as places where they feel most comfortable in here, Husky.
7-9 is just wasting their time, honestly. Like, they forced the whole entire team to fight, and now RH just goes in. They have to package. They separate Kagame from his team. Kagame is going to go down, unstoppable for RH. They do trade Wild Rabbit back, as Ravens will be executed by Crown. But it will still be a 2-for-2 as Ross goes down in the bottom lane. 7-9, they do have the smite available, but unfortunately, the Wukong has to go for the reset.
Okay, now RH will still need to stay here to make sure nobody gets a little too cheeky with that Drake, and the pressure will come through. Yoshi will be in trouble because this Damashian Justice will just be a little too much to tank, and he will be lucky as RH backs away. Swak as well as Kazuo dropping in for that pressure, but nothing's gonna fall in here as Kazuo opens things up by just dewarding the Drake bit first.
It's gonna be very frustrating trying to go on against RH because he's like the biggest time waster on the side of 7-9. Like you damage him, you poke him up, you throw everything from the kitchen sink at him, he walks away, he regens with his perseverance, and suddenly within 30 seconds he's back to full health. Like, what can you do?
Okay.
You have to kind of burst him down, but you can't burst down a Garen. It's impossible.
Here comes Kazuo. Okay, Crown this time, chasing the little monkey away. But Kazuo, he leaves a clone behind. Is he gonna go and take this Drake instead? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Kazuo's right there!
Oh my God.
And it is that Swak who gets it done!
Are you kidding me? Oh my god, this is so unlucky. And now they're gonna lose Shanks. Kagame tries to run away, but he did not have flash. He flashed away from RH just now. They're gonna use the Satchel to send him back. But it doesn't matter. The Swak burns it down with the Ignite. Oh my god, the Swak stole it with the solar shield. Are you kidding? The explosion stole the Drake. And Ross again, no smite. I cannot comprehend this. This is a total disaster for RTZ Underank.
Uh-oh, now Swag! Oh, with that beautiful explosion in there, Yoshi just tried to save himself. There's nothing that they can do to prevent the Baron take. And just like, no, even better than the previous game, Sem9 has taken Baron Nashor even before we hit that 12-minute mark. Now, 2 Drakes in hand. What's the sort of pressure they can place on this game? Let's see.
Well, they pick a Wild Rabbit. That's great. They take away one Baron powered champion off the map, but still, the steal from Swag. It was the Eclipse. If he used the Solar Flare, or is any other champion, I wouldn't be that frustrated. But the Eclipse prop, he drops the Solar Flare, follows up with the Venus Bait, jumps on top of Shanks, he drops the Mega Inferno bomb, force Raven's back, and now Swag is a bit too far forward, gets hit up by the Glacial Fissure, and he will go down.
Just overcommitting in there, but that's stunned right back. He thought that jump was just enough. Yoshi now bringing those minion waves right up top. Raven's just waiting for him. This pressure, it's a 4-on-2 situation now, Skate.
Kazuo is in the flank. They can get something going. RH ready in. He's gonna go 1v5. Here comes Kazuo! Cyclone on the whole team! And while Rabbit just jumps backwards with the Killer Instinct, they can take out almost the entirety of RTZ Underank. Ross gets away, but it doesn't matter. It does not matter. This game is pretty much over at this point.
How the hell did Sem9 turn things around? They take down turret number 2 down mid as well. Inhibitor is gonna get taken out. Rod's the only man in there. He can go bang bang pew pew all he wants, but bye Nexus as Sem9 takes a perfect 2-0.
Man, like my heart goes out to RTZ Underank. You know, it's one thing having your enemies steal your objectives, but it's another thing when they do it 4 times. 4 freaking times. And out of those 4 times, 3 times was due to a skill. You know, the first one was with the Martian Justice from Garen. The second one was a Cyclone from the Wukong. The third one was amazing Eclipse. Eclipse that does peanut damage, steals the Drake away. You have to understand how frustrating that is. I'm having a hard time breathing, thinking about all those moments. But what a performance from Sem9.
Yeah, it was a performance we definitely expected. What we were expecting as well was for RTZ Underank to impress us by stepping up their gameplay by multiple levels. But there's only so much you can hope and wish for against a team that, that has got so much of raw talent in Sem9. Let's take a quick look at the match stats, Sasuke, and walk the audience through, because the sheer damage that was being put on by all of these players, at the end of the day, it was our edge with that Garen that shows he can pick those kills up and even this time not fall even once. The one to pick up the MVP though is that Corki, who went in and pressured that Yoshi so much with that 6 and 9 on the kill as well as assist.
Across both games, RH basically had a total accumulated KD of 12-0. He was 6-0 in game 1, now he's 6-0 in game 2. The only person who could kind of stop him in lane was Crown, and Crown actually did a decent job. He was keeping up with RH. He was not letting RH kind of walk over him, but it was just those micro decisions, those mini moments across the entire game since the very first Drake that gave Sem9 the lead that they need. And Sem9, they took it and they never looked back.
Yeah, they never looked back indeed. Asher, one of the best champions in my own liking for, the opener of team fights with that super crazy enchanted crystal arrow. It picks up that SVP, falls a couple, about 4 times in there, but the 2 and 5 on that kill as well as assist brings that title up. But unfortunately, RTZ Underank will go on to continue to understand that getting those kills, but not the objectives, cannot pick up any rounds for them at the Rift.
Yeah, RH is my personal MVP. Like, he has been utilizing this Garen so well. Both games, he is the meat shield. He just runs in, he draws attention. RTZ Underank, they throw everything at him and he just walks out. He walks it off like nothing happened. It's just like a bad hangover that he just walks off and then he comes back in fresh.
And so freaking fresh. He tanks all of the hits from the turrets as well. He walks into the territory of the enemies. He takes on a 2 versus 1 situation, and he doesn't really give two hoots about it, just to keep all of the attention on himself and not his a compadre that are walking in there to slay all of those objectives for him. An absolute crazy Baron lane player RH is with this. Garen, quite honestly, I would have loved for the MVP to go to him, but well deserved by Ravens in there as well.
You know you're in trouble when the enemy Baron laner just runs into you, like 1v5, which was what we saw. Like, he just ran in. Like, he did not care. He just ran in. He ran at everyone, and Kazuo just ended it with the best Cyclone ever. And just let's look at the damage tank. Like, Crown tank, 12.7, 12.8k, big deal. RH tank, 15.8k. The main difference is the damage at Crown tank, he died like 4 times. RH did not die at all.
Not at all, man. And that's absolutely crazy. And it's also crazy how Ravens was not falling more often with the amount of, damage that he was tanking in here. But the pressure just really wasn't coming through as far as that Ziggs was concerned. It was Ravens dishing out that 20k, extra 4k damage onto Yoshi. You can see they were quite equal up in there. Most of those fights, they weren't really disturbed by the other players. Kagami, once again, for the side of RTZ Underank, quite flashy with those, ranged attacks, but just not hitting their mark as much as they wanted. Swak! This guy, his main role in there for the support, and he has been doing exactly that, man, to perfection. This Leona in the hands of Swak is just absolute perfection.
Yeah, 2 games in a row, RTZ Underank never really found the I would say the perfect solution to deal with the type of composition that Sem9 is running. But Sem9, in game 2 for RTZ Underank, their draft was way better. I feel like Ross had a better game as well as the Graves. Just that Graves is almost the same as the Lee Sin. You kind of need to snowball and get those items early on. He had a great lead because Kazuo wasted his time in the bot lane and they lost first blood. But afterwards, the Drake fight was kind of the start of RTZ Underrank's downfall. The lead was very short-lived.
Now, let's watch all of those highlights once again here, ladies, German boys and girls, as we analyze exactly what went through in this first series to open up the day. Sem9, as they took RTZ on, and this was already objective number 2, and that Vi picking up that Rift Herald was just way too easy for the side of Kazuo.
And you just see that Kazuo he presses one button, and he follows Kagami into his grave. So that was just the power of Vi. And the entirety of game 1 was all about Sem9 able to control the tempo, right? Them stealing the objectives, then forcing to engage. And whenever RTZ Underank walks forward, Sem9 was like, if you want to run at us, like, just fight us, try and fight us. And the moment they engaged, RTZ just started running away. This was a game-breaking moment. Look at this one. Oh my goodness.
And even as they went in here for that full-on push, RTZ and Rank thought that they had a great hold on this matchup until they just got, ultimately knocked out again and again and again. And even with that, steal coming in from RH, the animations from the guy in itself is super-duper slow. The smite from Rods would have just taken a fraction of a second for him to go in there.
Look at this. That was so early. That smite was so early. He had like 2 extra seconds to react. But you would think that the 1-for-1 trade is okay, considering the fact that RTZ Underank had the lead. That was not the case. Crown died in that fight, and all RTZ got was Swak. And Swak was more than ready to die. And Crown proceeded to die a second time.
Yeah.
That lane is pretty much over.
Yeah, game number 2 in here. Wild Rabbit with that, attention and that beautiful footwork to avoid that enchanted crystal arrow as well. And the Mega Infernal Death Bomb. All perfection from the Ziggs.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of the silver lining, I guess. But just look at RH. Like, they engaged. Kagami, though, he really wanted to make something happen, right? You can see him walking forward a lot of times, but you walk forward and the Garen sees you, he's gonna just run at you. There's nothing that Kagami can do, and ever since that point, it was pretty much over. And there was nothing that RTZ Underank can do.
Yeah, looking at the way RTZ Underank is playing the current Icon series at the moment, there's one thing that's for sure. They clearly know how to go in here for some of these engagements and come out as the side that's on top. They just haven't figured out their future planning just yet. They are fighting for the now, and they're constantly fighting for their now. Like some of the teams, especially like Sem9, I don't really see them planning their moves up ahead, and this is something we're definitely seeing them improve in the seasons that are to come. RTZ, together with all of the other teams out there, this is the ESL Mobile Open, where any one of you can just jump in, climb up the ladder, and make sure you face off against these pro teams. And just like that, RTZ, they will be expecting more competition at the Rift. And this is just those training grounds for them to pick up the skills needed to absolutely annihilate in the following season.
Absolutely. And I think it's very easy for us to relate to RTZ Underank situation because it is just those scenarios where you think you have a lead, but you actually don't. And then you will be left questioning what went wrong, when did it go wrong, how did it go wrong. But it's not really their fault, it's just Sem9 understanding things a bit better. Let's take a look at the MVP for this first series between these two teams.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because, whoever this person is will definitely truly deserve it. And there are 5, well-deserving, but there can only be one. The Prince of Demacia himself, not Garen. It is the one and only RH with the 6-9. 6-0, I should say, on that KD for one match. 12-0 over 2 matches. This guy was perfect up top on that Baron lane today, Husky.
Yeah, you know what else is perfect? His KD is perfect. His KP is also perfect. 100% kill participation. His game was perfect. His goal at 15 minutes was almost perfect. 1, 2, 3, 1, 4. Just missing the numbers by a bit. But he is the definition of perfection for this series. I don't think anyone can argue otherwise. I think Raven deserves credit, right? He was the MVP for match 2, but overall, if it's not RH, I am starting a riot. I am protesting the result.
And this guy is showing currently at this stage that he can be a pain with the Garen, but watch him drop into the field with the Fiora or the Camille, and you're gonna have an even tougher, fight to face off against RH. And this is the beauty of, going up against a team like Sem9, where the bans and picks, to a certain degree does go ahead to affect them, but to the most, they really do make the best out of whatever that's available to them and still manage to tap out their opposition most of the time, Husky.
Yeah, and this is why I have no doubt in my mind that Sem3 is the team to watch out for in the top 3. And RTZ Underank, they still have a long way to go. Sem9's experience, Sem9's understanding of the game is really being shown in this best of 3, and they demonstrated it with a perfect 2-0 victory. But that's it for the first series. We still have more coming up. We'll go for a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be between Berjaya Dragons taking on Linkx eSports. We'll be right back.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjaga penonton. Dicuri! Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka bisa mengenai Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul jangan diberikan. Masih lagi terselamat. 108 dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
They say that we're too young, I hate it. They say we're being dumb, so let them talk. We're living on the run, we'll make it, you and I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjaga kanan. Dicuri! Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka bisa mengenai Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul jangan diberikan. Masih lagi terselamat. 108 dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
Welcome back to the Rift. This is the Icon Series MY brought to you by ESL under the Mobile Open program. And all of this is made possible by our partners, Maggie Hot Cup, Udo, as well as JBL. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Husky to bring you all of the hottest action. And so far, Sem9 has surely lit the scene up to open the day. Hey, Husky.
They did not just lit the scene up, they also set the standards for the rest of the series that we are about to witness. You know, Sem9, they are going to continue going up in the standings, and unfortunately for RTZ Underank, they will not be able to earn the tiebreaker. But another team that we're looking for that has their tournament lives, or at least, you know, their standings on the line, is Linkx eSports. They're playing true best of 3 today, and we're going to see them take on the Overlords, Berjaya Dragons, next.
Now, I don't know. Okay, wait. Do I really not know? I kind of know how this one's gonna turn out. And therefore, the point of watching this whole series would just be to see how is Linkx eSports gonna take this on against the Giants, Berjaya Dragons, and draw a little bit of blood. I have to be honest, I am not expecting a W out of Linkx, and this is in no way a disrespect to the team. It is all of the respect being paid to the absolute mega titans of the Wild Rift scene here in Malaysia, and that is to the Berjaya Dragons. Taking on this team is not for the light-hearted, and Linkx, they better bring on their best here, Husky.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when you watch some cartoons or animation, like those animes, and sometimes, or even in real life shows where the villain, you know, that you kind of scratch them a bit, you graze them a bit, and then they wipe out the blood and be like, oh, you hit me? Yeah, that's what we want to see today. At least give us that effect. Then I think it would, you know, give Linkx eSports some peace of mind that they have grown. As long as it's not like Berjaya Dragons walking over them, I will be a bit satisfied. I will be satisfied. I think their fans will be satisfied as well.
Yeah, I have loved the drafts from Linkx eSports thus far, as they are the only ones who have kind of, you know, brought in the Jax as well as Fizz to light up the Rift in here just a bit. But, you know, one thing that worries me is they don't really stick with the meta in all of their draft picks. And, you know, some can, you know, lean on to the point where, yes, they are a little adventurous, but when you go on with a team like Berjaya Dragons, who are going to be sticking on with the meta, knowing exactly what works and how it works best, that is going to be a challenge. But on that note, though, ladies, German boys and girls, do you know, is all of your knowledge in place here? Because we have got some trivias in here for you today as well.
Absolutely. This is the Maggie Trivia Quiz coming up, and it's time to put your knowledge to the test. Is this a true or false question? Ash's husband is Yasuo. If you follow the lore, you would know the answer. I know the answer, but I can't say it because we're live on broadcast. So you guys just have to answer that hashtag Maggie Trivia and put it in the comments section. And if you're correct, cookies for you. And if you're wrong, you'll learn something new today.
Absolutely. And as usual, together with those cookies, we usually give you contrast kiss as well. Today, I offer you a kiss by Husky.
Oh, me? Wait, I was not informed. I will mail it to you by video clip tonight.
There you
give
go.
me a
There you
fair
go.
warning. Come on.
and hey, if you happen to get that, you guys can take a photo of you receiving that kiss from a video and throw it into the hashtag Maggie Moments in the next stream. But for today, what's your Maggie Moments, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Let us know in the comments section. Share your comments as well as pictures with us to have a chance to be featured on stream.
You know what my Maggie moment is? My Maggie moment is being able to share this broadcast with you. Hashtag Maggie Moments. I want to see them put that up
Hashtag
right now.
romance right there as well.
Yes, right.
Yeah, pleasure to have you on the screen, bro. Hey, Berjaya Dragons, Linkx eSports. Do you have a pick? Should I even ask?
Berjaya Dragons. You know, like from the qualifiers, I already placed my chips and said that Berjaya Dragon will go all the way. Obviously, on the back of my mind, I have Geek Fam also being one of the choices, but it could go either way, right? And if I had to pick one, I think Berjaya Dragons would be my choice.
Yeah, I've been screaming this out loud and clear. I'm a Geek Fam fanboy. But, you know, seeing the way Berjaya Dragons play, it really, really gets your heart racing. I just love the way they hook, line, sinker, pull in their opponents and then go in for the great flank and swipe them out each and every single time. When Berjaya Dragons want an objective, they'll get the objective. Very rarely do you ever see anyone with the ability to steal objectives away from the Berjaya Dragons. Very rarely are you able to see anyone pressure Berjaya Dragons into making any sort of mistakes. And so far, the only ones who have been able to do that has been Geek Fam.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Berjaya Dragons and Geek Fam, just quickly run through, they have star players. They have one of the strongest players in their respective flow domestically. You know, Sagi was previously a mid laner. You know, so that says a lot for themselves. And speaking about Sagi, this is going to be the lineup for Berjaya Dragons. It's going to be Zizune on the Baron lane, Chili will be in the jungle, Karudo in the middle lane, Sagi and Winter will take on the Dragon lane.
Nobody wants to go up against a lineup like this, man. Berjaya Dragons just have a star-spangled lineup to just glitter, just sprinkle all of the glitter all over the Wild Rift. And when it lands, it's going to land in your eye and blind you just so they can slap the taste out of your mouth. That's exactly how the Berjaya Dragons play it. And let's see exactly who they will come up across in here, ladies, German boys and girls. It's going to be none other than Linkx eSports. And we have information that our very favorite jungler, Roja, is not going to be dropping in to kick some party up, and he will be replaced by none other than 69. And Kuro will be taking 69's spot at that ADC spot. So Emotion, 69, Gato, Kuro, as well as Black Cat will be representing the brand Linkx eSports. Can they overcome the odds? Can they overcome the absolute juggernaut of a objective here to slay the Dragons?
I mean, you are playing arguably one of the best teams in Malaysia, and you had to kind of switch things around a bit. So there definitely will be some challenges that Linkx eSports might face, but I want to see them be creative, right? You mentioned early on, they don't really follow the meta every single time. Maybe that curveball will work against Berjaya Dragons. Who knows?
Yeah, and it has kind of sort of worked out a little bit, but not to their best of likings, right? I mean, even the standings on the board will kind of show us exactly how far their current, drafts have brought them in the competition itself. But just like RTZ, it is the likes of Splatzone Insomniax as well as Linkx eSports. They need to remember that not only are they here to play for the glory, but they're also here to rub shoulders with some of the best, and you and I, Husky, we've been through this statement in the past. You wanna be a champ, you go in and compete. But if you want to be the best, you got to compete against the best. And that's exactly what Linkx eSports, as well as, the likes of Splatzone Insomniax, have dropped in here to do. And this is that opportunity to face the best, and the best being Berjaya Dragons. They're probably going to get thrashed, but hey, they're going to do it in style.
Yeah, the toughest pill to swallow sometimes makes you stronger than anything else. And again, even though they know that they might not win, which a lot of us expected, as long as they were able to draw a bit of blood, I think they will appreciate and cherish this experience. Let's go into the draft for the first game between Berjaya Dragons and Linkx eSports. I am really excited.
Okay, so Berjaya Dragons taking out that Lee Sin. They don't want to see him in action early on in that match. They don't want him dropping into that jungle. And the response from Linkx eSports is saying, nope, we don't want to have anything to do with your Diana, who is just such a pain in this meta to deal with.
Diana is, just so strong. Like it sometimes becomes really frustrating, right? She's fun to play. She's very meta. But once you see her too often, you would get a bit annoyed, irritated, to say the least. So I'm glad that we're not going to see Diana. We're not going to see the Akali as well. But what we are going to see is a fresher draft because Camille went through, and I'm looking for Berjaya Dragons to pick it up.
Ooh, there's no way. There is no way Camille will not be picked up by Berjaya Dragons. Zig's going to be brought in most probably into that mid section here. Kaisa brought in by 69 for the likes of Linkx eSports and allowing Berjaya Dragons to pick that Camille up. Linkx eSports, they better be ready to go in here for a very heavy counter.
Yeah, Linkx eSports, they definitely saw this coming. You have the last ban. It basically means Berjaya Dragon will get the first pick. There's no way they'll let the Camille go, like you said. Ziggs and Kaisa, very typical pick. Berjaya Dragon, they will go for the Ahri and Ezreal. Now, even though I have been frequently expressing how displeased I am with Ezreal, I don't really like it. It's not entirely a bad champion. It's just that I personally feel that there are a lot more champions that can do more. But in the correct lineup, the correct circumstances, Ezreal can still be a formidable force.
Yeah, you put him into the hands of the likes of Zagi Bro, or dude, this guy just rips through. And Vi gonna be dropping into the jungle just to pop as well as punch a little bit of sense into the boys from Linkx eSports. And Lux is gonna be providing that support. Fiora most probably gonna be going up top at that Baron lane. Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, you've got the Jarvan to drop into the jungle for the side of Linkx eSports as well. And I kind of like the drafts for both sides. I'm kind of thinking Berjaya Dragons is gonna tap out Linkx eSports as well.
Yeah, even though there seems like a high probability for that to happen, which I'm not gonna lie, will eventually come true. But I agree, I do like the drafts for both teams. I think Linkx eSports, they have a decent way to deal with Berjaya Dragons in their bottom lane. The Janna shield will keep the Kaisa healthy, through all the pokes from the Ezreal and the Lux. And they have a way to disengage if Berjaya Dragon tries to hard engage onto them with the Monsoon. They have decent synergy. Cataclysm plus Mega Inferno Death Bomb is kind of, it's kind of unavoidable. And Camille versus Fiora, my favorite matchup. It's all about the skills.
I'm just glad Linkx eSports didn't really get very creative with their drafts this time around. They cannot afford to go in experimenting against the likes of Berjaya Dragons. This is the opportunity for them to test out exactly what they are made of. The opportunity to face off a Titan in the Rift and see exactly how far they can push this match. Berjaya Dragons will be looking to Berjaya as usual as they look for the weak links in Linkx eSports. Many of those teams have found those weak links, and Linkx have found the strong points within themselves as well. Let's see how they pull this off as Emotion goes in for that very early engage.
I'm not gonna lie, your pun game has improved. I like it. I enjoy it a lot. Early fight from Emotion and Zizune, but obviously the Camille is going to win out because of the passive. So that extra shield basically blocks out the damage from this Fiora. It's not to say that Emotion will not stand a chance. You just have to really hit those vitals and get the timing right, especially from the hook shot of this Camille.
Yeah, a lot of, and dude, the hook shot from the Camille just allows you so much of, distance to cover within the map itself and makes it such a crazy arsenal to throw into your weapons list, man. And that hashtag ultimatum to, like you mentioned, pick on one very specific prey, push everybody else out of that zone, and then go in for the slay. They just need to identify one person who's the biggest of problem, literally the weak link or the strongest link in the team of Linkx eSports. and Zisune will be able to shut them down.
And Kuro taking a lot of poke, from Sagi and Winter. And if you let... One of the ways to stop this from happening is to make sure that you have sufficient health to trade. But if you start losing those health, if you start missing those shoot timings, the Lux and Ezreal will shove the wave in and you will be playing under your turret for the next few minutes. And it's not good for Linkx eSports because every time you walk off for last hits, they're gonna punish you. Every time you try to trade with them, they're gonna win those trades.
Fiora just dropping back to help out that Jarvan with the scuttle. We all know how important those scuttles are for the junglers, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Zisune right now will be stunned in position. Unfortunately, they will not be continuing to engage each other just yet as they pull away from this situation. The Jarvan can drop in for a quick gank, but of course, too much of eyes to walk past, and they will all remain patient and good as well as they do not overstep their boundaries.
Here comes Karudo and Chili. Linkx eSports, their bottom lane is going to be in danger soon. Black Cat is only level 3, Kuro's only level 4. They can get out. Mega Inferno Bomb is there, but it's going to be first blood for Berjaya Dragons. Sagi claims the life of Kuro, and Black Cat will be killed up by Karudo. Kato does flash forward and takes out Chili. Good trade back, but Berjaya Dragons gain a slight lead.
What a beautiful gank pulled off there. And Kato just trying to protect his little team member with that Mega Infernal Death Bomb. Unfortunately, does not do much. But one life back. I guess they'll take that.
They even used the True Shot Barrage. So Sagi is going to clear out the wave so that they can reset. That is going to allow Berjaya Dragons to have a very good timing. Winter's recall gets cancelled, but it doesn't really matter. As long as Sagi gets back to base, it's fine.
What is happening?
Too long. He just stands there and dies.
No, I think Winter kind of exited the game accidentally, or he's got some issue with his internet connection. There's no way that's Winter, bro.
Yeah, there's no way. No, this is not Game of Thrones. Did I get the reference right? Actually, I only watched one episode back in college for the purpose of my class, so I hope I got the reference right, and if I don't, please forgive me.
I don't know, man. I can't help you out with that. Even I don't follow that show. Yato as well as Karuto. Karuto needs to be really safe here. Why the Janna's just there to provide that support. And of course, things will continue, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we have got an objective that will appear on the map that will make both teams go crazy. The Infernal Drake has come in to say hello.
It's kind of scary how much value the Infernal Drake has compared to the other Drakes. Like Infernal, the percentage just gives you so much of an advantage. Like you can lose a fight, steal the Infernal Drake, and suddenly just be as strong as your opponents. They do get the bind, and they're gonna use the final Sprout Arcane Barrage, but still, the shield is not enough. Unfortunately though, they caught Kuro. Kuro goes down, hashtag Ultimatum on top of the Janna. Black Cat also dies, and Berjaya Dragon, they take control of the dragon.
Oh, goodness me. Too easy for Berjaya Dragons. And here comes that bouncing bomb. Kato's not going to be able to do anything. And Vi will go in for that final hit with the smite. And yes, Berjaya Dragons, they're Berjaya to take dragon number 1, as they always do.
And the name says for itself. And unfortunately, there was nothing much Linkx eSports can do. As much as you want to find a solution, it's pretty hard. They're gonna try to get to Karudo though. They do have the Gale, but it misses. Karudo does not have the Spirit Rush. They're gonna slow him down, but he's too far away.
Nothing much to do there as well. Linkx eSports, they are getting pulled into these opportunities to kill team members off of Berjaya Dragons, and if they continuously fall for that opportunity, they're just going to get baited into so many of these traps that Berjaya Dragons consistently and continuously place up on that map.
It's definitely a slower game compared to our previous series, but Berjaya Dragon, they are taking this very methodically. Karudo, I'm not sure if he sees Kuro. They're going to see him now. The sweeper is going to attack him. They're going to charge the Vault Breaker, and Kuro will be forced to flash away. They have the Assault Battery, but they're not going to go for it. In fact, they use the Twin Shadow to slow down Kato. Kato is going to lose his life. There's no way out. And Berjaya Dragons, they're going to take control of the top turret, and they will also take control of the Rift Herald.
Oh, Zizune with a very brave jump in here with the hook shot, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And it's that agility and that ability to maneuver the map that we are talking about that makes Zizune so dangerous. Look at him as he puts that emotional pressure onto Emotion, who will have to back away. Rip Herald picked up by the Berjaya Dragons as well. Dude, all of those objectives falling their way now. How's Linkx eSports going to respond?
They kind of need to get those individual pickoffs. Like the biggest problem or the biggest weakness of a Fiora is that if she's not allowed to farm a split push, she's not gonna have a good game, and they're gonna get that Assault and Battery, Final Spark, and Arcane Barrage will miss as Black Cat was able to flash away, but Berjaya Dragons still gets top tier 1, and we have a 1v1 in the bottom lane. Emotion dropping low. Zizune takes out the turret, goes in, they get the hookshot stun, no repulse for Emotion. He's not gonna use the repulse, but it's too late. Hashtag Ultimate locks him down, and Zizune just solo kills his Fiora.
Oh, that Fiora should have backed away. The Hextech Ultimatum was the final move to pull off, and it was pulled off to perfection. And look at this minion wave right now, gonna push up all the way to turret number 2, but the backup will come through from the Jarvan as well as Geisa, and it looks like Kuro will have this wave sorted out. But down at that mid section, the fight is gonna continue, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as the players continuously tease each other. Kato as well as Black Cat, they need to be really careful here, because here comes the Vi for the quick gank around as well.
They're gonna push Kato back. So Berjaya Dragons, they will get control of the map once more. And just now, the 1v1 between Zizune and Emotion is a perfect example. It's all about the skill matchup, but Zizune was slightly too far ahead, and the point blank hookshot is just too hard to dodge. He's gonna use the repulse again, and that means he's not gonna have anything for the hookshot. Zizune just casually wins the trade. Emotion does get the redemption, but he cannot fight this Camille right now.
Oh, this time Fiora thinking that the turret will be able to save her, but hell no! It's the Camille in Zizune's hands that will put that punishment on, and now she gets rooted. And look at that job, and 69 ain't able to do anything, and Camille goes in for the lockdown on the Ziggs as well.
He actually just came in from behind. He takes out Emotion, goes through the jungle, comes in behind with the ultimatum, takes out Kato. Now they're gonna drop Shelly and take this mid tier 2. Berjaya Dragons is playing an absolutely flawless game.
And look at the resources in here. 11k lead on that goal so far. Berjaya Dragons winning at that e-commerce segment as well. And whilst they pay their attention to Shelly, Linkx eSports will go ahead to lose the Ocean Drake so easy for Berjaya Dragons as they Berjaya to pick up Dragon number 3.
Oh, this game is looking very tough. This game's looking pretty tough. Like almost a 12k goal lead for Berjaya Dragons. If you have a 12k deficit at 9 minutes, this game is pretty much a goner. But we'll see what happens. Zizune now getting gone now. They're gonna flag and drag onto him. He does have the GA, but he gets a hookshot to get away and flash to safety. Voice Seeker does connect, but Kuro can't follow up.
How do you hookshot yourself to perfection, saving yourself from a 3-on-1 situation? Yeah, that's how. That Camille shows you exactly how. He can jump in, he can slay. You go in, you team up on him, he just jumps away. What can you do to hold Zizune down?
Actually nothing. They actually have nothing to hold him down. The only crowd control is the Jarvan flag and drag, or if Zizune hookshots in and gets hit by the repulse. And other than that, he is very mobile. He's probably not going to be hit by the Janna Tornado. Tries to steal the blue buff, and I don't think he stole it, thank goodness. But top lane, Kato just gets gone on, and Chili takes him out alongside Sagi. Black Cat backs off, and Berjaya Dragon should be able to take this here too.
Yeah, they'll wait for their wave, and Winter will place that pressure onto the turret, but 69 right back in there. Jarvan, is he gonna go in and pop his Cataclysm for Black Cat as well as Kuro to drop in with all of those heavy attacks? No opportunities being given by Berjaya Dragons as they will pull away from that battle. They want to sucker Linkx eSports right in for a fight that they will initiate and not walk into one of theirs.
This is essentially a 4v4 because Emotion has to deal with Zizune, and Zizune will constantly just split push to draw attention away. Like the more members he can draw away from the side of Linkx eSports, the better it is for Berjaya Dragons. And with how strong they are right now, Linkx eSports can actually fight. They can hold on, but if Berjaya Dragons gets the initiation, I don't think Linkx eSports stands a chance.
Okay, now let's see exactly what sort of pressure this Camille will go ahead to put as she clears the wave off, and the pressure will come down at that mid segment as well. Who do they leave to deal with her? The one and only Kaiser Kuro as they go in for the push, and that split will ensure bye-bye turret down there at that Baron lane as well.
Zizune, he engaged on Kuro just now, and Kuro blew his heal. He's not gonna have the heal for the next fight. Berjaya Dragons, they are exhausting the resources without even trying. Emotion is almost 2 full levels behind Zizune. This Fiora he's not gonna stand a chance against the Camille at all. Like, just look at what they have. Camille has 2 full items. He has Play of the Rune King, he has Trinity Force. Emotion, he only has the Trinity Force. I think he's going for the Steris Gauge, but he's not gonna make it in time. Repulse misses again.
Goodness! Oh!
And he will be missed. Zizune goes unstoppable, and Linkx eSports is in a very tough spot. Castle gone on once more. They flash forward. Karudo just goes in with the Spirit Rush. He Cataclysm, but he just dives out. Rampage for Sagi. They're gonna zap this thing and pop. GA 69 comes back to life, but he wished that he was dead as Zizune picks him up. Kuro almost goes down.
Ooh, and they're so close to an ace here, and the pressure can come through for Berjaya Dragons. This looks like it's game over already. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is Berjaya Dragons, and they go in for the Nexus. There's nothing that Kuro can do about it as they take match number 1.
What else can I say? It's just clean. Squeaky clean, crispy clean, just clean.
We can't have expected that. They needed to go in and ban that Camille out first, but when you go in and ban that Camille, they'll just bring the Akali out. You don't want to ban Akali. If you go in and ban Akali and Camille out, they'll go in with the Diana pick. There's no way stopping them up at that Baron lane. Let's take a quick look, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, at the match stats and see exactly how the numbers looked as Berjaya Dragons ravaged Linkx eSports in here. MVP being picked up by Sagi with that perfect 405 KDA there, Husky.
Yeah, this is almost a flawless game. Only Winter and Chile went down, but it doesn't really matter, honestly. Like Linkx eSports, they never really got a footing in the game. Like, they lost the bottom lane, the Dragon lane from the get-go because they allowed Sagi and Winter to continuously pressure them. And since that first blood, the 4-man dive, Kuro and Black Cat has never been able to recover.
And no matter how many times Emotion decided to go in there and poke and prod, I think Zizune's streak there and the numbers will show for itself. Zizune, he has got 0 on that assist because he didn't need it. Every single time he went in there for an engage, he shut his opponent down. 3 of those times it was Emotion. All 3 of those times the Hextech ultimatum did get popped out, and that Fiora had absolutely nowhere to run.
And remember, this entire game, we did not see a single grand challenge from Emotion. Like, he did not have... He did not use his ultimate even once, not even when he went up against Zizune. He did try, but I think in the back of his mind, he knew that there was no way he could fight the Camille at one point. And all he would do was his best, but Zizune was just too overwhelming.
Yeah, even 69, right, with that Jarvan who has been able to do so much of damage in those team fights just by bringing out that Cataclysm and forcing, all of those players from their opposition to get stuck in one point. Nope, no Cataclysm. 69. It was a very, very unfortunate game here for Linkx eSports. As Berjaya Dragons, they just didn't allow them to play any of their games that they wanted to play.
And you see, this entire game is less about the jungler and more about just how good the solo laners are. Right? In the previous series between RTZ Underank and Sem9, the jungler did a lot. The jungler controlled the tempo, the jungler was stealing objectives. But in this game 1, Berjaya Dragons solo laner was basically all they needed to win the game.
And look at the damage being brought forth by Sagi there, that Ezreal doing the damage, but just by those numbers itself, you can tell that this was a game played quite to perfection by Berjaya Dragons. There's not many of those engagements that we can shout about because Berjaya Dragons just went in there to focus on their objectives. They only engaged when Linkx eSports wanted to come in there for the fight. And most of the times, they just said, hey, we want to play our objectives. If you really want to fight, we'll give you the fight. But they didn't really go out looking for any.
Yeah, I mean, the easiest way to put it is just Berjaya Dragon have dictated the entire game from the get-go. It's just a hard position for Linkx eSports to be in. I don't blame them. I personally think that they shouldn't feel too bad about themselves. It's an expected result. They just have to try their best.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is their best enough? We will find out as we come back from the break in a bit. Because this is the opportunity for Linkx eSports to prove to the whole of the Malaysian, scene that they are not just a name that's just meant there to complete the total 8 teams that are fighting for the top spot, but they truly, truly deserve to be here, and they can amaze you as well with their performance. One more opportunity after this when we come back.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjaga penonton. Dicuri! Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka bisa mengenai Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menyebabkan. Masih lagi terselamat. Wan Rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Lifting you. Can't go alone, let's do by two. Doing this together, it's me by you. All through the night, all through the night. This is me, this is you. When we get together, we can all pull through. I don't ever wanna stop this groove. Let's get it right. Take it to the Lord, then take it to the grave. Listen to the wise man, tell me what to say. Listen to your heartbeat like it still bleed. A little bit of hope, yeah, it's what we still need. Say a little prayer for the moment. Give what you got, just go in. Can't hold you back if you own it. Live your life like you're chosen. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood. And I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood. And I won't take it no more. Oh, baby, just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Know what I need, I know what I need. You'll find the keys.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind. Cause lately I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore. No. So take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skinning.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjaga penonton. Dicuri. Dicuri. Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak. Tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka berjaya mengenai Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menjadikan. Masih lagi bersama. Wan Rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta. Mencari peta. Mencari peta.
The Dragons reign
Welcome.
supreme in that game once. Berjaya Dragons take it convincingly up against Linkx eSports. We're back for game number 2, and let's see if Linkx eSports can make a dent in the Emperor's armor. I'm Husky, and I'm joined by the majestic man himself, the Mustachio AJ.
Now, how does Linkx kind of make their way back into this game? Because we don't really see a weak lane in here. We just see an all-out domination by one of the teams, and that is Berjaya Dragons. No matter what was attempted on those lanes, no matter what was attempted for those objectives, each and every single time they got denied, they got shut down, they got eliminated, almost aced out multiple times here, Husky. What can Linkx eSports do?
It's a tough question because when we clearly know that one team is better than the other, and we know that the result is pretty much going to be what we projected early on, I would say the best is just for Linkx eSports to stick to their playstyle, but improve on those micro movements in game. Like, for sure, they are not gonna have a huge chance of winning, but what they can do is just to try and improve as much as they can. Because I can't really come up with a solution and be like, if they do this, they're gonna beat Berjaya Dragons. Like, no way that's happening.
And the only way that I've ever seen anyone take away objectives from Berjaya Dragons confidently is by going in for a quick steal. So I'm really looking forward to a strong jungler from the side of Linkx eSports, because this time around with the Javan, yes, the Javan can go in there, he can put himself in front of the enemies and tank a couple of blows and, do that damage. But in terms of being able to jump quickly in and out, just like that Lee Sin can, he hasn't been able to move as fast. But obviously, that's something that the Berjaya Dragons are already anticipating and going in for quite early ban. So let's see exactly how they will overcome this next match, because they've got one final opportunity in here to prove themselves against one of the very best Husky.
Absolutely, and for Linkx eSports, they have a long day ahead. They are not looking too hard on the standings, and they have like one more series to play after this. So even if it doesn't go well against Berjaya Dragons, they still have some hope, right? Just don't be demoralized. But with that being said, let's jump into the draft for game number 2 between Linkx eSports and Berjaya Dragons.
Now, it's been a while since I've seen Evelyn drop into the Rift. I wonder if one of these two teams will be bringing her in. Diana as well as Lee Sin. Very early banned off. We know exactly why. Akali is someone they do not want to see Zizune bring into that Baron lane. But I don't think Zizune is going to be, troubled by this situation at all. But Emotion can bring in the Camille, though, if they don't ban her off.
Yeah, definitely. And now Linkx eSports, they have the opening to pick the Camille, and it's just a question of whether they want it or not. But apparently, they prioritize the Gragas a bit more. Berjaya Dragons, they also don't really mind not first picking the Camille. They have more important objectives to go after. It will be the Kai'Sa. I'm expecting them to lock in their jungler at this point. We have the Jarvan available, Lee Sin and Via banned out, but they're going to eventually pick up the Camille regardless.
Okay, so the Gragas is going to be able to go in there for those team engages and make sure he moves out the rest of the Berjaya Dragons away from the objectives. And Wukong should be fast enough to drop in for a quick steal. I'm looking forward to this already from the side of Linkx eSports, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because the one thing that I can say is, dude, if you don't go in for a steal for those objectives on Berjaya Dragons, there's no way. They do not leave the gates open in here for you.
Yep, and Linkx eSports, they will pick up the Yasuo. So this is going to be an interesting one from Linkx eSports. We hardly see Yasuo, and he's a champion that if he gets those items, he can actually just solo kill most of his opponents, because Yasuo is built that way. But Berjaya Dragons, they'll pick out the Braum, they'll pick out the Darius, really hard target for Yasuo to just cut right through, and in fact, they can stop Yasuo in his tracks.
Yeah, so, this is what I meant, right? Just dropping out of the meta just a little bit to see if or not they can get a fighting edge over their opponents. you can't really play those adventurous gameplays against a team like Berjaya Dragons. And Berjaya Dragons will just wrap things up, and a full lineup with Fiora as well as Darius getting thrown into the fray as well. This is the side of Berjaya Dragons where they've got the complete combo. You've got your agility, you've got the capability of covering so much of distance within the map with the Camille. You've got your Fiora to just tank all of the pressure on that Baron lane for you. And you've got your Darius in there on top of everything else just to swing that crazy monstrous axe around to punish your opponents. Husky. But I kind of like the side of Linkx's draft as well.
It's pretty evident that Berjaya Dragons draft is just a show of confidence, just how they know that they have this in the bag. So they are going to give a bit of leeway in terms of draft. They will they'll run like a Camille jungle, a Darius mid lane, something that we don't normally see. And of course, if you are Linkx eSports, you want to give your best, right? They have the Yasuo, they have the Corki, but I am not really sure how the lane is going to pan out. Like if Yasuo is in a dragon lane, he has to go up against the Braum, and Braum can literally just bash him to death. And if it's in the mid lane, the Darius just destroys him in lane as well. So there's not really a place for Yasuo to be in. So he's gonna be mid, and he'll fight Karudo. Kuro will deal with will be in the dragon lane instead. I guess it's okay. It's not like Yasuo can go anywhere else, honestly.
The Camille as your jungler. I don't know. All of a sudden, I feel like 69 with that Wukong isn't going to be able to do much. Because this is the side of, Berjaya Dragons, who at a snap of a finger will be able to bring their jungler in for a steal, for that absolute lockdown to make sure the game or that matchup before the objective play, Linkx eSports is just wiped out, aced out from the situation. So let's see how they do this, bro.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm very worried for Kato. Like, Karudo can actually just dumpster him and solo kill him. Oh, he has to apprehend as well. Apprehend into decimate. Very deadly combo. The armor penetration helps out as well. He's gonna get the hammer stacks. And Kato, he's already down to like, what, 30% health? Just off of those minor pokes from this Darius.
Now, the one thing that they can hope for is that Darius just oversteps his boundaries. Yeah, good luck in getting Karuto to do that. And, you have a quick gang coming in there from that Wukong. That Camille's going to be such a huge pain as well, pushing up really close there at that riverside on for the quick invade as well. There's not going to be much of an opportunity in here as he goes in for that full-on pressure. 69 gonna get wiped out, and this is the Camille with that pressure. Bye-bye. Says that Fiora as she deletes Wukong from this equation. Emotion gonna get taken down as well. Fiora with you.
Oh boy, what a disastrous start for Linkx eSports. The jungler dies, the buff gets transferred, Emotion comes in and he dies as well. Chili he knows that he is a stronger jungler. Like Camille jungle, he actually completely beats Wukong in this early few levels. He just goes for the invade. And now Linkx eSports, that jungle has completely collapsed. Like 69 has nothing to work with. He cannot do much.
Not being able to do much is the kind of pressure that, the Berjaya Dragons are great, in terms of forcing the pressure early on in the game. Now, Kato's going to go in for a quick reset here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Need to top up on those items. In the river, there will be the little Scuttle who's being bullied by Chili. They want to prepare themselves for the next objective that arrives. And, it's never too early when you go in here for those preparations. Emotion with that Gragas dropping in to say hello to Zisune. With that cast, not going to be able to do much damage on that level 5 Fiora, but here you go, he pays for it.
Has to use the Ignite and Flash. Zizune playing with fire, but he knows that he's strong enough. The only reason he couldn't get a kill was because there was a tier 1 turret still there. So Emotion will heal up by consuming those honey fruits. Zizune is going to do the same as well. He still has the Ignite, so the kill pressure is definitely present for this Fiora.
Oh, now Black Cat needs to back away from the situation, and we all know exactly how squishy his character is, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. She will be able to sing a beautiful tune, but not really tank all of those hits like how Winter can. Chili just waiting for the opportunity, and so does 69. And this is the start of something that's gonna be amazing if Berjaya Dragons go in here for the full-on commit.
They did use the Redemption heal preemptively, and despite it being a 3 versus 3, Linkx eSports, they just don't feel confident enough to go for it. Look at where Karudo is. This guy is walking into the jungle. So even if Linkx eSports goes for the engage, Karudo can just join and they will just win the fight hands down. That does allow Kaito to get a reset, but other than that, there's nothing much Linkx eSports can work with. Cloud Ray is coming up in 3 seconds. Berjaya Dragon will reset and try to go for the objective.
Yeah, they have gone in for that scuttle so early in anticipation of this moment, because we all know some of the teams, they really like to leave that scuttle up to that last moment emotion. Almost taken down Zizune. Will he go in for that final poke? Yes, he does! And he gets that kill!
Another solo kill. Like, there's nothing they can do. They're gonna go into the mid lane with the hashtag ultimatum, and Kato is completely trapped. You can't sweeping blade out of that. That's 2 of your cores down. Berjaya Dragons, they have full control of the dragon. But before going for the dragon, they have a more important objective, which is a tier 1 mid. And if this structure goes down this early on, Linkx eSports game is pretty much ruined.
69 with that pressure, and look at Black Cat coming through as well. Kuro for the defense, and I mean the damage has already been done. That tier 1 turret down mid is already down to about 50% of its HP. Winter in here will have to back away. Sagi as well. Here comes the quick push from that very annoying Kuro, and it looks like Berjaya Dragons will tank it for the start of a team engagement, which will kick off in a bit once they get their supported.
Yeah, Linkx eSports, they cannot do anything. Sagi and Winter, they both still have their ults, they both still have their summoner spells. The Linkx eSports right now, they will try to go for the Drake, but Berjaya Dragon, they are more than ready to take this fight. In fact, Redemption is going to drop down. Chili looking for the steal, flashes in, doesn't get the steals the top. Oh my goodness, he actually sliced it away. Berjaya Dragons, they're going to lose Winter. They drop the on-call from Seraphine and kill off Sagi as well, but Berjaya Dragons still walks away with the steal.
Holy crap! Bring that Camille into your jungle and you are gonna be able to snowball the crap out of everyone else. What in the world, man? Chili drops in there with such a perfect steal. It didn't even look like he hit it.
Bottom lane, they will try to go onto 69, gets the kill, but 69 also trades his life. Middle lane just now, Karudo got his solo kill on the Kato. And it's something that we expected, you know, like Darius into Yasuo. Yasuo might as well just give up on the lane. There's no way you can do anything against the Darius, especially once Karudo gets the lead. He is like what? He is 2 levels ahead. And look at him, he's just running at everyone. This Demacian executioner just takes out the members on the side of Linkx eSports. And Berjaya Dragons will get the Rift Herald as well.
Let's take a quick look at this replay once again. Keep your eye on that Camille, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So, you know, just approaching so slowly, and then that's about it, Husky.
Let's just look at them. They know that the objective there is the steal. Like Chili, he flashes in, he smites the Drake, and everyone just starts walking away. Like whoever can save themselves, walk away, and whatever casualty is just collateral damage. Emotion does get the good cast, but Zizune, he does not care. You know? He has no fear in his eyes.
Just manages to walk away from that encounter, and Berjaya Dragons are controlling this map from start all the way up till now, and it's just been 7 minutes. So many things have happened. 3 turrets have been taken down, and they've not lost even once. This is the true, ability of the Berjaya Dragons, and technically they are not even going all out just yet.
Yeah, and Berjaya Dragons, they have such a stable lead right now. Like it feels like they haven't really gotten too much, but if you look at the lead, that's more than a 10k goal lead, and Karudo, like he is more than ready. He's waiting for Winter to come, and he has the ghost available. And if he gets onto Emotion is pretty much dead. The Apprehend almost drags him back, but Berjaya Dragons, they are setting up.
Oh, now Zizune is gonna get chased down. This Fiora's gonna be in trouble, but she will be able to flash away in the nick of time, and whoa, will not fall. Hextech ultimatum, and here comes the Glacial Fissure as well, and Camille finishes off that Gragas just to go back and focus in on this turret. And there you go, Kuro for that defense, and that Seraphine will try her best, but unfortunately the encore won't be enough, Husky.
Yeah, and Chili, just Chili and Karudo, they're just doing everything. They're doing God's work, and even with Kato's best effort, he can't do much. Sagi's gonna clean out Killer Instincts for the ace. He gets himself a double kill, and Berjaya Dragons clean everyone from the side of Linkx eSports up.
Emotion, the one guy left in here, but there's no way he's gonna do anything. He'll be busy with Shelly whilst the rest of them wait for the minion wave to go in for the inhibitor. No, they are not even going in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They are backing away from this one final lifeline for Linkx eSports.
This is just a tough spot to be in. Like, Berjaya Dragons, they can do whatever they want. Kuro is... yeah, thankfully he didn't walk any more forward, or else Karudo would have taken his life. But Berjaya Dragons, they know that they have this game in the bag. They're just taking time. Ocean Drake is up, so they will take that as well.
Look at that, Camille already in there. She's going to be able to finish it off even before we have any of the players from Linkx eSports coming in to say anything. But look, no attempts coming in from Linkx eSports. They know this is a lost cause when the Camille drops in there as the jungler. It's going to be Winter as well as Karuto changing their attention back on, this time towards that Baron pit. They will clear out that mid wave first and then place that pressure on. Hextech Ultimatum will catch Kuro in place. And here we go. It is the Darius that hits him for that one final strike and takes his life. Karuto on the chase for Black Cat right now. Pulls him in with a quick hook shot. And it's going to be Sagi who drops in with Darius snuffing out that Surfy.
And Action Guillotine. The perfect way to end things. Berjaya Dragons will now go for the Baron Nashor at Linkx eSports. Like, the best thing they can do is probably go for a steal. They do catch us Izune. That is something that they would be really happy with. And now it's going to give us opportunities to maybe contest this Baron. Speaking about contesting, they're going to go in. Great cast to split the battle lines. By the way, it's the damage. Dashi can fight. Karudo gets on the emotion. Great partisan comes out. He flashes away with the barrel. And Kuro is going to come in and pick up Karudo. Gets the shutdown. Chasing over Sagi. He has a double kill. Sagi wants to get away, but Sagi turns around. The Ikatian Ray 2 down strong. 69 gets on top of Sagi, but Sagi flashes away with the killer. It's 3 seconds against a double kill. The combo is perfect. But do they have to damage? Sagi just will not go down. Sagi gets the triple. Winter flashes away. Kato gets on top of him. And then finally, shut down his Kaisa. But Berjaya Dragons still claims the cores of Linkx eSports.
Oh, goodness me. I mean, what did it cost at the end of that attempt to ace out the Berjaya Dragons? Almost everything, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And they do not get any sort of advantage from that encounter at all. Yes, they reset quite a number of these players, but they have a lot of their own players going down as well. And this is just a stalemate, and the pressure will come right back through for the Darius as well as Fiora to hold the front line first, whilst that backup comes in from that Brom as well as Camille. This is popping out. And it is going to be so lucky that 69 backed away from that.
The Ignite almost killed him. And Zizune was able to get the Grand Challenge off. The Berjaya Dragons will go on the Baron once more. This is attempt number 2. Linkx eSports, they do not have the Cyclone as it was forced out earlier on. And the Baron's falling pretty quickly. Emotion is ready on the case. He does have the ultimate, but can he make a steal? Zizune jumps on top of him. He drops the barrel. They detonate it, they're not gonna get any steal through. And in fact, Emotion, he will lose his life. Winter jumps on top of the members of Linkx eSports, but the whole Linkx eSports, they're trying to get away. Maybe not 69. Locked down by the Hextech Ultimatum. Kato tried to provide a bit of assistance. Chili able to get in with the hookshot and flashes for the kill, and now he gets to deal with Kuro. But we look at Sagi. Sagi is gonna be the third party in this fight. It's gonna be Chili getting himself a double kill. Kuro also goes down. It's actually an ace.
Oh, and now they just have to wait for that minion wave, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because once they get it, which is exactly what they have on their side right now, inhibitor down middle goes down, and the Nexus will be touched as well. How are we gonna be able to see anything from the side of Linkx eSports? The answer is absolutely not, as they get aced out once again. Berjaya Dragons will Berjaya as expected.
This is just a classic Berjaya Dragon. Like, we've seen this coming. We expected this result. We knew that they are going to win this, and they have shown that exact result. Just clean, crisp play. There is nothing else that I can say about it. It's just perfect. Like, we thought Sam 9 was clean. Berjaya Dragons was squeaky clean.
Yeah, even cleaner, man. And here's the one thing that I cannot wait already at this point, since we've just seen Berjaya Dragons go in here and perform. I feel like the win that GeekFam got over them was quite a fluke. I don't think Berjaya Dragons were giving their all in that game, and they were hiding their strats. They wanted to keep the special sauce for the playoffs, and that's what I'm looking forward to. I want to see that rematch yet again, and there's no way we will not get it, Husky. Let's bring on the match that's in here once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and we will see exactly how did Berjaya Dragons ravage over the likes of Linkx eSports.
I mean, the numbers speak the loudest, and for the side of Linkx eSports, they not a single core hit that 10k net worth. So you can really see how Berjaya Dragons controlled the entire game. Obviously, they were messing around every now and then. You don't see like a Darius mid, but it was a good pick because they anticipated a Yasuo to be mid, so they're literally giving him his worst matchup ever. The rest of the game was just Berjaya Dragon dictating whether they want to win, whether they want to slow down the game, or whether they should just go in and give some kills away. But like, I think we all know that Berjaya Dragons is gonna win this.
Yeah, they wanted that damage, man. Trinity Force being completed by Zisune Chili as well as Karuto. In the MVP, of course, picked up by none other than Sagi, who was just so crazy in that I have never seen anyone play a Geyser that formed that's formed like a tank, built like a tank there. And he never went down, no matter what that situation was, Husky.
Sagi built different. 100% built different, and just a great demonstration of his prowess, right? Like he's so confident that he dives the fountain. That's how confident he was. Never forget that historical moment where Sagi just suicided at the brink of victory. But regardless, I think for Linkx eSports, they shouldn't be too discouraged. I think they probably have seen this coming from a mile away. It wasn't the best game for them, I'm not gonna lie, but at least they were able to kind of, hopefully learn something, or learn something and experiment something. Yeah, and there's no way they didn't learn anything from here. They brought in that Yasuo. We didn't really expect him to do much damage in there down mid against Karuto. The Darius was absolutely crazy, but he held his own for quite a bit. But unfortunately, the chips will fall the way they are meant to fall. The tables are a little tilted because whoever who built the foundation for this building forgot to tell Linkx eSports that, they kind of cut corners on the budget. The building was tilted, bro. Everything was falling towards the Berjaya Dragons, and there was nothing Linkx eSports could do to stop that. Sagi picking up the bulk load of that damage there. 17,000, absorbing just 8k from his opponents. And Winter playing his part really well, tanking a total of 9k damage in here for his team members. Yeah, I mean, for Linkx eSports, it's really just a skill gap. You look at both lineups. It's very evident that Berjaya Dragons just have the more skilled players. Even if, let's say, both of the teams are on the same level in terms of mechanical skills, Berjaya Dragon had better macro. They knew what to do at specific times, and they were just a bit more gelled together compared to Linkx eSports. Now, I'm not saying that the change for Kuro and 69 affected them like in a very bad light, but it's more of how Berjaya Dragons were so good, it kind of made Linkx eSports look bad, even though they're not.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing. I'm a little scared, Husky.
Oh, I can see your expression.
I'm scared that exactly what happened to Linkx is going to happen to me at the ARAM match that we happen to jump into later. You have to get your win, because I know I'm going to get thrashed. Contra's not here today.
Now I feel scared. I am pressured.
Let's bring on the post-match analysis, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and see the highlights of Berjaya Dragons just decimating Linkx eSports. And it's not like Linkx eSports kind of made it easy for them, all right? They gave them quite a tough fight, but just outclassed again and again here, Husky.
Yeah, it's a masterclass of Wild Rift. It's just how Berjaya Dragon... when it comes to, a game like Wild Rift, it's all about resources. The more resources you control, the more control you have. And the entirety of the series, it was just Berjaya Dragon having absolute control. It almost feels like, this entire series these two teams are living in the same nation, but Berjaya Dragons are the dictators. Like they decide everything that goes on.
Yeah, and it just does not explain, nothing can explain to me exactly why they didn't pull the Camille away from the hands of Berjaya Dragons. Clearly, she was such a huge pain with her range of motion. Karuto, as he went in there to catch Kato off as well. Time and time again, Berjaya Dragons would go ahead to show Linkx eSports that it doesn't matter where we catch you, we will finish you.
And everything was just perfect, right? I think for Berjaya Dragons or for any good teams, one of the strongest points is that they know how to extend the lead. Like even in this situation, right? The moment Zizune got the kill, that was Emotion's second death. His first death was in the jungle, so that lane was pretty much done for Linkx eSports, and they never got to recover. Like Chili gets a steal on the dragon. It feels like Berjaya Dragon are just rubbing the wounds of Linkx eSports.
I don't even know if we can rewind that, because Chili was in and out. He was not there a second after he got that smite in. This guy was an absolute perfection at that jungle, and the steals just came in perfect, right? And when we thought Linkx eSports was going to get the advantage, they just proved to them no. And this was the fight that I thought once again that Linkx eSports was going to be able to pull something back. But no, they had to run with their tails between their legs as well, because the pressure that came forth from Berjaya Dragons, that final push with Shelly down there at the dragon lane, the prevention would still come through. But not because Linkx eSports came back and pushed them away. Berjaya Dragons pulled away in anticipation that if they don't do that, they're not going to be able to get a clean game.
Yeah, look at this one, Sagi. Like I think if he had a bit more health, he could have just 1v5 and get the ace. Like 100%. He would have gotten a penta kill if he had a bit more health. But it just goes to show how the individual players on the side of Berjaya Dragons are just way better compared to Linkx eSports. And there's nothing towards Linkx eSports. It's just how the nature of the team of their opponents is. They're just better players, you know.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot, about this that none of those other teams could do as well. And, it pains me to say that the only one that can stand up against Berjaya Dragons toe-to-toe right now is GeekFam. But it also brings me lots of joy to say that Sem9 is definitely reaching that ranks as well. And soon it's going to be a three-way fight for that throne. The biggest question is whether it's going to be within this season itself, or we will have to wait for another season for them to get third-parted.
It's fair to say that there's this hierarchy, this hidden hierarchy. GeekFam and Berjaya Dragons, they both share the highest tier. And then afterwards, you have Sem9, and afterwards is RTZ Underank, Linkx eSports, and all the other teams. But those standings can change. It's a matter of whether you can kind of break through those levels one by one. And I think Sem9, they are like one step away from being one of the best teams. But if you take away all the layering of the hierarchy, I would say Sem9 is arguably one of the best teams.
Absolutely. No doubt about that at all. Now, Linkx eSports, yes, they've gone in here and they faced a little bit of disappointment, but they still have an opportunity to make sure they smile before they go to sleep tonight, because later on today, after we come back from our Buka Puasa, when we take a very long break for our Muslim brothers and sisters to break fast, we will come back for the series of Linkx eSports versus Splatzone Insomniax. Now, that is going to be a very, very equal lineup as well as match for them to take up.
Yeah, and I think, if you look at the standings itself, it definitely feels like Linkx eSports is better, right? Because the numbers, they don't really lie. But now after this, maybe we'll get a bit surprised. Let's take a look at the MVP from that series. I personally think that Sagi is going to get the MVP again because of how amazing he has been. And yeah, there we go. Sagi is the MVP.
There you go. 516 on that KDA, 15k on that damage, 100% on that kill participation. The Kaiser was just popping off left, right, center. And above and everything else, what made this guy so impressive is that he just refused to go down, Husky.
Yeah, he just refuses to die, like Sagi. He has always been a very consistent player. He has always been the player that if you want him to deliver, like he will deliver. He is the man. he is a man that delivers good results. He's a man of consistency, and he is one of the most reliable talents that you can get. Like, he has been on the ADC role or in the bottom lane, and he's been playing in mid previously back in his olden days. So that experience really did show off.
No doubt about that at all. One of the most consistent as well as impressive players at the competition, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Now, we are waiting for Husky to jump into the lobby because he is going to be representing the English casting side in an ARAM match against the Bahasa side. And you know, hey, why is Mikos joining Husky? No, Mikos is supposed to go up against me. Oh, Sir Cloud. Okay lah.
Okay, hold on. Let me join the lobby. All right, I have everything ready. Yeah, there we go. So I was making this joke. Not really a joke, but I invested in a tablet yesterday, right? And you know, I had a lot of pressure on me. Like, everyone was telling me to win. Contra want me to continue his legacy. You want me to win. Like, he has like a 6-0 record. So I'm not that good at the game. But what I can do to be a bit more superior is to have a bigger screen. Maybe that will help me. Yeah, let me. Okay. Here you go. Yeah. Like I'm gonna. Okay, hold on. Let me. Here you go. Superiority. I'm gonna win this.
Holy crap!
7-0, 7-0, right there. I can't even put my hands on top of everything.
7-0 lah. Let's do this lah.
7-0. Let's go. Yes. We are gonna have a really great time. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces in there. You know, I'm slightly scared, but well, at least I get the privilege to go up against Mikos. And speaking about that, you know, before we jump into all the ARAM session, there's one thing that we always like, whether you're a gamer or whether you just love music, is good headphone, good audio. I'm an audiophile, so I always would love to have good headsets, especially the JBL one. We are giving away the Quantum 50 and Quantum 300. All you have to do is to like, comment, and share the stream. Tag JBL Malaysia with the hashtag JBL People and hashtag SISMY. Now, for the Quantum 300, we will announce the winner live by the end of today. And for the Quantum 50, we will announce the winners through our social media.
Yeah, for a lot of us in the gaming world, the Quantum series or JBL, the brand JBL itself in the gaming scene, they're not really popular in the gaming scene. But if you take a look at their legacy in the audio segment, they have been providing the best audio solutions for concerts, stadiums, recording studios, you name it. If it's audio, JBL knows everything about it. Jumping into the game late just means they are jumping into the game with the perfect solution for you. The Quantum series, if you want to find out more, ladies, German boys and girls, jbl.com.my. You'll get all of the information you need.
Yeah, I mean, I envy you. You know, you have your JBL headset. I've seen all of those in the ads, but I can definitely vouch for that audio quality. I can't wait to get my hands on one as well. I actually have plans for that, so fingers crossed that I will join the JBL family soon.
And you don't even need to aim for, you know, the top of the range Quantum one, right? Even the Quantum 600 is a perfect solution for a wireless headphone that comes along with a 2.4 Hz gigabyte dongle that you can just plug in and have zero latency on a wireless headphone. That's just perfection, if you ask me. Technology has just really transcended so much. But here's the thing though, Husky. Perfect audio, but what can you do if you've got no data to jump into a couple of ARAM matches?
Well, if you don't have, it's time to cop yourself one, because one of our partner always is ready to make it happen, and that is you do. You know, all you have to do is to be a part of it. We actually have a QR code, and it's gonna pop up in a bit, hopefully. And when it pops out, just scan the QR code. You are gonna get yourself a 5 GB head start in terms of data right
now.
Soon.
Oi.
It's okay. It takes it. This is what happens when you're not using Udo. You know, like it's a bit of latency issue. This is what happens. Like, we are proving it right now. This is what happens when you're not using Udo.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm streaming this whole thing from my house, and I'm on Udo, ladies, Jabba boys and girls. Husky's on Udo as well. The production, unfortunately, they have to depend on fiber internet. Boring.
I like how, you know, like we're already in there, and apparently I feel very pressured. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I feel super pressured.
Or
Like that-
you going up against Teasy, my friend? Yeah, good luck.
Am I going against Easy? No, I'm not going against Easy. What are you talking about? I am
Wait,
with
Teasy's on your team?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Steezy's on my
I don't
team.
see you on the. Wait, what's your name? Are you the Blitzcrank?
Yeah, I'm in Blitzcrank. It's the same name.
Why are you playing the Blitzcrank?
Why am I not playing the Blitzcrank? You know, I
Don't play the Blitzcrank. Go dice it out, man.
no, we have enough damage. You know, like someone needs to be like I'm a support guy. Like I enjoy
Okay.
being the support. You know, this is it. This
Okay,
is my
fair
time
enough.
to shine. Like the screen is
Alright,
so
ladies
big,
and gentlemen,
I'm
boys
pretty
and
sure
girls.
I can land all my hitbox.
Okay lah, let's see. Bro, you better not let Contra down, bro. Because I know I'm going to let Contra down. You better not let him down.
We're about to find out. You know, like one of the reasons I have this big screen is that now people miss. They can say, yeah, screen's too small. I can't see. But I don't have that excuse. Like, I don't have that excuse. I have to land. Like every single hook that I miss is a shame. You know, like it's embarrassing.
Okay, let's just put it this way. I don't care if you win. I want you to kill Mikos, okay? Just kill Mikos. Just pull him in and slap his face.
All right, I'll just go for Mikos. All right.
Only Mikos. Like
Wait, only
everybody
Mikos.
just aim for Mikos. Yeah.
Okay.
Winning all is secondary.
Winning, okay. No, I can't. Okay, winning is primary as well. You know, we have the legacy to keep up. Like I can't even lift this thing up. Like I am starting to regret a bit. Like life decision. It's a bit poor. Like how am I supposed to? I actually can't navigate properly. Oh well. Guess we have to find out.
Yeah, I just gotta figure it out, man. Mikos sitting down in that bushes right in front of them. That's easy. He just flashes in. Oh, this Singe has got balls, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Mikos is right there in the fray, and he's gonna get taken down. And Bragas is really low on that HP as well. And all is popping out. Mikos gets slain, and he's the first blood. All thanks to Yasuo. Now Husky needs to back away from this situation. The pressure is just coming through, and looks like again Pungo Hunters with Wise has just joined the opposition. What the hell, yo? We are the Pungo Hunters. This is just betrayal, absolute nonsense coming in from Wise, and for that reason alone, he deserves to lose this game. Husky's already in focus mode, and here comes that one player, Mikos, once again! And he will get slain! There's no way in hell at all they are going to be able to get this game. But even as I'm saying that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we go ahead to lose turret number 1. Why? Because the team just seems to be playing on our side of the map. Steezy unable to go in for that pressure, and Pixel AV together with Pungo Wise will be able to go in for the push. Eduardo, this just seems like it is a battle that's going to be very tough for the blue side to fight off. Ben Wee together with Fake will have to hold back a little bit. Husky has not managed to hook anyone in, and if you want to, Mikos is right there! Mikos gets hooked right in by Husky, and run boy, run, gets stunned as well. Oh, that Malphite is getting his little brown butt kicked. You the man, La Husky. 3 times in a row right now.
I keep my promise, my friend.
3 times in a row because he's just getting his butt whooped, and then Engage just comes through once again. Pen Wee with the slay, and Raj just goes through, barraging through all of the opponents in front of him. Pixel AB with the pressure coming back through. Mikos this time going in for the damage, and then Ezreal will get our little teddy bear carrier out of this match, as Mikos will lead his team to come back in here for that pressure. Wise almost taken down, and Mikos goes in for that push. Are we gonna be able to see turret number 2 taken down from Team Red as well? Husky is there for that defense, but that pressure is coming on towards him as well, and he will need to back away. Mikos gets pulled right in, and here comes that infernal bomb just to distract the rest of Team Blue. Oh, Mikos will run. Oh, you run, boy. You better run, because it is the one and only Husky in here to do that damage, to get those kills. And here comes the Teddy Bear Hunter as well, this time hunting down the one and only Ziggs. No more Mega Infernal Bombs for the next 10 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and Team Team Blue will be able to make that push. Mikos hiding in the bushes. Husky, pull him out, bro. Pull him out in that bush right there on the left-hand side. There you go. Husky going in for the push. Mikos, oh, but they get knocked up into the air. And then Malphite gets a slay. Bye-bye Mikos yet again. As long as he goes down, the Mustachio's happy. And then Ezreal gets taken out of the equation as well. We lose Yasuo on our side. And it's going to be that Blitzcrank, that one and only Husky left on the map. Can he survive long enough, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Bouncing bomb comes up towards him as well. He pulls Pixel Evi, just throwing him off his game, and Husky will survive. Here comes Singe right back through, just distracting. Yeah, Mikos saying he's looking for Husky. Yeah, he will find him, but he will not be able to take down the one and only Husky. Steezy doing all of that damage with his Singe right now. Throws wise right over his head, and Brajes will be going right back through. The Darius hasn't been able to be such a huge impact in this game. Mikos as he prowls through, and he gets pulled in by Husky once again, and he gets all of that damage done onto him and gets deleted by the Darius. In your face, Mikos! In your big Malphite face. And this damage will continue to come through, and Team Raid is just annihilating our side. But here it is, the one and only Yasuo under the name of Fake will go through for the push, but this Yasuo will be a little squishy. Oh, and the turret providing enough backup, getting kicked up into the air. Waze right now, gonna go in for that shutdown, and that Varus will have no chance whatsoever. Now Husky can go in for a pull, but he's not gonna go in for the hook on anybody else except Mikos. Mikos making that approach towards Husky right now, and this is gonna be an opportunity, but Husky just waiting for that backup. Brajes right now with the Darius with a quick hook shot in, and Mikos just falls into the fray, and he gets the kill on the Darius, but unfortunately, he will get taken out by our side as well. And it is none other than Husky who goes in for the kill on that big bad Malphite. Now, there's nothing that you can do to tank all of the hit. But Ziggs right now with that triple kill will go ahead to get our side aced out, and we will lose our second turret as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And it will be the minion wave cleared out. Will Brajes, will the Darius be able to do anything? Because we're going in here for that push once again. But unfortunately, Team Red just seems to be a little too much to handle right now. As far as I'm concerned, we have already won this game. You have already slapped Mikos around so many times, Husky. I am a happy man! And he pulls him in once again. Oh, Mikos accidentally kills Yasuo, and the Darius shuts Varus out of the equation. And there you go. And it is gonna be an all-out back-to-back double kill. And the Darius is just gonna go popping off. Mikos, as he pushes in once again, will get killed and slain out of the equation. And they're gonna go in Omega. The Infernal Death Bomb being dropped by that Ziggs. And now Pogo Hunter will have to back away. Wise is gonna be in trouble. Pixel Evi in with the pressure as well, but notwithstanding anything, that Ziggs manages to take Darius out of the equation. A double kill on that Singe as well. And all of a sudden, all we have is Yasuo. Is Yasuo falls, we get aced out, and we lose the Nexus as well. This minion wave is gonna be keeping the opponents busy just a little while, whilst we wait for the rest of our friends to come right back into the fray, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, right back into the fray. One opportunity. Oh, here we go. Gets pulled right in, and it's Mikos once again that is gonna be in trouble. Malphite managing to run away. Husky not allowing him to get too far. Singe getting taken down by that Ezreal, and that power play will come through for Team Blue, but unfortunately, only Husky will be left running around, waiting for that backup to come through from his players. 7 seconds more, and we'll have Darius in with a backup, Pen V together as well. Are we gonna be able to see Husky hold on? And here is that play by Husky, and such a valiant play. He manages to get the slay as well before Ezreal takes him down. Just enough time for Darius to step back in to say hello, hello, my little friend. Mikos, as usual, chicken shit hiding in the bushes. Bro, this is too much. Look at Mikos, bro. Right, go, Pen, we go! Pen, yeah! Engage! For the full-on engage, Mikos gotta get his ass kicked once again, but the Ziggs manages to take out our little teddy bear lover, and then Mikos gets tapped out all the way through. Here comes Fake for that pressure, but Pixel AB just a little bit too strong. And as this match continues, ladies and German boys and girls, it just looks like Team Red is just gonna dominate Team Blue. Are we gonna see the Baza side get this win? Either way, tada kesa. Why? Because Mikos is kena tapau cow. Even if we do go ahead to lose the game, that's all we need to know. That's all we need to focus on. On all of the replays, Mikos kena tapau. That's all. Mikos with the tapau. And now the fight against the Nexus will be put on. Steezy almost taken down, and it's gonna be Penwee with such little health left in here. Steezy backs away from this equation, and it is gonna be the one and only Darius who comes back in for that pressure as well. Steezy needs to stay as far away as possible from all of these engagements, but he goes in for that backup right behind Fake, and Bryces is just barraging in through, and he manages the beautiful hook as well and deletes Varus. And here is Mikos. Mikos is just in to get his butt punished, and punished is what his butt will get, and it is a cinch that goes in for the slay on Malphite. All of a sudden, Team Blue, they look like they are rejuvenated to take this fight on against Team Red. Here goes Wise, he backs away, Steezy about to get taken down, and the turret does the damage. No minions in there at all to help that Steezy out. That was just a throw by the cinch from our side. Blitzcrank going in for another hook. Unfortunately, he doesn't get it. That Pixel will back away from that equation. Oh, beautiful hook shot in here by the Darius to pull his opponents towards him. But unfortunately, he'll get snuffed out. Husky getting hit. And who's the one who hit him there? Gonna be Penwee with the defense as well. Team Blue just needs to hold on. 30 seconds at least for another 4 for Steezy to jump right back in. Oh, and he gets that hit. Unfortunately, Ziggs will get taken out, and Lever will get hit as well. Husky, the beautiful tank for Team Blue, surviving all through that chaos, except for that final hit from that Ezreal, which will take him down. Steezy right now, the one and only Sidge, who is able to run around all over the map, distracting as well as annoying his opponents, does the exact same thing as he gets hunted down, pulling away all of the pressure from that Nexus, allowing his team members to step back in here. What an unselfish play coming in from the one and only Steezy, and the Darius slays Mikos. That Malphite out of the equation. Oh, and he gets the Yasuo in here, and it is a triple kill that befalls the red team. Are we going to be able to get this as Fake just pushes all of that minion wave aside? Pixelabi right there in front of him. Ziggs is going to be really easy to tap out. Are we going to be able to see them come through with this play? Fake as well as Wild Brushes. They need to wait for the minion wave, and the minion wave is going to be able to bring in all of the pressure. They are now going to lose their inhibitor turret as well, ladies and German boys and girls, but the pressure from the minions just a little too strong. Pixel AB in there to put that same pressure onto them as well, which is not going to be something that is easy to overcome. You just have the Ziggs on in front of you right now, and this is an all-out push. Mega Infernal Death Bomb drops in as well, but inhibitor taken down. This is Team Husky with the comeback gameplay. Bro, how did you make it back, lah?
Excuse.
Scales it. Oh, goes in for the catch on Mikos, does not get the hook, and Mikos will be able to walk out of there. That Cinch just doing all in his power. Mikos uses his flash a little bit premature, but we all know exactly how premature. Mikos fires off, and Mikos turning golden. Ionian Stasis getting popped. It ain't gonna help you, boy, as that Cinch takes down Mikos once again. An all-out team fight. This brawl will break out, and Ziggs will get the slay on Husky, but Yasuo trades the Ziggs out immediately. Darius lost on our end. Yasuo taken down by Ezreal as well. A double kill for Ezreal. And Steezy needs to stay alive, because once again, we almost get aced out. But Steezy will maintain that fort. Can he send in all of these empowered minions up front? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's exactly what he will do as he backs away from this engagement. We need to wait 7 more seconds for Penwee to drop back in here and to give him that support. We need to wait, and then from that point on, about 14 seconds, so the rest of the players can drop in. Eduardo in here from Berjaya as well, backing up the likes of Mikos which gives them such a huge advantage in this game. But still Mikos cannot capitalize. See, that's the problem. Noob sudah jadi noob. You cannot capitalize, bro. And Steezy now this time. Oh, this Singe is just running towards them. Oh, gets pulled in. And they will take down that Fiora. Knocked up into the air. And it's an all-out annihilation. Darius, as he goes through for the swipe. Ziggs as well as Israel responding. Yasuo takes down the Nell fight. And all we have left is Pixel AB. That Ziggs gonna go down in a couple of more hits. Husky can get it done. But the pressure comes and turns right back round. And we just got aced out. Can the minions stop them? They are not going to be able to do much, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Look at that Ezreal firing off that arcane ship from so far away. Trying to put the damage onto the Nexus even before he gets there. And the minion wave is going to be able to hold them back for just a bit. It's easy. 18 more seconds. No minion wave in here. No minion wave at all to hold them back. Nexus going down to the final second. And we will lose our first ARAM match. Husky, it's okay, bro.
I tried.
Don't
it's
feel
okay.
too bad. You just lost us our 6-win streak. It's
It's okay. I mean, Mikos died 12 times. I'm not sure what Mikos was doing in the game. like you remember we casted 7-9 against RTZ Underank, right? Yeah. How Crown play Malphite is how you should play Malphite. How Mikos play Malphite is how you should not play Malphite. Like, I'm not sure what Mikos was doing. Because
I know.
we lost the game. It's fine.
Yeah, but you didn't lose the opportunity to slap Mikos around, bro.
Yeah.
The number of times you hooked him in.
My parents once taught me, we give it to the less fortunate, and since they have not gotten a win, I'm gonna give the first one to them. Here you go, Mikos. Here you go.
Oh, that burn from Husky, even worse than anything Contra and I have thrown against them at the moment. Glad to have you on the team, bro. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the streak will get broken. But later
We're
on,
allowed to throw one.
Yeah, we're allowed to throw one. I mean, we've got 6 in front of us, and if we're trying to make it for the playoffs, the Barca side is not going to make it. They're at the bottom right now. We're at the top, We're like, Berjaya Dragons. We've lost a couple of matches. This is just us losing to, Geek Fam in a little bit.
Yeah, it's like we are.
2 against 2.
we hold on. Here's an update. Do we get to slap Mikos again? We get to slap Mikos again. Okay. Alright.
Okay.
Mikos got carried. We are about to show him how it's done.
Yeah. Unfortunately, my dearest production team, the Mustachio, will need to step away for a moment right after I jump into the lobby, yeah? Okay, let's see. Masters of the Hunt.
So if there's one thing I learned from that previous game, is that big screen is actually a detriment. My hands hurt. My arms hurt from holding the tablet, and I'm struggling to stretch my fingers, So now they are like cramping.
Okay, let's see.
Okay,
I'm in the lobby. I'll be right back.
Okay. So I was only playing with 30 FPS. That explains why I missed my hooks. Okay, hold on. My dear friend AJ is away. But yeah, so wait. I wanna know how Mikos feels. I wish I could hear him. I want to know how Mikos feels right now. After his first victory. I bet he is very happy. I bet he is very ecstatic that he finally gets to take the first game. But I'm about to ruin his day. Hold on, okay. My dear production team just sent me his Mikos reaction, and what was that? He looks miserable. Like he looks miserable after winning. That's a smile.
Oh,
that's a. And I contrast set up a 6-game grudge, and I'm the one who bears the brunt of it. I feel like I'm
He's like-
scapegoated, you know?
Yeah, you.
No, I
you,
feel like
you
I'm
tanked it.
scapegoated.
You,
I
you
tanked
tanked
the
it well with the
humiliation.
Blitzcrank. Yeah.
Like, and it had to be the game that broke the streak, right? Like
It's
meanwhile,
all
my
good.
friend list, I'm just seeing like, you know, Sagi in matchmaking. Like that guy just won 2-0. Now he's back to playing pubs. Yeah. Yeah. So AJ, you were not here, right? I was explaining how I lost, like why. Now I know why I lost the first game.
Why?
It's because I was playing. I forgot to change my settings, so I was playing on 30 FPS.
Oh,
Yeah,
and even
see-
on 30 FPS also, you still slapped Mikos around so many
I
times.
know,
I
right?
mean, that
Actually,
says
it was a bad
lot,
idea to. It was a bad idea to put him in because he's a Malphite, but you know, whatever, you know. I can't remember how many times I killed my team because I pulled Mikos in.
Okay,
Like,
now let's
at
see.
that point, I had to balance out between like winning the game and personal ambition. You know, my personal ambition outweighs my intention to win the game,
Okay,
and hence we have that.
I have a feeling, bro, that Punko Wise did not think that, you know, you joined in as well. So he went and backed up Mikos accidentally. He was supposed to be on our side. But this time he jumps onto the right team.
Yeah, he backs up. Yeah, it's okay. You know, like you have to learn it. Like it's fine. You know, like we at the end of the day we will find out who the loyal ones are. I just
boy.
want to. Okay, there we go. I was looking for the button layout. Apparently, it's a very not convenient. Like I can't even press. Oh my god! No, we're already in. I didn't get to change. Can I have Blitzcrank again?
You've got
Do I get
the
Blitzcrank?
Gragas, bro. That's even better, man.
It's alright. We get to switch it around. Like
Okay, yeah.
let's see what I get. Huh.
Alamak. Oh, that's not a good switch. Try to switch again.
Wait. Where did I? Oh, actually no. I will go
Okay.
with a Mumu.
Oh, you're gonna go with Amumu? Corky.
Or
Oh, shit.
or I can just choose to not die. You know.
Yeah. Oh. Okay lah, boleh lah.
Bringing up my inner RH.
Alright, so what do we have to go up against? Ramus, Soraka, Darius, Sona, as well as Ziggs. Okay lah.
Okay. Like
Wait,
Ramus,
what
or
is
is it
Mikos?
okay?
Mikos is Ramus. Okay, look for the Ramus, bro.
Alright. We are looking. No, Mikos is Nami. Look for the Nami.
Oh, okay, Nami, alright.
I like.
Gonna slap
I
that
think we
little
got
fish
this.
around.
Alright. Okay, so here's the plan.
Okay.
We make sure Mikos at least has 10 deaths in this game. Alright.
Okay.
10 deaths.
noted.
Right. We will spare Sir Cloud because Soraka is the only champion he knows how to play, I think. At least. No, that's what he confessed, okay? Like I'm not trying to flame him, but that's what he said. So I'm just repeating what Sir Cloud once told me. Like he only plays Soraka. But yes, let's go.
Let's see, I'll link the biz.
Am I allowed to emote?
Minions have spawned.
Okay, so only Mikos, huh? We look for the Nami. I see him. Let's go.
I'll link it across. Oh, back away.
Yeah. Where's Mikos hiding? Okay, so Soraka.
Just slice these guys out first.
If I should have went Ignite. Okay, the Darius is low. I feel like I want to go in, but I might die.
Yep.
Oh, you're the Grand Duelist.
Alamak.
Oh,
Alamak.
God.
Hey,
Alamak.
no, get out of there. Ooh. Oh, almost taken
Yeah,
down, yo.
We got the first blood.
Slain. Red team.
Nice one.
Not the best
cannot.
idea. I like. It's okay. We have the full support of our production team. We're about to go after Mikos again. Where's
I
Mikos?
cannot go in too close. They've got so many range. Okay.
So here's the plan. I'm gonna flash onto Mikos and then we'll kill him. If I see him.
I need to wait for a bit. Alright, I'm back.
Mikos is dead. I got Mikos. Goodbye, Mikos.
Beautiful, lah, bro.
Oh god, he's not dead. He healed himself. Mikos is like alive with a sliver of health. I'm here to send a message to Mikos.
Yep.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, boy.
And I forgot to level up my ultimate.
Oh. Mega infernal bomb. No.
Zero
no.
damage,
You're not
zero
gonna
damage.
get that. Come on.
Where's Mikos? Oh, Mikos is dead, I forgot.
Oi, 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 oi. Stop throwing your bombs at me.
Oh my god. Oh, Mikos. Oh, let's go.
Oi!
Mikos wants to fight us. Okay, I am almost dead.
We got this, bro. We got this.
We got this. We can hold on. I have Ghost ready again. Okay.
Fiora. Get it done, get it done, get it done. Yep, yep,
Wait, let's get Mikos.
yep, yep.
Okay, wait, actually,
Oh, no.
I desperately want to like
Come
run
back,
in.
come back. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. We need to wait for this to recharge first.
Oh wait, I forgot I'm a Garen. I can heal up. Okay, give me some time. I shall be back to life. Oh no, no AJ. Oh, good
Yeah,
repulse.
boy.
Mikos is dead.
Come on, come
repulse,
on,
my
come on,
friend.
come on. Get the one hit in. Ooh!
Oh god, the Darius killed himself. Like, wait, Darius pulled me in while I was like in judgment, and he went down.
Okay, never mind.
You know, I've always wanted to cast my own game. Let's see if we can. I'm just gonna look at you. Where's AJ? Where's AJ?
I'm right behind you.
You're right behind me? Okay. I'm about to run in. Let's go.
Okay, Roger, coming up right behind you. Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
okay, never
Get me that, bro.
Oh no, Mikos is scared. Look at Mikos is running away.
Oh, drops that bouncing bomb on me. Come, Ziggs, come. Don't run away, Ziggs. Come here.
Come, Nami, come. How many deaths does Mikos have? He has 2 deaths. Eight
come
more. We
here.
need to kill him 8 more times.
Yeah, come here.
The game shall not end until Mikos
no.
dies like 10 times.
Ooh, damn brave, huh? With your stupid Ziggs. Back away, back away, back away, back away, back away. Ooh. Is there HP here for him to pick up? Yes, there is. Go right back in.
I'm actually like just barely alive. The healing is insane.
Ooh.
Oh no. It's alright. We shall avenge you.
Alright, let's go.
I shall. I'm just waiting for my health to regenerate, so I'm sorry teammates. They all have to bear this brunt for a while. I see Mikos and Mikos is dead.
Okay, that Zig's still alive, being such a pain.
Oh no!
Was a perfect
He's not
loss.
dead! Is it close enough? We almost got Mikos.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
That's the second time I almost killed Mikos and he healed up, which is so unlucky. Go AJ, get him! Get him, AJ!
On, yeah, alamak. So close.
Oh my god. Blue team's champion slain.
Come on, come on, come on.
I am coming. Mikos is still alive. Mikos is almost dead.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Go in for a push.
I hope Mikos has been.
Come on, kill that Darius lad. Yeah, you go lah.
Okay, I have flash, so I'm gonna jump onto Mikos in 15 seconds.
Okay, wait, I'm coming, I'm coming.
In 15 seconds, okay?
Okay, okay, come.
Do I... If he is alive by then...
Oh.
Ow, 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 ow.
That bomb. Alright,
8,
nice.
7, 6, 5, 4,
Yeah, me
3, 2, 1.
Alright, jumping in.
Oh, I jumped on the wrong guy.
Alamak.
I
Boy.
killed the wrong guy, but it's okay. Oh boy, we got it.
It's got taken down.
I wanted to go for Mikos, but I took out his teammates instead. I am sorry. Where's
Dan and B.
Death Dance? Okay. My fingers are hurting because I am heavily so huge.
Okay, can't go in risky. Wait for it, wait for it. Come here, Soraka. There you go. Hello. Alamak, 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 alamak.
Oh no! Oh no! Okay, where are they? They're coming, okay.
Oh shit. Oh no, 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 no. Back. Oh shit! Oh! Nice one, la damn Ziggs.
Because he's dead, for sure. No? Okay, now he is dead.
Yeah, Mikos has died 4 times, bro.
6 more times, 6 more times. My life goal is to kill Mikos. Oh god.
Oh, Lux almost taken down. Ooh, oh. Come on, let's go.
Duck in. Oh. Okay, that hurts. Let's go.
Oh shit, the
God.
Darius just held me back, bro. Bugger. Oh, nice defense, lah.
Ow. AI.
Come on.
Oh, almost. Mikos is so low.
Oh, nice one. Let's go.
Alright, I have Ghost. All I'm gonna do is run at Mikos with my Ghost. I firmly believe if I kill Mikos, the game is over. But I want to see where he is first. Where's Mikos? He's hiding behind there.
Come on, la. Oh my goodness, that stupid the Martian Justice.
Rampage.
Come on.
Oh no. They have enough
Oh,
damage.
beautiful Gasla.
We are. Beautiful. Close. Not close enough.
Come on, take that Ziggs. Ziggs is low.
They have 10,000 heals. Wait, actually, anything to reduce the healing? I don't think we.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I want the previous ones.
Oh shit, man, the Ziggs is crazy, bro.
Wait, everyone died?
Yeah, man, we got aced out. Oh, the Darius is there. Oh, come on, Garen. Oh. Come on, lah, Mikos. You come here, Mikos. You come here. Run. You better run.
Yeah, Mikos getting
You better
carried.
run.
Oh my.
Yeah,
Hey, careful.
Run. Oh, must be in that. Must be inside the grass there.
Yeah.
Go through the grass. Ada. Sudah lari. Ezreal, mana yang mau lari? Nope, you will miss that, my baby. No, you'll miss that too. Yes, you'll miss that too. And keep coming at me, baby. Come. Oh, nope, you'll miss that.
Just looking for an opportunity to kill Mikos.
Come.
Careful.
Oh, we're tanking too much of it.
Okay, I did my best, guys.
Come on. Oh, ya lah, babun, betul. Dude, that Ziggs is crazy, bro.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, the heal from Mikos is actually crazy.
Oh, damn.
Oh, the
damn.
healing.
Oh, damn.
The amount of healing. Holy cow.
Gragas is so damn low. Come on, Gragas. Hold your stance.
They have so many heals. Jeez. What a headache.
Come on. 10 more seconds in here.
Oh. I see Mikos again. Careful.
Yo, I'm getting dragged into this shit again and again, man.
We need to play slowly. Oh, I tried. If Mikos dies, we actually have a really good chance of winning.
Fortunately, he just stays behind.
I know, right? This is pretty much GG. Oh my god, they have like 10,000. They have 10,000 heals. We actually cannot get through the heals.
GG lah, bro.
GG. It's okay, we have
dropped
like
2. It's okay.
Just 2.
We tank 1. We tank a loss here. We tank a loss here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But at the end of the day, once in a while, you gotta let them be happy, lah.
It's the social phenomenon. You know, like if you get something way too often, you don't enjoy it as much.
Yeah.
So, yes. Yeah. So you gotta give it like when people like let's say I don't know how to put this properly. Let's say like you earn yourself a glass of wine every day, right? At one point you're gonna be like, yeah, it's the same wine again. But if you give that to someone else who has never had it, like they're gonna be like, oh wow, it's really good. You know, like I'm happy.
Or you might go to jail because haram.
Oh, it's a horrible analogy. But you get the idea.
At the end of the day, unfortunately, we would have to give them a couple of wins, lah, because they are our friends at the end of the day as well. We cannot tap out them all the time.
They have been sad for the past like few days, so we gotta make them happy, you know.
But dude, I'll tell you, man, that stupid Ziggs was such a pain to deal with every single time I went in there. How? I need to speak to Rose Raftalia and find out exactly how do you control the Ziggs in that way. Man, I fell in love with the Ziggs because of the capability of the Ziggs. Whenever I use the Ziggs, I don't seem to be bringing anything out.
It's how it is, you know, like you like when you watch people like pros play it looks really good, and then when you yourself plays it, it's like I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, GG. Like the exact same way I went in there, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, trying to poke and prod at my opponents. Unfortunately, the only thing that I managed to pick away was the Trinity Force in my arsenal. Nothing else. Nothing good came out of the game for the Mustachio.
You have the Bloodthirster and the Yumusko space. Not bad, not bad. So we didn't manage to kill Mikos 10 times, but we managed to kill him and Cloud 5 times each. So that's 10 times.
And we'll take that. That's something that Husky and I will just absolutely take. I mean, at least we are the better casters, lah.
Yes, I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. Please, production, please play this. Like replay this to Mikos if he understands English. Make sure you hear. I think we're going too far with this. Oh my goodness.
No, it's not too far. They fired so much of shit at us anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's take a quick, not a quick short break. It's going to be a really long break, all right? Because a lot of our friends need to go and book up. Husky and I will be back at 8:30 to get back onto the rift. We'll see you later.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan daripada negara penon. Dicuri. Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka menyentuh mengenai Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menyebabkan. Masih lagi terselamat. Wan Rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
esports.com/mobile to find out more about that. So other than this title, of course, there's also a lot more other games. But today, we fixate our eyes on what's about to happen because in the C Icon Series Malaysia, there's about to be some fire being lit up throughout the Rift because we got ourselves some great games to come. So, AJ, past couple of weeks we didn't really get to see Rammus roll around the Rift, and I believe today it's being left up available. So I do believe that you will be seeing him rolling around across the map between some of these games because this will change the sort of meta a little tad bit.
Absolutely, man. I mean, to be able to go in there with that speed and then do that damage and get out of there. But, the thing that I'm interested most in, Contra, is GeekFem as well as Berjaya Dragons. How are they going to be taking their matches? Are we going to see an aggressive fight up front, or are we going to see it, a tactical chess match played out where, the two opponents just wait for each other to just make the most simplest of mistake and then go in to punish the heck out of them? Because if we thought what we saw last week with Sem9's performance was, quite close to perfection, today's going to be a whole other level of gameplay, Contra.
That's right, and we'll see who will be at the very top of the leaderboard after this. And speaking of a leaderboard, it's perfect time that we bring it up on your screen to, of course, elaborate even further on who's leading the pack at the moment. So let's take a look.
So at the very top, Berjaya Dragons as well as GeekFam dominate the board at the very moment with 12 points. Everything will change today, Contra, because one of the two can get the top spot. But here's the thing, GeekFam will have 2 series to play today, so we might see them still remain up top even if Berjaya Dragons do take them down. But of course, that might not be all enough, right? What they are vying for is, well, the Grand Championship title, the title, of course, of who gets the W between the two, Contra.
That's right. And with that, it's still not playoffs at the moment, but you really want to test the power level before getting into the playoffs. So GeekFam, yes, they do have an extra game on hand, but you see the scoreboard as it is at the moment. Berjaya Dragons is at the top table. They've only dropped 1 game and not even the full series of match as they're on top with 7 score difference. So if GeekFam actually takes 1 game, they'll even the score, but they need to actually win it overall and perhaps not even giving a single pointer to Berjaya Dragons. Sem9 has been performing real great recently as they will be on the 3rd place with them getting a score difference of 3. The rest will still have to work their way up towards the top half of the bracket, but this will be today's matches.
Oh yeah, right after we open up the day with that crazy GeekFam match going up against Berjaya Dragons, Eminence Raptors will face Splatzone Insomniax, who have been absent for a bit, and then Linkx eSports will go on to take RTZ Underank. And then, of course, to close the day off, GeekFam as well as the Eminence Raptors will come right back in for their 2nd series of the day. Contra, with match number 1, any predictions, buddy?
Oh, it's really tough to say here because if we really look into how both sides are performing, they have been looking really sharp, especially for Berjaya Dragons, where they hardly even drop games and they've been trying a lot of different things. Now today, it's about not even giving any chances at all to GeekFam. And GeekFam, I'm pretty sure that they've already prepared a special draft for Berjaya Dragons for the entirety of the weekend. They've been thinking and thinking. This is where everything will be put on the line to just have a little bit of bragging rights in the group stages here to tell everyone that, hey, they are the best team of Malaysia.
Yeah, because quite honestly, even if, one of the two does go ahead to tank a 2-0 loss in here, it's not going to be making so much of a difference. We are almost confident they will make the playoffs. There's no way, things are going to change that much within the whole group stages itself where they get eliminated. And we also know that GeekFam is the sort of brand that, they don't really mind losing the battle as long as they win the war at the end of the day. So it's going to be a very interesting, matchup to see exactly how both teams approach it, Contra.
Exactly, and of course, what we really want to look at is the lineups for this particular matchup, as we'll take a look at the roster for Geek Fam. So, to start things off here, we'll be having a look at the Shank that has been a powerhouse over the top lane, or you can call it the barrel lane, Rumpel, Ozorveki in the jungle, as well as the mid lane, Momo, and Linkx over on the dual lane at bottom. So, this is something that has been played out consistently throughout the entirety of Geek Fam's lineup, but for Berjaya Dragons, they usually go in for a little bit of a switch up here, so I really do wonder who will be playing against Geek Fam, and we've already seen the Shang. I think he has gone to show us that he is currently one of the best top laners around.
No doubt about that at all, man. I really hope to see Tainted Ones in here to take match number 1, but he will not be in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Maybe for the next time round when we come back in, because for now it's going to be Zizune as well as Chili for that Baron as well as jungle. Karuto and Sagi will be dropping in for mid. Sagi, he will be partnering up with Winter. Hopefully that Lux makes its way through in match number 1 to see him pop off Contra.
Hopefully so, and there's many of all the other supports that he can actually play. We've seen Rakan being played out by Berjaya Dragons, and even the likes of Braum being very, very popular. Other than that, there's still a plethora of things that we can actually see where not will they bring up, because 7-9, they even brought in that Annie support. So Berjaya Dragons, I hope that they craft something special this time around, but this is where I want to make comparisons here. Who is the best Baron laner at the moment? Is it Zizune or is it the Shang that will be taking that title? Same goes to the mid lane as well, because we got Veki here facing off against Karuto. Karuto so far has been showing quite a lot of strength over the mid lane. To say that if he's the very best yet, it is remain to be contested here. And if they do get those wins against Geek Fam, I guess that's where they'll be able to take the title away from Ozorveki.
The likelihood of Lee Sin being allowed to play in match number 1, what do you think the percentages are here like?
I think that there is a chance, because there might just be a ban on that Rammus just to, of course, clear up the air. They don't want to face anything that's uncertain. But other than that, the Camille is also a real big threat, because Chili usually will be able to go in for that pick. And going head to head, we'll compare these two greats, as Sagi will take on Momo on that bottom lane.
If the Ezreal as well as Kai'Sa are allowed to come into match number 1 itself, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you definitely will see both of them go in to pop each other's head off. So far, the damage dealt by Momo seems to be a little extra, but when that Ezreal drops in, you know the deaths will follow along, Contra.
Yeah, and Ezreal, of course, does give a little bit of flexibility in terms of build, and you see the KDA is a little bit higher on the likes of Sagi. Of course, dropping 2 times isn't way too much of a big concern. And Kai'Sa is also that hot contest for both marksmen here that we'll be seeing in the Rift eventually. So I wonder who's going to get it.
Dropping in there with a quick killer instinct, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Both teams will want it, right? Because they want to be on that spot for those team fights. And, these two teams have just been so ferocious in those team battles thus far. And I can say the two teams that crafts those team battles to perfection each and every single time. But that's exactly what I'm worried about as well, right? They will not show us so much of that because they don't want to take that risk. They don't know exactly what's going to be going on in the Rift. And neither side, we expect them to make many of those mistakes. So let's take a quick look and see exactly what happens. But for you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, make sure you don't forget to hashtag your Maggie Moments. Share with us all of your comments as well as pictures to be featured on the stream.
That's right, and by the end of the show, usually we'll share your comments on our screens here, and make sure you keep it creative and something fun, and easily you'll be featured in the Maggie Moments. And not only that, we want to, of course, connect to all of you guys real well. So how about 5 GB worth of free data from YouTube?
And all you need to do is just scan this QR code. That's absolutely all there is to do. Now, if you don't have the SIM card just yet, just like Contra says, jump over to their website, download their app, and get it for yourself. It gets delivered directly to your doorstep, so no hassle at all.
That's right. So I really do wonder, what's going to be happening in the Rift real soon, but I'm pretty sure sparks are going to fly and everything goes boom, boom, pow. And you know what? You need some great headset to tune into all of the things that we are about to say.
Yep.
And what's the best headset for that, AJ?
JBL, yo, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Now, make sure you guys go and like, comment, and share the stream. Tag at JBL Malaysia together with the hashtags JBL People as well as SISMY. Make sure you have the right hashtags and you tag the right JBL. Don't just tag JBL, JBL Malaysia, yeah? And you guys stand a chance to win either the Quantum 50 or later on, one lucky person will take away the Quantum 300 Contra.
That's right. So take your chances here. Like, comment, as well as share the stream. Tag JBL Malaysia with hashtag JBL People and SISMY. Easily said. What's SISMY? See Icon Series Malaysia. That is all. So pretty much straightforward. But what's not going to be straightforward is this match, because everybody here really wants to find out: is it going to be a BJD game? Is it going to be Geek Fam dominating? We shall see in a few moments. So when it comes down to the draft, Rammus so far has been effectively tearing down the Rift because he is such an effective tank as he can single out units by just taunting them throughout. So let's have a look at our Maggie Hot Cup Champion Select in a few moments. Well...
Okay, now we are getting information that they need a little bit more time with those drafts. But, let's talk about, what we think the composition is going to be coming in here from the teams, Contra. Geek Fam, right? And we've seen Shang go in and get that damage done with both the Camille as well as the Akali. And that's going to be quite the hot ban for the other side as well. In terms of Berjaya Dragons, we have seen the Baron lane taken by the Garen as well as Gragas many a times. But Zisune doesn't really mind jumping in with the Akali himself. So there you go. So the Camille's not going to be in action in here. They want to make sure Shang doesn't have his hands on him.
It's quite interesting to note because Berjaya Dragons, usually they might actually leave it open for themselves. But since the Shank is going to be the one that will be, of course, leading the draft here, there will be a Braum being locked away just as to actually open up many plethora options on the table. And with that, Rammus is going to be available for Geek Fam to pick up. And I really do wonder, is this going to be an effective pick for either side? Because to draft around the Rammus will take a very different sort of composition, because that's a unit to single out one player, just like how, a Camille would do. But what we're looking at here is going to be a Galio as well as a Gragas for each side.
Yeah, so the Galio is probably going to be taken up by Ozora Veki. Gragas pick by Zisune, not very surprising at all. Kaisa is going to be swapped up by Chili in here. Obviously, we will be seeing them switch around, or is that their guaranteed place? Rumpel with his Lee Sin, no surprise. I thought they might be, coming in here with a little of extra surprises, but so far, it seems classic Geek Fam as Berjaya Dragons Contra.
Yeah, and it's a very safe draft I'm looking at from both ends, and we're going to be looking at the Garen here that I'm assuming that Zisune will be playing, or, depending on certain strats, they can even put in a mid lane, which is very rare. I'm not hoping for that, but Sagi, they come in with the Janna, and wow, we haven't seen the Varus in such a long time. He's going to be bringing that Blighted Quiver all across with some snipes. And Darius over top lane here to face off against Garen. It is a very standard draft. So I'm assuming Gragas will be hitting in towards the mid lane.
Yep, Assault and Battery will be the leading charge for the jungle on the Berjaya Dragons side, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. Vi is going to be dropping in there. And of course, the Janet will be the support for Sagi and his Kaiser. So let's see exactly the fireworks that will be kicking off in here, because both sides expecting, obviously, tons of team fights in here. Both sides have got the ability to manage each other's waves as well as go in and do that, damage together. But Contra, which composition do you favor a little bit more here?
I'm looking at the side of Geek Fam, and I do think that they do have a very solid start, but it's a little bit of risk as well as reward whenever you have Lee Sin as well as a Darius on board. So what you really want to do is to snowball that early game for that Darius to put him to great effect. Now, Berjaya Dragons will need to find a way to halt them through as we get ourselves ready for the first game between Geek Fam and BJD.
Oh, Zora Becky just putting his hands out saying, come at me, boy. But nope, nobody's going to be getting a little excited early on. A quick few side wards and we will have Saki hiding in the bushes just waiting to pounce.
That's right. So I'm looking at the side of Berjaya Dragons as well on their sort of draft. So it's all about getting Sagi here to become a late game hyper carry whenever that opportunity arises. And Sagi usually comes in to position themselves really well with the killer instinct. But Rumple probably won't be allowing too much room for him to breathe, especially in the early game where Lee Sins are a lot more effective, searching for some opening for a gank. But topside, it seems to me that Zisune is already shoving this wave real hard against the Shang.
Yeah, man. And, Darius Darius will definitely be able to hold his own. But with the gank that comes through later on by Rumple, I think that Garen's going to have a little bit of a tough time because he's going to be just crossing all the way. I don't think they want to get so aggressive in here. They're just pushing them back down their line there, Contra.
Exactly, and there's already a ward being placed there by BJD, so Berjaya Dragons will be able to weed out the danger, especially Rumple. Just being hopeful to just pick on the blue, but the Shag is going to be stacking a lot of all these sweet stacks, but Flash coming in from the side of Chili, body slam from Karuto, and Sagi gets the first blood, but eventually they may look for the trade. It's going to be enough, and instead it's giving 2 kills. As Karuto falls out, Sagi now looking for a little bit more room. Chili on the back though. There's going to be a flash being burned and exhausted out from BJD Sagi. But I consider it a truce from both ends. Geek Fam just losing a little tad bit.
And you see, here's the thing, right? Momo can go in and push this wave up a little bit up higher, and the Terror is not going to get damaged that much because Kaiser's on the way back in already together with the Janda. So all's good, just like you said, Contra. It was a truce at the end.
Yeah, and it was really interesting to see them playing a little bit more aggressive than I thought they would be, because as we reflect back on that Sem9 draft, seems like it's going to be a good block as well. So Ton connecting to Karuto, understanding that he doesn't have Flash available, so they are trying to punish him as much as they need to. So Becky gets a little bit more control over the mid lane for the moment.
Yep, just for the moment, but Karuto is so tanky, this Gragas is. Oh, what a beautiful pullback there. Now Zizune needs to face this axe. Share goes that Shang, but just not enough, just enough to tease him. But the minion wave for the side of Geek Fam will be able to push ever so much higher, whilst we have got the Shang looking for some honey fruit to go in for the pick here, Contra.
Yeah, it shouldn't be all too much of a trouble, and I guess Zisune just want to brick wall him while he's building a little bit more of a defensive build for this Garen, which is a smart choice, going for the Sunfire Aegis eventually, as he's already got the Balmy Cinder. So just looking around, we do have the Drake coming up online in about 20 seconds from now, while bottom side usually will be needing a little bit more assistance from the jungle, but Vi is all the way up on the red buff, so perhaps there will be a little bit more opening later on. But now that the Drake has already been spawned, this is where we'll see all eyes on the river.
Ooh, absolutely. Now, it's going to be Rumple who goes in here, quickly dewarding the location. The Berjaya Dragons are already vying up for this attack. Sagi's going to be hunted down. He needs to back away, but gets rooted right in place. Rumple with the slay on that guy. Some beautiful kickoff.
Wow, what a way to start this off with, and that counter gank has already arrived. Was Insomniax trying to look for the kill? He does need only one for Cap just to get Rumple off. So it's going to be a 2-for-1. Well, actually 1-for-1 since it's only going to be Sagi, and for some reason, Winter managing to escape out of that situation, all thanks to Karudo as well as Chile that has been able to arrive on the scene. Now, so 4-2, and the goal, honestly, isn't all too far off from one another.
Yeah, I mean, so far so good from both sides, right? They are not pushing and pulling too much. Each side, one side draws blood, the other takes it back right away. So they are going to be playing this balanced gameplay, but for how long? The challenge for the Drake will come through in a bit by just going in for a quick drop, seeing if or not there needs to be any work done. And yes, the answer is truly yes, because either side going in there, just too many eyes on site. Now, on that note, though, Shelly's going to be dropping in about 30 seconds, Contra.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the Ocean Drake, as both sides aren't really all too sure whether or not should they start the fight, or, you know, have a little bit more safety net here to pick off this Ocean Drake. Now, the beauty of having Elise in the round is that so long as you do have a ward in place, maybe he could just swerve right in to snatch the Drake, if that's going to be possible. Now, Shelly's going to arrive to the scene, but bottom side, we do see a little bit of the Blighted Quiver already missing out a shot, but doesn't really does too much other than a little bit of poke damage. Now, it's going to be Rumple that's already starting on that Drake, and he's getting spotted out already. Sagi now looking for a little bit opening, but there is a ward in place, so they know exactly where Berjaya Dragons is, but here comes the move. They do have them locked up in the air, and they lock down the Jana immediately pops her to fit, and the Heroes Entrance will be able to knock 3 members up in the air, and King Fam, they find every kill that they need, and this Drake will go uncontested eventually, but Kurdo still wants to try.
Yeah, the Shang with a double kill right there, and they'll be able to take the Drake as well. What a beautiful flush out by Geek Fam, just baiting the players of Berjaya Dragons to come in there for the push. Now Shang going to go back right into the fray. Ozora and Meki needs to back away. Karuto as well as Isune, they are not taking any more from the side of Geek Fam, man.
Yeah, and I guess like it's still a little bit of a trait here, because we see over here that immediately Momo goes into Papa's ult, locks down that Jana, and there's no way that she can escape out of that because she's already channeling the Monsoon. So Chili was in the middle of the fray, and they immediately look for Sagi, which she's already stuck at that pit, which he can't really go anywhere else. And I guess right now, you still see the goal is not going to be all too different with 5 kills to 4. And the shooting as well as the Shang, they've already swapped out, as they will be moving over to give a little bit more room to breathe for these Baron laners.
Yeah, and whilst we were taking a look at that recap, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Chili managed to go in and pick Shelly right up in his car, and he's just cruising around right now in his own jungle, waiting to see if Shelly would like to go out and say hello. Sisune jumps away, needs to back away from this contest because Shang, with the backup of his minions, a little bit too OP right now, and the turret's going to be attacked. Sisune on with that HP. No! I was just about to say no honey fruits for the pickup for him.
Yeah, we do see one item for a majority of these players here being completed. And over on the Geek Fam side, we have a Trinity Force for the Darius. Guardian Angel very early on for Rumple. And looking at Momo, he will be able to build onto the Blade of the Ruin King so that he can tear down any tanks as well as shred more percentage HP for every single auto attack that he does land. And same goes to the likes of Sagi. Yes, they do have the hit list on this marksman of Berjaya Dragons for most of the case. So he has to eventually build either the Quicksilver Sash so that he doesn't really get locked out, or just buy a stasis enchant that will be able to buy him maybe a few seconds in some of these team fights. But both sides are doing very casual laning, not really putting all too much of all these high priority. But Scuttle now on a contest, and they look for Rumple. That's going to be him getting flustered out. And for BJD, they just get a little bit more gold by taking out the Scuttle.
Ooh. And Berjaya Dragons, you know exactly what their next aim is here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They want to go through. They want to make sure they've watered out the whole of that river. They want full-on vision to see if or not the side of Geek Fam will be dropping in. But Lee Sin's just being such a pain from the earlier moments, constantly de-warding each and every single moment an opportunity he gets contra.
That's right, and this is where map control is really vital, and that's where a lot of all these players were thinking, oh, should I actually go into switch out my ward for the scanner? This is where if you can actually get all across the map easily, you could just go in for a scanner, negate all the vision from the enemy side, and maybe look for openings from then onwards. So this is one of the longest laning phase that I've seen so far. It kind of feels like it's PC right now because it's already 10 minutes. Not a single turret has dropped. But in moments time, we will see another Drake coming up. And that's going to be the Mountain Drake over on the lower side of the river. Top side, we're not really expecting much of a kills happening anytime soon.
Yeah, no way, man. They keep just backing away from that encounter, but it's gonna be Berjaya Dragons that go in for the bait, waiting to see if or not Geek Fam will come in here to come chomp. Nyx just fires off a couple of shots, but will back away, and they might just lose this Mountain Drake, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But here comes Rumple. Should be able to flash in, but what a beautiful hit back. And Vi will take it for the side of Berjaya Dragons.
Yeah, he pops up explosive cast perfectly in place, but over mid side, they do open up the turret, and that will be a route on top of Zisune as he will force to engage. And here comes the Assault Battery on top of the tank. Hero's entrance as well, knocking out the floor. My goodness, what a turn of time. Rumble one more hit here as he will be able to save his Guardian Angels. Rebecca going in to look for a little bit more room, but I guess this is going to be both sides disengaging. And wow, what a clean game. They trade a turret for the Drake, and that's a smart move from Geek Fam, getting a little bit more control of the map.
Oh, absolute perfection. They told the Berjaya Dragons, you want to go in for it? Go right ahead. We've got better targets in mind. And, you know, they will go on to drop towards Baron Nashor in here, but they cannot go in an attempt for it just yet, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Berjaya Dragons a little too dangerous. Rumple needs to back away from the situation as well. By dropping in there for the quick assist, Jana will have to drop back out as well. Oh
my. It seems like Geek Fam here has been able to break out all the tier 1 turrets all across. So this is where it's concerning because they haven't been able to actually get any sort of openings. But maybe with one good team fight, Berjaya Dragons can still turn things around, while Gold Lead is heavily favoring Geek Fam for the likes of securing the first turret and the rest of it as well. So that's where the bulk of the money is at. Now, Berjaya Dragons over the top side here, taking one turret up, and Chili tries to actually get a little bit of room. Spots out Rumple as he teases him that by dashing in and out.
Yeah, I just love what Rumple, faked out for Winter, right? He just goes in for the recall, makes Winter think that, okay, fine, if you're going to back away, I'm going to back away as well. Winter backs away, bye-bye turret. Perfect gameplay coming in from that Lee Sin. But of course, that one trade up top on that Baron lane, that's something they just couldn't prevent now, was it, Contra?
Yeah, it's definitely inevitable, I guess, tit for tat, as we see these two top-tier teams here go at it. Now, look at the itemization. We do have the completion of their second core items across. Now, this is going to be a very offensive build for this Galio, as he's already got Rod of Ages already scaling. The more time it takes, as it will cap with more HP to give. And Rebelon's death cap here being completed. And Becky is looking for a certain item, which is going to be the Lishbane. Interesting enough. So with that proccing with his passive, he will be able to actually snap some HP bars off of Berjaya Dragons, depending on whoever he catches. But just look at Sagi. He's also got the static shift as well, so he can actually do a lot. Oh my goodness! A flash body slam, and Becky immediately goes into the scene here. Hero's entrance on top of the other players, but this will be a cue to call. The Shang coming in from the back as he is already TP'd in. Well, he didn't really use the TP, but he has already walked across. And BJD, of course, having flash pop from their marksman, Momo won't be by himself and Infinity Edge. So Momo now will be skilling a whole lot more. And recently, Varus have been buffed up for quite a lot. And it's great to see him coming back to the pro scene.
Yeah, so Karuto was in there as well. Beautiful body slam just to go in there for that engage, and then flashes away to make sure he, survives this. But, the engagements from both sides in here coming close to perfection, Contra, but things are not going to end the same because the next objective that drops in here, the Infernal Drake, is a huge pickup for both. And here comes that either flush or that fight. The force might just come through from that Gragas.
Yeah, and they've already spotted out Becky as he's standing on top of the Scuttle Vision. And Rumpel is going to be rushing across, and he's going to be looking for room, but Sagi is going to be the main pickup here. Good instinct, as well as the Hero's entrance dropping right in. 3 members of BJD get slapped and done, and the Shag is looking in for it. That will be a kill on Ajana, as the Shag is trying to pull everyone across, and they've already got so much room, and they will call for Baron instead.
Whoa, what a freaking play from Geek Fam. Now, there's nothing this Gragas can do, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Together with Zusune, all they can do is just sit back and watch. Rumpel in here. He can go in for that smite as well. Nobody will be able to steal it from them. Baron will allow them to go in for a full-on push. And for 13 more seconds, they can run this map and they can do all of the damage that's needed.
Yeah, let's have a look at this replay once again, because Momo, he just snares them all in place and there's no way to run. And that Vi went in for assault and battery right when that Hero's entrance dropped in. So these 3 players that were caught out in that era, it was all a trap being set perfectly by Geek Fam. And speaking of which, oh my goodness, we're going into another fist fight.
Oh, and they take the Infernal Drake as well, giving them the boost in power. And bye-bye, Chili. That Vi gets taken out of the equation as well. They might just get them. Sagi tries to survive for just a little while more. Geek Fam, they don't want to go in for the full-on push. Why? The damage can still be done. Here comes Ozora Veki with a wave of his own. They are going to lose 2 more turrets back-to-back. Sagi can only stand and watch, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And this might just be a push all the way through to the Nexus. Bye-bye, says Geek Fam, as they take game number 1.
Wow, just some great executions across the Rift, and Geek Fam secures their very first pointer here in the best of 3. And it really looked like a stalemate in the mid-game, but hitting it towards just slightly across the later part of the stages, it was a few executions that really didn't went as well according to a plan of Berjaya Dragons, and they got absolutely punished for it. And such a swift move. Instead of taking the Drake, they saw, okay, if it's gonna be a 5 versus 2 scenario anyways, that Drake's gonna be an easy pickup. So they went in for the Baron immediately, and that Baron power play will come into effect. And they understood that, okay, if Berjaya Dragons want to come in to challenge this once more, if they get dropped, it's game over. So very, very smart moves being executed by Geek Fam, as we'll look at some of the stats of this matchup, which was truly exciting.
Ooh, and it was Mo that went in there getting all of the damage done with his Varus. 5 kills, did not even fall once by the side of Ozora Veki as well, as he went in there for those 9 assists. Ozora Veki with his hero's entrance did a couple of, he went in for almost each and every single time there was a battle. This guy, he made sure he was there to get that support done. Contra.
That's right, and just look at Geek Fam's ideation. They don't exactly have a lock-on stun to begin with. But what they did is to have a couple of all these chain knockups and all these soft CCs all across, including over the bottom lane. It's kind of safe, especially when you have 2 champions that can actually snare you down at any given point in time. So you got to give credit to Linkx as well as Momo for this game being played to a really high standard, alongside with Becky that come in with 10 assists and not even falling a single time while building on a very offensive Galio. Now, we move in towards the damage stats, and the Shang, he's definitely pulling a lot of numbers out there, but it was Momo here that has been able to really hit it from ground zero all the way to the end with 20.8k.
Yeah, and there's not like, there was a lot of mistakes done here by the Berjaya side. Quite honestly, it was played to perfection all the way down to that halfway point, just like you mentioned, right, Contra. But a couple of those battles made the biggest of difference, because once you got reset already, and Berjaya Dragons are not the kind to go in for that full-on committal. They lost out on so many of these crucial moments where Geek Fam just, took that space to take a couple of more steps forward.
That's right. And, well, if this was game number 1 being won by Geek Fam, you know for a fact that the Dragons will try to pounce right back. And if it's going to go 2-0, then Geek Fam will be able to take the top of the leaderboard by the very end of the group stages itself. So I don't know. I'm pretty sure that the next game here, there'll be a little bit more Dragons, and currently casting a game, it's going to be me alongside with the Mustachio AJ. And we've already seen so many great things that can come out of the best teams of Malaysia. What are you expecting here in game number 2?
Okay, I wanna one part of me just wants to see Geek Fam go 2-0, right? Because what a day, what a kickoff that will be, and what a crazy statement for the whole of the Wild Rift community within the nation, right? Then again, the other side of me wants Berjaya Dragons to take this back, because dude, this is just perfection at the Rift. We want to see more of this action contract.
That's right, and well, things are getting so spicy here that I feel like getting myself a hot cup just to pair alongside with it with Maggie, of course. You guys can also share your Maggie moments with us in the comments, as well as if you guys want to share pictures or anything else, just hashtag Maggie moments on top. Now, speaking of the hot cup, we will go to the Maggie Hot Cup Champion Select for game number 2.
Okay, so let's see. Is it going to be just the normal drops and picks? So Dana's not going to be coming in here to play, and I'm guessing it's going to be the Camille struck off for Berjaya Dragons side. Let's see if or not that happens, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, or do they want to allow Camille to jump in with the Hex Deck Ultimatum? Okay, so the Akali's definitely not going to be going in the Shang's way. Contra, how do you think the gameplay from the side of Berjaya Dragons might change this time around?
I'm hoping that they actually ban away the Galio, because Zorvecki was playing it very effectively over the mid lane, especially not giving them any sort of room for a clean engagement. That's where things can be a little bit more difficult, or perhaps Berjaya Dragons is hoping to snatch it away. Instead, like I said, if they don't ban it, Geek Fam will pick it for Vecchi, and they don't have the Camille alongside, as well as Isune now locks into Gragas, and I'm feeling like this is looking exactly pretty much the same as compared to game number 1. And to add on top of that, Geek Fam has already banned out the Garen, which leaves a few more things up in the open, and Braum for Linkx to play.
Okay, so all fair and square, right? So Chili takes that Lux away. Rumpel will bring Braum in to give their side that defense. Geek Fam, they know Berjaya Dragons are going to take this next one super duper aggressively. So how can they tank all of that blows and then of that give it right back? Obviously, Varus will be brought right back in, because Momo can go down there and get some crazy damage done here by this guy. And obviously, that Darius, we've already seen exactly how great he was up there, up top on that Baron lane. And this time, Berjaya Dragon's going to be bringing him in for a round number 2 contra.
Yeah, and of course, Varus as a marksman here is going to be needing a little bit more safe space. So what Berjaya Dragons have to do is to peel through the front lines. And wow, it's going to be the Fiora that will be put right into the Rift to challenge Zisune. And I'm liking what Geek Fam is up to this time around. And they also locked in Defy, leaving not much of a spacing here for Chili, unless if this is going to be a little bit of a switch up here. The Gragas can still go in as, the support or the jungle. And I believe that this is Winter here playing that Oriana. Well, I gotta say it's gonna be a switch up here. So Karuto on Oriana, and that Lux will be given to Winter. Now, I'm feeling like this is going to be a draft that does favor the likes of Geek Fam. Just look at how many stuns are available, as well as, well, just a lot of all these layers of offense as well as defense that Berjaya Dragons will have to find a pickoff to be able to get some clean engagements in. Now, BJD, of course, struggling in the very first game. I wonder what's the game plan now heading in towards game number 2, because this draft here looks to be pretty much on a similar note, except for the fact that there is changes over on that Dragon Lane. And now we shall head into the Rift to see what goes down.
So classic Berjaya Dragons, tactics just not working against Geek Fam. So they always go in there for the bait, and they always manage to sucker these teams to drop in for the team fight, and they just overwhelm their opposition. Geek Fam, on the other hand, they do their mathematics really, really well. They know exactly when they are fit for that fight, and they know when to back away as well from, because they constantly go in there for those skirmishes, just going in for a couple of damages, checking up on their items as well. And only when they are confident for the takeover do they go in for that engage. So, round 2 here.
I'm liking the Darius here to face off against the Shang, because whenever Shang moves in, he will need to find a vital point to take out a chunk of the health of Darius. But once she commits, it's only the riposte that will be able to salvage that sort of situation before Zizune goes whole in. And this time, Zizune is not going to take a safe approach of going for a barrier play. And the Shang alongside with Zizune, they both take Ignite over the top side. Now, just chunking a little bit more health from the bottom laners here, Winter as well as Sagi. Once they do secure a little bit more room, I guess that they will be able to still have a little bit of a good pokes across the corner. Now, for Linkx, he's going to have a tough time here to trade right back because of the long range, of course, harassments that will be put into place. Geek Fam now looking at the scuttle, and it's going to be a 3-on-3, and Rumble gets snuffed out, but it will be a punishment, and Geek Fam, they won't get the first blood.
Yep, Chile will have to back away from that equation. Unfortunately, that Vi just went right through for that drop. Rumple just getting it done either on his Lee Sin or that Vi. He doesn't care. He just wants to be the best jungler out there.
Yeah, and over here we do see a lot of poke being done to Sagi. Now, early game, Corki doesn't really pose much of a threat until he gets maybe the package, almost dodges the snare for a little bit. But just looking across and how they are playing, I guess that Geek Fam just want to ensure that they get some good openings, especially when BJD responds aggressively. So over any short time frame, we don't really see too much of a difference in terms of gold. They've already caught back up. Only the 300 gold from that first blood they've gotten.
Linkx just doing perfectly to dodge all of those shots there and then return fire to perfection, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And it looks like Geek Fam is just going to have an impregnable force down there at that bottom lane. Of course, Vi can drop in for a quick gank, but not going to come in for any excited plays just yet, as the reset will come through from Berjaya Dragons. Why, oh why? What is the play that's going to be coming in here in a moment? Contra.
Oh boy. Oh, he's going to be popping a couple of all these vital points here as he's already opened up the grand challenge. But I believe that the Shang here didn't really know where exactly Chile is at. So just playing a little bit more cautious as he's trying to freeze the waves right below. And Zizune now baiting him to escape. That will still be a kill for the Shang. It's 1-for-1. But man, I didn't really expect that damage coming from the Shang.
Beauty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This Fiora's absolute beastly up top on that Baron lane. It still took 2 players to go in and capture and lock her down, man.
Exactly, and Also to note, I'm looking at the runes as well for the Shang as well as Isune. It's interesting to see both sides playing Grasp of the Undying so that they can just get a little bit more HP from the laning phase by just, of course, proccing the passive. Now, going back to the tours, instant replay of the base. I guess it's the Isune here that tries to actually land a nice little decimate to, of course, kill off with the Noxian guillotine. It just takes a chunk of health down to secure a kill for Chili. And I felt maybe if he play it a little bit more cleanly, he will be able to do wonders right across Shang, stealing the honey fruit, getting some gold, but all's for the taking as Geek Fam is now focused in for the very first straight, which will be the Mountain Drake.
And let's see if or not they will be able to drop in, because the Corki as well as Lux are going in to get that damage done. Damage to where their eyes first, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. A quick move coming through from Galio as well to just spot the area out. Geek Fam just, not going in for that full-on engage. They constantly just wait for Berjaya Dragons to pull the trigger first and then come in from the response. You realize that, Contra?
Yeah, and it's going to take quite a while, and they know for a fact that if they were to go in for the Drake right now, there will be some quick response coming from Berjaya Dragons, which they will need to prepare for. So Karudo is just shoving the waves to the best of his abilities. Shang now is controlling the Baron lane very effectively because he's up ahead, getting that one kill off of First Blood. And it will take quite a while before Zisune will be able to just trade right back. In terms of itemization, both of them are pretty much equal, but they've already got 2 kills. So this is where the Shang will be a lot more confident to take him on. But then again, going back to the top side. Look at Zisune, he's getting shred out slowly and steadily. And the rest of Geek Fam, they're having all this rotation over the top side here with Momo and Linkx joining along.
Well, it was gonna be very interesting to see Chili drop in for the quick gank as well, but obviously he's a little too smart than that, as Linkx is in the vicinity. Zisune might go in here for a quick reset. They will be trying to go in for Shelly, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The Gragas can get it done, but of course that Brom as well as Momo gonna be making it a little bit difficult for them, Contra.
Yeah, we do see a couple of wards being popped into place, so Geek Fam will not be going for a hot pursuit. A little bit more pressure on Shelly as he's being pulled out of the pit. And that's where the Shang, he will follow suit to rotate down towards the bottom lane while Chili dodges an arrow. It is just a little bit of the challenge here, but Geek Fam, they do know that this is happening as of the moment. Vaki getting prepared for a hero's entrance, and this is where the bottom stand comes right in, and it will still be Geek Fam that secures it. Now they flop right in just to take down Chili as the first member of BJD goes down. Zisune trying to actually look for a kill. They will be able to get one back in. Hero's entrance now will not be able to catch all too much, but knock through it up in the air. Grand challenge as well. Shang tries to look for the kill, and he will be able to get it. My goodness, Geek Fam playing this out like a piano. And wow, what a melody of kills that Geek Fam has secured.
And they get the ace, a perfect opening for a uncontested pick on the Mountain Drake, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Can Berjaya Dragons make a comeback in here? 2 very, very important objectives at the start of the game picked up. No turrets taken down just yet. That's not the objective as they go in here for a reset. That push after this from Geek Fam. I don't know how the Berjaya Dragons are gonna hold them back, Contra.
Well, it seems like Chili did miss the body slam, and this will not be a kill pickup unless he does have the explosive cast. Well, Linkx will be snared across. Body slam now connects, but Rumble has arrived just on the corner. Not that they do have vision, but they understand that this is a little bit too much of a risk to take, especially Berjaya Dragons losing that team fight for that Rift Herald. So more pressure is on the side of BJD at the moment.
Yep, it's about a 3k lead on gold right now. Geek Fam, not a lot but just enough for the time being to place a little bit of extra pressure on Berjaya Dragons. Walk me through the item as the Trinity Force gets completed by the Theora there.
Yeah, and I'm looking at a Blade of Ruin King already completed for the Varus and Manamoon for Sagi. Now, in terms of itemization for the likes of Gragas, he's going to be going on a little bit more defensive setup for Chile, as he's already completed the Sunfire Aegis. And there goes Trinity Force, and Sagi has already picked up the package. So I wonder if he's going to be using this for a team fight or just to clear some waves, because it doesn't really last too long. But there's something happening over the bottom side here. Is the Grand Challenge already being opened up? The Shang forcing Tsune to back away, getting spot out by the Squirrel's Bloom. But over on towards the top side of the map, there seems to be a little tad bit of commotion with 4 members of BJD committing across. Now Rumble just trying to look for a little bit more of a camp steal over the Raptors here, while Perudo wants to just take some off, and here comes the package, and it won't be Linkx here, that won't be keep away. Beautiful stuff with the Glacial Fisher, and now Becky forces them to pop some flashes, and wow, what a recovery. Chile goes down yet again, and it's a 4K lead for GeekFam.
Oh, this Braum, this is the reason why this Braum gets blocked out so many times at those banning phases, right? He just soaked up all of that damage, Contra, not even disturbed. And they will bring Shelly up top on the Baron lane as well, destroying that turret, ladies, German boys and girls, on for the push. But the Lux as well as Corki should be able to hold that. GeekFam will now change their paths all the way down to mid. Are they going to be able to flush out more players from Berjaya Dragons? That looks like exactly what they are looking for in here, Contra.
That's right, and Becky now really playing spectacularly, and she's already got 6 assists. She's not really looking for big kills, right? Like, every single time that Berjaya Dragons make the first move, they will get punished. So it's about waiting for GeekFam to force something out. And even so, you got Momo there that can chain them up with his ult, and Rumble with the Assault and Battery. And if it extends a little bit longer, the Shan can actually make it to some of these team fights here to really zone them apart and pick one kill after another. So in terms of how Berjaya Dragons need to play this, they have to stall it for maybe the late game here. It's already reaching 12 minutes in a bit of time. And I'm just looking back at the itemization here for a quick look. There will be Laundries as well as Sarah's Embrace. But once the Oriana gets the Rabadons, that's where we might just actually get more. And this time, I don't think Tsune can actually hold on for long. And with that, they were all stuck right in the corner here. But Chile flashes away. He just survives for a tad longer. But the Shang is coming from the back. He picks up the kill. This is what I have been foretelling, as we are trying to steal that blue buff as well. And other than that, it's the Drake here in control for GeekFam.
They get the turret, they get the kill, they get the Drake as well. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, did GeekFam just start their push all the way for another W in here? A 2-0 victory over Berjaya Dragons. Absolute phenomenal in this competition. Winter will back away from this engagement as the rest of the players from GeekFam go in for a reset. Why? Baron Nashor maybe after this Contra. They need to take down a couple of players first.
That's right, and now we go back to the replay because we got a recap on this. Rumble immediately spots out Tsune with the ward. Becky comes in for the engagement as well. And the rest of BJD, you can see the positioning isn't really at the most optimal spot. As much as Chile is trying to make an escape, he will eventually get picked apart by the Shang that has been able to cut right in. And GeekFam just cutting a lot of their exits. Now, 10-2 is really not what I'm expecting out of Berjaya Dragons here. And I believe that at some point or another, the game might have actually been won by the draft itself.
And I'm afraid that same exact emotion and feelings are flushing through my heart as well, Contra. Rumpel, Chili in here. A quick cast out to push away Geek Fam. And this is the pressure coming in from Berjaya Dragons once again. Exactly what Geek Fam wants. Rumpel, Chili goes in for that body slam. Misses once again. He's not having a great day. Rumpel with the chase instead. But is this pull a little too much? Linkx with the Glacial Fissure just to back all of them away into the corner. No takedowns just yet. Just teasing each other. Contra.
Yeah, they managed to get the catch on Winter. So this is still going to be a losing situation for the likes of Berjaya Dragons. Just look at the split push over the bottom side. Top lane having some minions right there, but it's not going to be significant enough. And, well, what can Berjaya Dragons do right now? Because we see Linkx dropping in that Glacial Fissure just to really zone every one of these members of Berjaya Dragons completely. And I'm just looking at the lineup once more. Like, BJD, once they commit, they cannot really fall back. Just having Chili spots them, and now over mid side! Oh man, what a dive, and they didn't really have to do all too much. Momo here, possibly being the MVP for the entirety of this whole series. Along with
11k lead on that goal, Contra. No small joke over a team like Berjaya Dragons. Chili, they're going to go in there, pick up the blue buff for themselves. How much is that going to help them? I don't know. Hey, maybe things can turn around. If Berjaya Dragons manage to Berjaya at that Baron pit, maybe things can turn around, Contra.
Oh, speaking of which, here comes another dive! The TP comes right through cross, and this is where they buy a little bit more time. Sune actually landing a little bit of that pull just to first settle down the pressure. But Geek Fam now is trying to also do the Baron. If anyone goes down, well, Geek Fam goes on a little bit of a reset of that situation. But BJD, man, they're really being stretched apart here as they need as much resources as they can. And in terms of execution, it hasn't been all too clean. And speaking of execution as well, this sort of composition that Berjaya Dragons brought out is not entirely the easiest to pull off, because you got to land those skill shots, and Winter, he hasn't been able to snare up some of the vital targets of Geek Fam.
And not being able to get it done, it's not just him, the whole team of Berjaya Dragons, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Just today, a little, not really shining as bright. Zizune getting chased down by the Shang. Chili coming back in there for that backup, which means they will survive for quite a bit, but not now.
Oh, Glacial Fissure to catch onto tree. They get stuck. They get flushed out of their own jungle. They're looking for Sagi as well. You see the ooze of confidence of Zizune here still goes in just to pick them up. Well, as much as he does have one on his Gula team, it's still not going to be sufficient, because at the moment, 16 minutes of the play, we are already seeing the Elder Dragon spawn up, and it's pretty much free for the taking for Geek Fam.
Oh, with the Elder Drake in the bag as well. I don't know how the Berjaya Dragons are going to be able to Berjaya today. They've taken the Ocean Elder Drake. They've taken the Wind Drake. They've taken the Mountain as well. Baron Nashor right up top next, and then a full-on push. It just might be game over, Contra.
Oh, man. I don't know how would Berjaya Dragons even defend. Just look at how clean Geek Fam is currently playing. They are currently at another level, and I'm not saying that Berjaya Dragons is not to be able to equalize. It really takes a big play to buy a lot more time. And I'm just staring down at this Baron, as this Zizune will be singled out by all four members across. What can they do? Chili now, the next one on a chopping block. As you see, the Glacial Fissure actually negates it from coming right across. Rumble now getting all the picks that he needs as he tears them apart. They're falling right back, but Sagi, he does get one kill in return. But for how longer can he hold? As Sagi, he gets flushed out. And with that, this is going to be game over. A clean 2-0 victory for Geek Fam.
They literally just walk through the inhibitors, not caring about the damage they receive. They didn't care about anything. This is the one and only Geek Fam dominating the opener here today against one of the best in Malaysia, Berjaya Dragons. Well, we've got a few dragon heads on the platter served up by Geek Fam here today, Contra.
That's right. I mean, not only the Drakes were absolutely taken out by Geek Fam, this is the biggest dragons that they have ever been able to slay. And, well, let's actually look at the stats here because I got a lot to talk about this Geek Fam side, which they have been plotting for this day for the longest. And just look at Momo with 11 kills, 7 assists, and not dropping a single time at all. Uncontested. This is where Geek Fam played protecting or babysitting the carry of the team, as has been able to get almost a full item build. BOTRK, Infinity Edge, and of course, Rapid Fire Cannon here to top things off. I just feel like BJD, they didn't really seem to have any sort of room, especially when they lost out for that Rift Herald, and that's where everything fell apart.
Yeah, and you know, there's nothing much for Berjaya Dragons to feel bad about because Geek Fam was just on another level of perfection in here today. Ozora Veki, with the amount of support that he gave for his team, as well as Linkx, the amount of damage this guy tanked for the team whenever, you know, the Berjaya Dragon side tried to pull them in for a team fight was absolutely crazy. 18, I believe he got almost involved in all of those team fights in there, except for a couple of ones up top on that Baron lane.
Exactly, and the Shang, he's also been able to really force Zisune to pull every cards that he has. And look at the ban that Berjaya Dragons actually pulled into this whole equation. It didn't really benefit them because they themselves banned out the Akali. They've also banned out the Camille, which doesn't leave that much room for Chili as well as Zisune. And Geek Fam, what they had to do was just to take out that Garen, as simple as that. So right now we're looking at 21-4 and damage across the board. Yes, Sagi has been able to dish a little bit here and there, but it's nothing as compared to what the overwhelming forces of Geek Fam could have possibly put out throughout the Rift.
I mean, the bans were targeting Shang very specifically, and that just backfired tremendously on the Berjaya Dragons today because Momo stepped up to that plate. His Varus was crazy from the get-go. 2 games back-to-back. If anything, Varus should have been blocked off of the list after game number 1. That didn't happen. Geek Fam domination today, Contra.
That's right, and I guess they definitely take something out of the playbook from the likes of 7-9 because last week, we saw them actually playing on Ashe, where you see, usually when it comes down to marksmen, if they don't really have mobility, they will be compensated with a little bit more crowd control, and that snare is just lethal when it comes down to a team fight because it spreads across the members that are nearby from one another. So if this continues to happen, I'm thinking that this Varus can easily become the meta for the moment. So, Geek Fam taking that 2-0 sweet victory. I'm pretty sure Ozora Veki will have a lot of smack talk to really put out. So, with that, let's actually hop over for a little bit of recap for what happened throughout Game 1 as well as Game 2.
Yeah, so in Game 1, Shang going up against Zisune, the Garen had quite a tough time going up against the Darius, man. Oh, and this was the team fight that, you know, we thought would change everything, but it was just a slap on the wrist for both sides, Contra.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Like, it definitely went down to an even scoreline. That flash has to be popped from Sagi, and they were forced to retreat. So, considering that, this is where Geek Fam actually gets slight advantages here. And Momo, just look at him locking down that Janna, and they already know that, okay, this is going to be a little bit of a lost cause. They will have to give this one up, and Chili was this position alongside with Sagi that was stuck on the corner all by himself. So Geek Fam, they could easily secure the Ocean Drake as soon as they won that team fight.
Yep, excellent. And of course, right after that, the Infernal Drake as well. And, you know, they weren't allowed to drop in anywhere close, Berjaya Dragons. But the problem was, Geek Fam was never the aggressor in most of these situations. They always allowed Berjaya Dragons to step in and start that fight first. but they always ended up finishing it.
Yeah, and I gotta say that even if they want to be the aggressors here, they don't really seem to have much room for the opening because Ozarveki was all over the map every single time they go in for a fight. Even if you have Vi, just look at how well they position. Like, they just corner down the Vi that comes in with the assault and battery, and what can the rest of BJV do? Like, you can't really save Chili, and with that, this was the play that happens over the top side, and the Shang, he secured himself 2 kills from the get-go, and this fight here definitely was a little bit more of a saving grace for the Geek Fam side as well as BJV, eventually getting themselves cornered up again with the re-engagement so perfectly executed from Geek Fam.
Yeah, and that was almost a ace out there as well, and you know, that just kept happening again and again and again. As the match just ramps on, Geek Fam just gets a little bit crazy, and this was that other team fight that just really changed everything towards the end.
And I guess this is where Geek Fam already knew that, you know, it's our game to take or our game to lose if we really made big mistakes. And
yeah,
none of the mistakes have been pulled out by Geek Fam, so they were clearly the deserving winners in this best of 3. And, you know, one part of me was hoping that it would have been a really close fight in the past 2 games that we saw. But hey, I can't really cry over it because, you know, for the likes of Sagi, he was offering to give some free skin if they were to win. But don't worry, we got some more great stuff to come because Momo undoubtedly the best player in the Rift in this series.
Oh, the 8 kills, 8 assists, not dropping even once. Damage dealt 22k, absolute craziness with their 100% kill participation. This virus for both of the games back to back has been nothing short of impressive. You want to go lock down our Shang, you better be careful because we've got more than one MVP star in here, Geek Fam says.
That's right, and just look at that immense amount of damage that he struck. This is what you don't really expect out of certain Varus, and usually when you go to your normal solo queue or rank matches, you will think of Varus as a subpar marksman just because he doesn't really have escape, but when you actually play around a Varus and protect him so well, this is what can become of your matches out there. And Geek Fam just showing something brand new, which isn't really all too unfamiliar at the same time, and they have been able to draft out some really, really strong composition. And I really do wonder what will Ozarveki be talking about over on the Malay segment as he'll be giving the interview, I suppose.
I really wanted to speak to them as well, but it's okay, Contra, because when we jump onto the break, what I'll do is I'll immediately switch over to the Barca side and check out exactly what he says. But so far, so good, right? Geek Fam, I did not expect it to be over in 2 matches. I swear I expected Berjaya Dragons to take it back, and we were going to go all out, screaming our lungs out as it gets pulled off to a very close, either side could have taken it, but what a crazy show by Geek Fam in here today. And like we kind of predicted at the start, if that happens, it's a huge statement being put out for the whole of the nation here, Contra.
That's right, and well, this is just the opening matches that we have already seen. So with that said, we'll definitely go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you more games over to esl.gg/mobile to find out more about that. So other than this title, of course, there's also a lot more other games, but today we fixate our eyes on what's about to happen, because in the C Icon Series Malaysia, there's about to be some fire being lit up throughout the Rift because we got ourselves some great games to come. So AJ, past couple of weeks, we didn't really get to see Rammus roll around the Rift, and I believe today it's being left up available. So I do believe that you will be seeing him rolling around across the map between some of these games, because this will change the sort of meta a little tad bit.
Absolutely, man. I mean, to be able to go in there with that speed and then do that damage and get out of there. But, you know, the thing that I'm interested most in, Contra, is GeekFem as well as Berjaya Dragons. How are they going to be taking their matches? Are we going to see an aggressive fight up front, or are we going to see it, you know, a tactical chess match played out where, you know, the two opponents just wait for each other to just make the most simplest of mistake and then go in to punish the heck out of them? Because if we thought what we saw last week with Sem9's performance was, you know, quite close to perfection, today's going to be a whole other level of gameplay, Contra.
That's right, and we'll see who will be at the very top of the leaderboard after this. And speaking of a leaderboard, it's perfect time that we bring it up on your screen to, of course, elaborate even further on who's leading the pack at the moment. So let's take a look.
So at the very top, Berjaya Dragons as well as GeekFam dominate the board at the very moment with 12 points. Everything will change today, Contra, because one of the two can get the top spot. But here's the thing, GeekFam will have 2 series to play today, so we might see them still remain up top even if Berjaya Dragons do take them down. But of course, that might not be all enough, right? What they are vying for is, well, the Grand Championship title, the title, of course, of who gets the W between the two, Contra.
That's right. And with that, it's still not playoffs at the moment, but you really want to test the power level before getting into the playoffs. So GeekFam, yes, they do have an extra game on hand, but you see the scoreboard as it is at the moment. Berjaya Dragons is at the top table. They've only dropped 1 game, and not even the full series of match, as they're on top with 7 score difference. So if GeekFam actually takes 1 game, they'll even the score, but they need to actually win it overall, and perhaps not even giving a single pointer to Berjaya Dragons. Sem9 has been performing real great recently, as they will be on the 3rd place with them getting a score difference of 3. The rest will still have to work their way up towards the top half of the bracket, but this will be today's matches.
Oh yeah, right after we open up the day with that crazy GeekFam match going up against Berjaya Dragons, Eminence Raptors will face Splatzone Insomniax, who have been absent for a bit, and then Linkx eSports will go on to take RTZ Underank. And then, of course, to close the day off, GeekFam as well as the Eminence Raptors will come right back in for their 2nd series of the day. Now, Contra, with match number 1, any predictions, buddy?
Oh, it's really tough to say here because if we really look into how both sides are performing, they have been looking really sharp, especially for Berjaya Dragons, where they hardly even drop games and they've been trying a lot of different things. Now today, it's about not even giving any chances at all to GeekFam. And GeekFam, I'm pretty sure that they've already prepared a special draft for Berjaya Dragons for, you know, the entirety of the weekend. They've been thinking and thinking. This is where everything will be put on the line to just have a little bit of bragging rights in the group stages here to tell everyone that, hey, they are the best team of Malaysia.
Yeah, because quite honestly, even if, you know, one of the two does go ahead to tank a 2-0 loss in here, it's not going to be making so much of a difference. We are almost confident they will make the playoffs. There's no way, you know, things are going to change that much within the whole group stages itself where they get eliminated. And we also know that GeekFam is the sort of brand that, you know, they don't really mind losing the battle as long as they win the war at the end of the day. So it's going to be a very interesting, you know, matchup to see exactly how both teams approach it, Contra.
Exactly, and of course, what we really want to look at is the lineups for this particular matchup, as we'll take a look at the roster for GeekFam. So to start things off here, we'll be having a look at the Shank that has been a powerhouse over the top lane, or you can call it the barrel lane. Rumpel, Ozorveki in the jungle, as well as the mid lane, Momo and Nyx over on the duo lane at bottom. So this is something that has been played out consistently throughout the entirety of GeekFam's lineup, but for Berjaya Dragons, they usually go in for a little bit of a switch up here. So I really do wonder who will be playing against GeekFam. And we've already seen the Shang. I think he has gone to show us that he is currently one of the best top laners around.
No doubt about that at all, man. I really hope to see Tainted Ones in here to take match number 1, but he will not be in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Maybe for the next time round when we come back in, because for now it's going to be Zizune as well as Chili for the Baron as well as jungle. Karuto and Sagi will be dropping in for mid. Sagi, he will be partnering up with Winter. Hopefully that Lux makes its way through in match number 1 to see him pop off contract.
Yeah, hopefully so. And there's many of all the other supports that he can actually play. We've seen Rakan being played out by Berjaya Dragons, and even the likes of Braum being very, very popular. Yeah. Other than that, there's still a plethora of things that we can actually see where or not will they bring up. Because 7-9, they even brought in the Annie support. So Berjaya Dragons, I hope that they craft something special this time around. But this is where I want to make comparisons here. Who is the best Baron laner at the moment? Is it Sasune or is it the Shang that will be taking that title? Same goes to the mid lane as well, because we got Becky here facing off against Karuto. Karuto so far has been showing quite a lot of strength over the mid lane. To say that if he's the very best yet, it is remain to be contested here. And if they do get those wins against Geek Fam, I guess that's where they'll be able to take the title away from Ozorobeki.
The likelihood of Lee Sin being allowed to play in match number 1, what do you think the percentages are here like?
I think that there is a chance, because there might just be a ban on that Rammus just to first clear up the air. They don't want to face any.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjaga penonton. Dicuri. Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka bisa mengenai Ozorobeki. Nyawanya betul-betul menjadikan. Masih lagi terselamat. 100 telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta.
Welcome back to the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Icon Series MY, brought to you by ESL under the ESL Mobile Open program. And all of this is made possible by our partners, Maggie Hot Cup, Udu, as well as JBL. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Husky to bring you all of the hottest action.
Yep, and I just had my own Maggie Hot Cup, and I am ready for our final best of 3 tonight between Linkx eSports taking on Splatzone Insomniax, two of the teams who are at the bottom of the standings but have something to prove.
Yep, at the moment, we have seen 2 series already. We opened the day up with RTZ going up against Sem9, and if RTZ takes a 2-0 victory, we would have seen a tiebreaker match in here today. That clearly did not happen. Sem9 tap out them 2-0, and then we moved on to series number 2, where Berjaya Dragons, to take away 2 rounds, very easy from Linkx eSports. Now, this is redemption time, but not just redemption for the day, Husky, redemption for the whole competition. Not just for one team in here, for both of them, and only one can get a little bit of honor out of this.
Absolutely, but you missed out on another series. You missed out a series. English versus PM panel. We got Tapao 0-2 as well.
Yeah, that one doesn't count, lah. We gave them.
We'll take the W anytime.
Exactly, man. I'm waiting for Contra to come back in here and carry me. I'm not saying that you're not good enough, but bro, I need a hyper carry in there. Earlier today, we asked you guys a question. It was Husky, the one that presented the question for you guys. Is Ash's husband Yasuo? What was your answer, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Did you guys get it right? Because Husky, if you don't mind, brother man, what would be the right one?
It's Tryndamere. Tryndamere is the husband. The husband is from Furo. I should have just given a tip. Why did I even give out the whole answer? But yes, the husband is from Furo. It's the king Tryndamere. So Yasuo is not the husband. It would be interesting though but Yasuo came like way after Tryndamere. Like as Tryndamere once said, my right arm is stronger than my left arm. So of course Ash chose him.
Okay, fair enough. And Yasuo just might be that young scandal that she has one day later on down the road, ladies and gentlemen, boys. But we will not get into their family problems. We've got bigger problems at the Rift in here today. And that is between two teams who have tried their best to impress so far. They have fallen short in some areas, but this is one opportunity that's laid out on a golden platter for the both of them. Linkx eSports taking it up against Splatzone Insomniax in a bit, Husky.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's something else on a golden platter. And I wouldn't say golden, it's platinum platter. It's just a device or peripheral that gives you guys the best audio quality. And yes, we're talking about JBL. And if you want to stand your chance at getting your hands on one, either the Quantum 50 or the Quantum 300, it's very simple. Just like, comment, and share the live stream, tag at JBL Malaysia with hashtag JBL people and hashtag SISMY. We will announce the winner for the Quantum 300 by the end of today's broadcast and the winners for the Quantum 50 on our social media.
Absolutely. So make sure you follow us on social media and don't forget to make sure you do not misspell JBL Malaysia. Don't tag some other JBL. There are many JBL pages out there. JBL Malaysia specifically, all right? And now right after you've gone to the JBL website and found out that, oh goodness me, you're all out of data, don't worry because Udo is here to save the day. 5 gigabytes of data for absolutely free. All you've got to do is whip your phone out and scan this QR code.
Yeah, thank goodness. Thank God our production team also subscribed to Udo because just now we had a bit of mishaps and that was all due to the fact that they forgot to scan. But we're back in action. Yes. So if Udo can handle this production of this stature, it can definitely boost your internet performance.
Oh, absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Now, we hope that you definitely have a Maggie Hot Cup with you in hand because you will not have much time to go and grab one because from here on and things will get spicy between these two who are trying to prove themselves, Husky. We've seen some unconventional drafts being brought in by Linkx. Splatzone Insomniax, on the other hand, have been equally as interesting with their drafts, but slightly more conventional.
Yeah, sometimes it is good to to pull away from the top teams. But before we get further into that, we have the champion pool coming up for everyone to dip the toes in and take a look at what is happening.
And who is going to be your pick, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Let's go. It is going to be between Seraphine as well as Sona. Who is your favorite support? Drop it in the comments section. I know Mr. Harsalak will be going in Seraphine all the way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both of them are artists. Both of them are musicians. Sona is known to be the mute and Seraphine is the more modern one, the pop idol. So if you are a fan of the classical music, you probably would pick Sona. If you're a fan of those pop, R&B, hip-hop, you probably would go with Seraphine. But they both are pretty good supports. Just that Seraphine is a bit more popular.
Yeah, unfortunately, she has already charmed me, so my vote will be for Seraphine as well. But you guys, let us know in the comment section, all right? Who is your vote? Who do you think is the better support in here?
Have you... Okay, I mean, I was about to ask, what is your pick? But you just mentioned that you want to go with Seraphine. So I guess that answers my question.
I don't have a choice.
What do you mean you don't have a choice? You always have a choice.
No, I'm just walking right towards her. She literally, bam! And then the mustachio goes, and then that was it. There's nothing much I could do about that already.
It's okay. I feel. I think a lot of people share the same sentiment. I also adore Seraphine, but I wouldn't mind a bit of classical music from Sona once in a while.
Fair enough, man. Fair enough. You are a man of class as well as taste, Husky. We all know that. But as we drop into series number 3, I believe all class and taste will be thrown out of the window. It is gloves off their fists, a all-out brawl between the two because, the redemption arc, they couldn't find it. This is that redemption series for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the topic of me, mentioning just now, it's great to pull away from watching the best teams play. Sometimes you want to look at the underdogs or the teams who are kind of struggling in the leaderboard, just so you can see what else they can bring to the table. Like, it might not be the best kind of gameplay, but it is a breath of fresh air, right? What kind of wacky ideas do they have? What kind of strats have they do they have up their sleeves? And maybe we're gonna see in this last best of 3.
Yeah, and if anything, it is the matches between Linkx eSports as well as Splatzone who will inspire the rest of you out there. Most of you are sitting down behind that computer thinking, how are these guys playing a competition? If I was to go and play in there, there's no way my team and I would lose. Good! Because that's what the ESL Mobile Open is all about. Make sure you guys go over to their website and check when our specific ladders open, because everybody will start off with 1,000 points once you register. The more games you win during those ladder opening times, you will be able to get your points and go up the ladder. If you lose your games, you get your points deducted, all right? But everybody starts off with 1,000. Go in there and climb up the ladder and make sure the next time we are in the Rift, your team is in here to beat them actually in the game. For now, it is for those who have registered already, Husky, but at the moment struggling to find their strat. Linkx eSports will take on Splatzone Insomniax.
Your pronunciation just went splat right there. Just right there, right before Splatzone Insomniax. Okay, it is a mouthful,
You too, bro.
You know what they say? This for the ESL Mobile program. I mean, it's great, right? Finally, everyone watching can put the money where their mouth is, or right, walk the talk. I always believe that the best coach for a team or the best players are hidden in the comment section, because they always have their own input. It's time to prove that. But for now, it's time for these two teams to prove their worth. Let's take a look at the Linkx eSports lineup. We've seen them before, but it never hurts to look at these beauties again. Actually, Splatzone Insomniax to start things off.
We are going to go Splat all the way in this series. I can already foresee that Dusk, Linus, Latte, Toji, as well as Buck. I'm disappointed because I've expected to see way more pentas from Latte. But unfortunately, with the speed that these guys go splat on the windscreens of the opponents that they have met thus far, we haven't seen Latte go and pop off in the same way. Today, this series might just be that series where everything changes.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see Dust back. Like, he has been around for a long time, and no worries if it is not his first rodeo. So this is a transition for him. But the fact that he makes it into Icon Series is a huge deal. But let's take a look at their opponents. Linkx eSports. This time, it's definitely going to be them. We've seen them before. Emotion, 69, Kato, Kuro, and a Black Cat. They did not have the best of series because they were up against Berjaya Dragons, but hopefully this one will be a better one for them.
Yeah, the Icon series itself, they haven't really been kind with Linkx eSports, especially because, Kato looks like Mikos. That's a double blow for them, to be compared to Mikos of all people. It's not been great, man. It's not been great for Linkx eSports.
If he does not pick Malphite mid, then it does not count, Like he needs to pick Malphite. Like any champion other than Malphite does not count.
Yeah, for me personally, I just want to see both of these teams just go in there and have fun. Really take, multiple digs at each other. This is an ARAM match, all right? So, because we need to be realistic, the qualifiers, are pretty much wrapped up right now. And what these guys are fighting for, if anything, is just for fun, is just for honor. So let's go out there with a bang, right?
Yeah, and this is their time to shine. They might not be crowned the best, but they can definitely leave an impression on the way out. Pull out all the fancy picks, all the fancy draft, the fancy playstyle. We've seen Yasuo, we've seen Fizz, we've seen Jax. I don't know, throw in a Rammus as well. I would not mind.
Yeah, I surely wouldn't mind that at all, man. And can we get some meme moments out of this, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? For all you know, you guys and your Maggie moments could just be won in the following series. Let's take a quick look at the draft, Husky, and see, if this game is won from the get-go. And it's going to be Mr. Brom and his Glacial Fissure getting kicked out of here first. They don't want to have much to do with him, just taking in all of those hits.
Yeah, Splatzone Insomniax banning out the Mustachio AJ right off the bat. So we will not see you. You had your moment, okay? You had your moment.
Yeah, man. They just seem to have something against big guys with facial hair because Gragas is out as well. And for the side of Linkx eSports, they don't want to play with the Diana. They don't want Akali to be dropping in. Opening up Camille, which might be Splatzone Insomniax's pick, but they say no. Our importance is Linez, and he's our master jungler. Lee Sin might be locked in. Let's see, they've got 10 more seconds to do this. We can even wait until tomorrow, no issues.
I mean, it's great. With Camille gets let through. There's Darius. There's Diana was banned out. There's Jax. We've seen Jax before. There's always Garen if you want to go for that. Lee Sin picked up by Splatzone. Linkx will go for the Ziggs. We've pretty much seen this champion at almost every game. Even in ARAM, both the games that we got our butt kicks had a Ziggs on the enemy team.
Yeah, Ziggs, if you really know how to use him, it can be such a lethal weapon who will be able to deal those blows without even soaking up any damage because he stays so far away. Yeah, you don't know how to bring that Ziggs in, he's going to get squashed like how my Ziggs always gets squashed. Olaf is going to be quite an amazing one to bring in here, who could even drop into the jungle. But on the side of Splatzone Insomniax, they're coming in here with a heavy lineup. Orianna, Camille, as well as Xayah getting picked up on their side now.
Yeah, one of the best late game carries right there. The Xayah, they put in the Janna as well. So a lot of disengage, a lot of self-sustainability, especially Xayah with the Feather Storm. The invulnerability window is so precious, so valuable to an ADC. But Camille, not a big surprise. They have a pretty balanced lineup. But if you look at Linkx eSports, they have this Olaf. Now, 69 on this Olaf has the potential to really break the game wide open if he gets a good start, because he is one of those champions that does not care about the shockwave. He pops the Ragnarok, he runs at you, he kills you, and that's it.
Yeah, and let's see if or not they'll be able to use these champions to perfection, because, as I've learned in Wild Rift so far, it's one thing to pick OP champions. It's another thing to not know how to use those OP champions. I get squashed so many times when I step in there. And, and I've seen a couple of guys get squashed in here as well. Let's see exactly how they take these team fights. I want to see if or not they play a really clean game, or if they want to just get down and dirty and go in for brawls from the get-go, Husky, because that's most probably what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think it's slightly easier for Splatzone Insomniax to put it off, right? They put it off. They have the Lee Sin, Orianna. These are all champions that can play really fast. And we've talked about the Lee Sin before, but unfortunately in that particular game, Lee Sin was not able to shine. I believe it was Rods who played it, but perhaps this is going to be different. This Linus, we've all seen him before.
Yeah, we definitely have seen him before in terms of that Camille being dropped. And, Splatzone Insomniax here, they have got quite a solid chance with their draft if they are able to pull this off well. They are taking this up against Linkx eSports, who by their own right need to go in and, prove themselves. So let's see exactly how they'll take game number 1.
So it is going to be a spike swap? Oh, no. Sorry, I thought Dust is not gonna play that middle lane. How silly of me. Obviously, Orianna against Ziggs. Orianna, very, very stable laner. Like, you don't have to worry about her too much. One of the best ultimates in the game. The Shockwave, it does not get any better than that. And he has pretty good synergy. Shockwave plus Camille, Shockwave plus Lee Sin. You can easily catch someone off guard and get that isolated kill.
Well, Latte has the pressure placed on him, emotion with those pokes and prods, but we know exactly how that Camille can react, ladies, German boys and girls. So this emotional Fiora needs to back away without getting a little too excited. Kuro just popping out all of those feathers, waiting for those recall. But, as they start things off, I'm so glad they're not overcommitting for all of these fights.
Yeah, it's definitely, you want to be as... You want to just start on a good footing. Oh, and I just realized why did I get confused early on. So it is slightly of a role swap. Dust will be playing the mid lane instead of the Baron lane, and Latte goes top. But as long as they think that it will work out, then it's good for them. Sometimes it does change how your team plays, but it also gives you a bit more flexibility.
Let's see if or not Latte will be able to continuously place this pressure on Emotion, who clearly is outpoking him. That Camille will be able to... Oh, Black Cat! Super duper close.
Oh.
Manages to back away.
That's an ignite right there. So much value. Taking out Buck. They even brought in the jungler. The Lee Sin is here. Sonic Wave Tempest. But they're gonna just use the beat drop to keep him in place. Linus not able to get in range for a kill. Kuro did expand his heal, but that is good enough because 69 Buck is here to make something happen. He'll be forced right back as Black Cat will keep him safe.
Now this approach by 69 onto Linus. This is going to be quite an easy one as he goes in for the jump, but that little Olaf cannot pull this off. Let's pull Buck right back in there, and 69 will be able to beautifully flash away the Asking.
Oh my goodness, Linus, what a beast. Buck does go onto Black Cat. Gonna have the dissonance from the Orianna. A couple of more right clicks and the feathers will take out the Seraphine as Kato now joins the fight. He should be able to back off, but huge credits to Linus. He was able to get the Dragon's Rage onto Kuro the moment he hit level 5, and that allowed Insomniax to kill off Kaisa. And they even lose 69. Oh my goodness, what the heck? Buck just walks in and takes him out.
Yeah, man, this is just unbelievable so far. Splatzone Insomniax, I mean, through the draft itself, we kind of, expected them to be able to take this on early. They have got the more aggressive, draft coming into this match. Linkx eSports, how will they respond? They are obviously not fallen back too far as Lotte goes in here for a quick poke against Emotion and is going to be in trouble right now. Needs to back away. Emotion with the full commit. No, does not fall through.
Yeah, it's ignited. Yeah. And this is very polarizing, right? In the previous series between Berjaya Dragons, I believe Berjaya Dragons and Linkx eSports, we saw how strong the Camille is into the Fiora, and now we are seeing the Fiora dumpster the Camille. Now remember I talked about how this is a skill matchup. This is exactly what I mean. It's a 50-50. The better player will win.
It's going to be Linus who jumps in real quick. He should be able to smite this little guy out of the sky. There's nobody else who's going to be able to come in here for the engage. Oh, Inferno! Oh, super close for that 6, but that doesn't fall out. And the X-Check ultimate will come through.
Oh my goodness, what a shockwave by Dust, but they did all the damage. In fact, they're going to lose everyone. Emotion just flashes forward, going over for Dust. But also huddling under this tier 1, but you know that Linkx eSports is going to come for you. They get the Gale onto Kato, Emotion with the repulse, blocks out a bit of damage, goes back in with the launch, gets the kill, Triumph proxy, gains his health back, and they wipe Splatzone Insomniax. What a play from Linkx eSports.
Oh my goodness, and just like that, they are back controlling this game. Even the commerce side, they are up by 4K. What a turnaround by Linkx eSports just through that one engagement there, Skate.
That was so unfortunate. Like, Latte, he dove in, they got a 4-man Orianna out, but they did not have the damage to finish off the members of Linkx eSports. That was their opening. Like, if they had enough damage, they would have wiped Linkx eSports and broke the game wide open. So now Linkx eSports with technically an ace onto Splatzone Insomniax. They are in the driver's seat.
Now, can they keep this up? If anything, we are almost sure now that they've got the capability of pulling this all the way into match number 3. Now, 69 needs to be really careful, gets knocked up into the air, but nobody capitalizes. And the Seraphine's going to be coming in for that support, and Kato's in the area as well. And a good disengage from the likes of Splatzone Insomniax.
They are all scrambling to get control of the Rift Herald. Now, Linus does have that GA. It is going to provide a bit of value if he wants to go in for some engage, and he has done it before, but they need to be a bit more careful. Latte will have to reset because he just lost the duel against Emotion, I think for the 3rd time. So he needs to make it to his team as quick as possible.
Let's see, this should be quite an easy one because... Oh, the Lee Sin's not even there to go in for the quick steal, and then Ziggs gets taken out.
Yeah, they're gonna get the encore onto Buck, but it doesn't really matter too much. 69 does secure the Rift Herald nonetheless. Toji not able to get away. His Emotion claims his life. Linus, what a kick with the Dragon Spray. Sonic Wave to the way for the Resonating Strike. Yes, he follows up with the Flash, but look at this. 69 pops the Ragnarok, but he's locked in by the Hashtag Ultimatum. He cannot get out, and it will be Dust picking up the kill.
Oh, perfection as they strike right back. And this is gonna be Splatzone Insomniax, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, showing Linkx eSports that they are not gonna be pushed around. Here's that comeback gameplay. They haven't pulled away just too far just yet. Let's go. Just one turret taken down, and that's by Linkx eSports. Splatzone Insomniax have got so much more to push in here.
Not sure if it is worth it. I guess it's not too bad of a trade. Like, they were able to kill off Kato, Toji just flash for it, so he died to emotion. But Splatzone Insomniax has to be wary of emotion. Like, this guy is 4-1. He has a Trinity Force, a Vamp Scepter. He is very far ahead of this Camille. Like, Latte actually cannot fight him. And Latte, he has the obligation to split push and create pressure. He needs more than that.
Now let's see if or not Lottie does go in and focus in on that, or she'll continue going in for the engage. Now 69 putting that pressure on Dust, but that turret will be able to force them out. Emotion taken out, and it's gonna be Dusk now with the pressure. 69 almost eliminated as well.
Oh, a disastrous miscommunication. They had the idea to die, but that shockwave ruined everything. As now Dust able to hold on to the top tier 1. He's even going to take that tier 1 himself as the rest of his team huddle around this Inferno Drake. It is warded by Linkx eSports, so Splatzone Insomniax will not get a free one. And in fact, Emotion is TPing in Linkx eSports, they might be able to steal this away.
They just might, as they are all flooding in right now, but there you go. The Encore dropping in just to drop them a little bit of charm. And now Splatzone Insomniax needs to back away from this Husky.
Yeah, what a kick! Linus saving his team, but is it enough though? 69 actually gets the undertow onto Toji. Toji goes down. Now he goes berserk with the Ragnarok, goes to the back line, goes to the Dust. Dust does not have the shockwave, but they do have the ultimatum shot. The Oriana goes down. 69 stays alive, and the beat drop is enough to kill off Latte. Linkx eSports just claps right back and find themselves 4 kills. And the best part, they get the Inferno Drake, and none of their members die.
Oh, and they managed to take this turret down as well. Right down at the Dragon Lane, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. That's an all-out win for Linkx eSports. They just keep clapping right back, no matter how many times Splatzone Insomniac show them that they won a fair fight. Linkx eSports just shuts them down. Look at the lead on the goal as well. 8K right now. And the longer this takes, Splatzone Insomniacs, they might just go splat here too.
So many things happening at the same time. It feels like Linkx eSports are setting up multiple objectives simultaneously. They drop the Rift Herald in the mid lane, they go to the Drake, they take a fight, and then they take the bot tier 2. Splatzone Insomniacs, they need to try and keep up. Kato might go down. Oh no, Sonic Whip does connect. Linus not thinking of following up. It's a bit too dangerous. In fact, Linkx eSports, they're gonna come in. Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't really connect onto Latte. Latte does get the kick off, but it doesn't matter. Your kick does not affect the Ragnarok Olaf. 69. Getting challenged under Reckless Swing. And Linus just commits suicide. Linkx eSports finds 2 kills.
Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do, and he dived right in there thinking that, you know, it might bring out a miracle. Instead, just send him back to that reset base. Kato now facing that pressure. 69 needs to drop back. Black Cat in for that defense, and he gets charmed right in. Fiora getting pulled through. 69 unable to capitalize, and now they are on the run.
What a messy fight. Could be dropped with the root. Kuro not thinking of following up. He does have the killer instincts, but decided against diving in. Linkx eSports will play a bit safe, but what a messy game it is. You know, it's 11 minutes, we have 26 total kills across 2 teams. Linkx eSports, they clearly have the lead, but this lead does not feel as, you know, as dominant as Splatzone Insomniacs, or as the previous series that we've casted.
Yeah, and you know, I don't put it past Splatzone Insomniacs to catch Linkx eSports with their pants down and then just take the whole game over. Right? They've clearly shown that, you know, they are of equal footing. And if anything, Splatzone Insomniacs had the better side, the better drop. And with this Camille, who was, you know, well, I guess getting shut down by that Fiora really put that damage on them. Oh, getting pulled right through. 69 in trouble right now, but will pop right back up with that GA. And it is Kuro that gets rooted, but Black Cat not backing away from this at all, Husky.
Oh my goodness, huge stasis to save 69. Toji now getting dived on by Emotion. He does have the Blaze Storm. Feather Core to pull everything one back. Here comes the Encore though. He still goes down. The Encore actually hits on the Linus. The Linus expires as well. Linkx eSports with 3 kills. Latte wants to go in for 69. He does get on top of him, but the beat drop again keeps him in place. They just cannot kill this Viking. As Kato now joins in to protect his teammate, it's Splatzone Insomniax. They really want to make something happen. It is Linkx, but they just can't. Linkx eSports, they are always a hand's length away from Splatzone Insomniax.
Oh, and they will now go and start off on Baron Nashor. Are they going to be able to sort this out? Here comes Lotte as well as Buck to distract them. Oh, getting stunned all the way through. But Baron Nashor has still gotten taken, and it's Olaf that gets that done. Hextech Ultimatum gets popped, and the GA needs to come back in through for that save. And that Mega Infernal Bomb does nothing to Emotion as he's right back into the fray.
Oh my goodness, he messed up his shockwave and he flashed in, he's gonna die. Emotion just pokes him with the repulse and just lunges away. Oh my goodness, an absolute catastrophe for Splatzone and Insomniax. They just funnel in one by one by one. I understand the idea of stealing Baron, but that Baron was never going to be stolen. There was no way they could do it, not without the Lee Sin. It would make more sense if they just let the Baron go and they try to fight Linkx eSports. But you funnel in just like that. Oriana came in late. Now they just gave away almost everything to Linkx eSports.
Yeah, there's no coming back from this, right? Linkx is going to be able to pick that Drake up so easily as well. The Cloud Drake right now in their ownership. Splatzone Insomniax started this off with a bang, but it looks like it is Linkx eSports who will make them go splat.
Splatzone Insomniax, I don't know. I feel like after the Baron fight, they might not have a chance anymore, or even if they do, it is going to be very minimal because of how impatient they were. They do get the shockwave onto Black Cat, but Black Cat just flashes to safety.
Now a couple of more hits in here and the turret goes down. The Baron buff just doing too much of damage, allowing all of these buffed up minions to make that push down, and they're gonna get another turret up top as well, and there you go. That push down for the inhibitors by both sides right now, and the pressure is just way too much for Splatzone Insomniax to deal with.
Oh no, the Encore, it hit onto the Xayah! He slowly uses the Feather Storm in time. But now without the Feather Storm, the next time he gets caught up, he's definitely gonna go down. And in fact, like if they got the individual pickups early on, they would have been able to stop this push. But now they are forced to fight with all 3 lanes being crippled. They get the ultimatum on the Emotion, but they don't have the damage. And Toji is not allowed to just walk up like that.
Yeah, that's a great defense, and Linkx eSports will not be able to finish this off. They need to go in for the reset, and they have purchased some time for themselves, Splatzone Insomniax. But are they just delaying the inevitable here? What can they do to actually make a comeback?
They need like a godlike fight. They need to land a shockwave like how they did like 10 minutes ago with Dust. And they get like a multi-man shockwave, and they need to just finish off the course as soon as possible. Because right now, Linkx eSports, they are so far in the lead. Like 69 has the Randuins, has Starex, Gage, Emotion has the Death Dance and the GA. Like Latte actually can't fight Emotion. Like Emotion, he can 1v2 if he wants to.
Unfortunately, he won't be able to do anything. Now Linkx just dropping back together with Latte. They are preparing for yet another push from Linkx eSports, and there's no way they are gonna be able to hold this wave now unless a miracle is pulled out. And look at that engage coming in here, a 2-on-1, absolutely unstoppable Olaf just bursting through that.
Yeah, Mega Infernal Bomb. The kills out Toji. He has nothing left. That's 48 seconds without the Xayah. Linkx eSports, they can actually just run at the Nexus. They're gonna take that time first. There's a bottom lane. Look at this. Emotion just solo kills Latte. It's a 3 versus 5. About to be too soon as the Janna's gonna go down. Does force right back to the fountain. The Black Cat is low, but Linus, he's trying his best, but he just does not have the damage. 69 refuses to die.
That's it.
He's surely gonna die right now. He's not gonna die. Linkx eSports just takes the Nexus.
It doesn't matter if he falls, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because the Nexus has been blown up, and that is about it. What a way to not win the game. Splatzone Insomniax, they started off with so much of promise, such a strong draft in there, so much of confidence, which just snowballed into overconfidence and then a stream of mistakes.
Yeah, I honestly felt like Splatzone Insomniax, if they took the Baron fight with a bit more patience, if they just waited until everyone came, and just 1 or 2 kills, doesn't matter who you kill, as long as you take the Baron buff away from Linkx eSports, that's a minor win right there. But instead of doing that, they ran in, they so random flashes, you can see the panic in their moves, and it really just broke the game for them. Let's take a look at the numbers. Nothing much needs to be said. Linkx eSports was able to just play better in this game.
Absolutely, man. And it was emotion that showed us exactly how that Fiora can overcome that Camille Latte, who pushed all the way up to that Baron lane because Dust just did not want to go up against Motion. Latte got tap out quite a number of times too in there.
Yeah, Latte, in the skill matchup, I guess Emotion is the better Baron lane in this case. You know, it could really go both ways. And the intricate thing about these kind of 50-50 matchup is that if you lose a bit of that lead, if you make one wrong move, you basically can just lose the entire lane. And that was exactly what happened. I wouldn't say Latte made the wrong moves, but it's more of Emotion making the right moves.
Yeah, solid in there with the mechanical ability to just get around and pull off each and every one of those skill sets perfectly. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be able to do that in a million years. But a well-played game by Splatzone Insomniax. If anything, they show us, at least at the start of the game, that they are able to stand toe-to-toe with Linkx eSports. And this is just round number 1. They might be able to push this into round number 3 if they can win one right back after this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Splatzone Insomniax, they display pretty impressive individual prowess, right? Like Dust on the Orianna was a beast. Like he actually did a lot. Look at this. He did 26,000 damage, the highest damage overall. Linus also did a pretty good job. He has really great execution. The flash kick is not easy to do, but the synergy wise, it feels like Splatzone Insomniax, they are very fragmented.
Yeah, they you've got such an eloquent way of putting it. They were all over the place. That's what they were. And going into those team fights as well, the engage wasn't there in terms of the timing where they decided to go in for that full-on dive, not understanding exactly where the opponent stands in terms of level, as well as how squishy they were in some of those fights. I mean, Linez literally just dived into his death at the hands of that Olaf. And if they were to get a equally good draft in the next game, hopefully they will be able to capitalize at that point, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, just to clear the air, Linus actually could have ran away. He could have safeguarded, but he decided to take that resonating strike, it was never going to work out. Like from a mile away, I knew that he was going to die. But that was just game 1. Maybe they can switch things up. Maybe that was their warm-up. Some teams are late bloomers. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be game 2 between Linkx eSports versus Splatzone Insomniax.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjaga penonton. Dicuri! Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka bisa mengenai Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul jangan diberikan. Masih lagi terselamat. Wan Rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on. Okay.
I know somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. Need you more than you know. 'Cause baby, you feel like home. is fair and love and war, but I can't do this anymore. No, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere where I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home.
Macam tak ada respon diberikan dari penjaga kanan. Dicuri. Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka menyentuh menyalin Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul menjadikan. Masih lagi terselamat. Wan rakit telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta.
And welcome back to the Icon series for League of Legends Wild Rift Malaysia, Singapore. It's going to be game number 2 of this best of 3 between Splatzone Insomniax taking on Linkx eSports. And of course, this all would not have been possible without our partners, Maggie, Yudu, and JBL. My name is Husky, and I'm joined by the ever so charming and attractive, the Mustachio AJ.
Thank you, Husky, but it's okay. We'll register that later. Husky. Here's what I want to know. I want to know if or not we will be pulled at least one time into a 3-match series and a little bit of a fight from Splatzone Insomniax, because, dude, we all know they need one W in here.
Yeah, just one. Just one is enough. Like, you get us to a game 3, I will be really happy. But, like I said, right, in the previous game, Linkx eSports, they do look stronger, but I really like what Splatzone Insomniax brought in terms of their drafting. It's just the execution was not there. You can see that they were a bit all over the place. They were not synergized with each other. They were funneling in one by one. If they could polish those aspects, I honestly think they would stand a huge chance against their opponents.
Yeah, if anything, I just want to see them not go in for the engage at all. Don't get baited into any one of these fights. Just, keep the opponents, Linkx eSports, as far as possible. Run away from all of the battles and force them in to make one mistake and then go in for a full-on wipe, because they've clearly shown us at the start of the match that they were able to take some of these matchups and punish Linkx eSports for some of those mistakes that they have made. So it doesn't mean that Linkx was having the best or the most polished games of ever, right? So Splatzone Insomniax, the ability to take some of these moments back obviously is there, but yeah, hopefully they do it better this time.
Yeah, I hope so too. Let's take a look at the draft, because they're just ready for game number 2 between Splatzone Insomniax and Linkx eSports. And I honestly feel like, for these two teams, because how Splatzone Insomniax were a bit not coordinated, right? The hardest part about playing as a team is balancing the two aspects, the yin and yang, of being aggressive and being passive. Some teams are really bloodthirsty, but they get punished because they make wrong moves. Some teams are really passive and they get punished because people just run at them. Splatzone Insomniax, they were the
Yeah.
they were the aggressive ones.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see if or not we can have them just hang back, just chill a little bit. Because this time around, we've got Splatzone Insomniax who says they don't want to be seeing that Lee Sin on those grounds. And Diana is a basic ban for the likes of Linkx eSports for all the obvious reasons. Nobody wants to face a Diana at the current meta.
Yeah, and we are gonna have Splatzone Insomniax banning out the Gragas. Linkx eSports most likely will ban out the Akali. So at least this time, we see some different champions go through. No Lee Sin no longer available. Camille is still there. Will Splatzone pick it up?
Now, I'm pretty sure that they're not
no way.
going to. Yeah, hopefully they don't, because that Camille got poked out to no end earlier. There you go, Twisted Fate being brought in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, shaking things up. Splatzone Insomniax wants to have a little bit of fun in here. Linkx will not let go of this opportunity, brings in the best charmer, possibly the one with the best ulti in the game right now, Seraphine, with such a huge area of effect with her stupid little charm that always drags you in, and with that Camille to lock you in and say bye-bye forever.
Yeah, not only does Encore has a long range, it has a decent AoE, and the range extends when you when it passes through your team. That's what makes Seraphine such a menace to deal with. But obviously, Twisted Fate, one of my favorite champions, regardless of whether it's on the PC platform or Wild Rift. I love Twisted Fate because of how much he can do. The problem is with Twisted Fate is that you have to play everything to perfection. You have to know your timings, and in this case, we are actually going to see something very different.
Oh, very different indeed. And Splatzone Insomniax has been showing us that difference for a while. But on Linkx eSports side, they are building, quite a solid basic draft up in here. Ezreal's going to be in that support together with Camille, who's going to go down the... Okay, thank goodness. Okay, so Camille's going to be dropping up at that Baron lane, and Seraphine is going to be the support down there with Ezreal. And it looks like Linkx eSports is all set to take the W once again. I hope Twisted Fate can change the fate of Splatzone Insomniax.
Yeah, level 5 is where you're looking at. Level 5, when he has Destiny Online, ports in with the gold card, and hopefully that gold card is enough to send you off the field. If it's not, then he probably needs the red card. But Splatzone Insomniax, they bring the Ziggs support, which I'm not sure if it's a good idea, because Ziggs is a champion that needs items, right? The only reason you bring him as a support is that you are confident enough that your team can snowball, and you use his blast pack to statue charge to take out those turrets. That's the only reason.
Well, maybe it is that exact confidence that is in the team. Hence why he has picked that Ziggs. Let's see exactly how they will show us that their confidence will, materialize within the game itself. Because Splatzone Insomniax, they show us these moments where they can take control of the game and then immediately allow Linkx eSports to make that comeback against them and shut them down. Time and time again, that's happened. Throughout the competition, it's happened. Let's see if they can change things up.
Oh wait, no, it's actually a Twisted Fate support. What in the world? Okay, Twisted Fate support makes a bit more sense, but still it's not a good support. Like, it's not a great support. Like, what can you do as a Twisted Fate? You probably would just take out your cards, shuffle them a bit and throw it at your opponents. You do have the Destiny at level 5. Allows you to rotate a bit more, but other than that, I'm not really sure if Twisted Fate is a good idea. I guess we'll find out.
I feel like maybe it's because of your age thing, you've never had a paper cut. Dude, you throw those cards at someone, it's gonna hurt, man, okay?
Yeah, I mean, that I have. Very, very long time ago.
Now let's see exactly how they take this up, because it seems to be quite an even matchup as expected down there at that mid, as we have got Corki going up against Mr. Ziggs. They will be able to square each other off as much as they want. Emotion bringing the Camille in this time.
Oh my!
Will be able.
Oh my!
Looks like that's his fate.
Yeah, the stage presence from Black Cat, it just flashed, like he got so much stacks from all the spell casts, he just flashed and the extra damage killed off Twisted Fate. Now Toji goes down. Oh, that is not the start that you want. Like again, what? Like this bug, he didn't even press his Q. Like he did not even use his Q. So now the bot lane gets crushed. They do get a Q in return onto Emotion. That's pretty much it. Like I don't know how to feel about this though. This Twisted Fate is not really doing too much.
He's going around the map, giving people paper cuts, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Unfortunately, it's not enough, and his fate will be decided soon enough as we see that Ezreal make his way down, supporting Black Cat, who has been such a pain in here so far. At the Dragon Lane, and a beautiful knock-up coming through. Linkx, is he going to be able to survive this? Kato drops right in, and she will still fall.
Oh, absolute carnage right there. Kato just somehow gets a double kill. Good Nimbus Strike from 69. He was in the Splatzone Insomniax's jungle. It took away the Gromp, so was able to make that rotation. But I'm not gonna lie, like Black Cat was so ambitious, just decides to walk in and give his life away. The good news is they trade 2 back, so that is 100% worth for Kato.
AKA Nikos in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. You know, Linkx, at least they redeem themselves in here. They will still have to absorb the fact that they will continuously be linked to someone as not so good looking as Nikos. But they have to tank that one.
Something that we can all agree on. No, don't take it seriously. It's always good to have a bit of fun sometimes.
Yeah, but because he's really not handsome now. He's thrown a lot of shade this way, okay? He was so excited, jumping up and down when he got the kill on me. And I wasn't even aiming for him. Like how Emotion is just getting chased down right now. And Latte just brings that justice upon that Camille.
No chance for Emotion. And that's the second death for the Camille. Like Emotion already died twice to Latte solo in that Baron lane, which is not good at all. 69 goes in, Nimbus Strike. Does not have the Cyclone to work with, so Dust will be able to get away.
If or not, Doji and Buck will be able to make a push up and change the fate of the team just a little bit more. Doji says, nope, I'm going to be pulling out of here. Let's see if you can push away on your own. And it's going to be Splatzone Insomniax, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, still trying to play catch up. Let's see if they are able to make this Drake play.
Yeah, the ward dropped down just in time to spot out this Drake attempt. But now they need to find a way in, and it's not easy though. They pop the Destiny, Mega Inferno Bomb very early on. Here we go, Cataclysm. Steals the Drake away! He loses his life, but Splatzone Insomniax, they get with the objective.
Lovely, lovely. This is what we want to see. That Jarvan just pushing all the way through in there, gets that beautiful smite on point. And he loses his life, but there's just about 10 seconds off the battlefield, and he comes right back through. They also manage to take the turret up top. That's Splatzone Insomniax victory all the way through.
And Toji just fancy footwork, using the killer instinct. He runs into the encore though, takes the Arcane Barrage in the face, but the Cat in rain takes down Black Cat. Everything going well in the favor of Splatzone Insomniax. Even before that, when they stole the Drake, Bug Destiny rotated to the top lane and took the top tier 1, and now he has the Hextech Proto Belt, but runs into the wall instead. 69 now will come in with the Cyclone, does flash and heal himself, and now Buck also flashes. They will all get out.
Oh, beautiful coming in here from Splatzone Insomniax for not dying, because dying means very, very bad in the game, and they get to stay alive. Okay, this is going to be quite a tough one to take down. Latte is a tank on his own, but it's a 2-on-1 situation, and Linkx in there for that support. But backs away as well as Latte says, I can handle this on my own. Black Cat missing that. Kato right back in for some defense.
Oh my goodness, just jumps in with the ultimate. Lioness also follows up. They shut down Kato finally. Good Satchel. As Emotion's gonna get gone on, the gold card will land, and in soccer, 2 gold cards is enough, but in this case, Toji will make it a bit more unconventional with those auto attacks.
Unfortunately, Linkx eSports right now on the back foot. Here comes Splatzone Insomniax with the fight. Can they keep this up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls?
This is a more even game than last game, and in fact, you know, Splatzone Insomniax, they are in the lead, but it's not too much of a lead. Linkx eSports can easily catch up. They have Corky and Ezreal, both really late game monster. Now for Splatzone Insomniax, they need to take a bit more objectives. They got the top tier one, but the most important one is still the mid lane turret.
And that steal obviously will go quite a long way for them, but it's just the Mountain Drake. They will be attempting for the next one as well, and there's going to be the Ocean Drake. Whether or not they attempt, they steal or not, Emotion is going to get chased down. Hashtag Ultimatum, on the other hand, will lock Latte in, but the response coming right through. What is he doing? He gets that support coming in from Kato, and Garen will get snuffed out.
Top lane, Destiny coming in, gold card stun and kill. Kuro has no chance of getting out. And that is the usage of the support Twisted Fate. You can always move around the map with your team, and if your team has the lead, if your team is snowballing, then that Destiny value quadruples. Now the encore, a huge one onto 3! 69 goes in with the Cyclone, but they don't have enough damage. Flag is out, but the Jarvan not able to drag. Does have the GA to come back to life though. As 69 gets away, but the surround sound does not have enough damage. And in fact, the Demacian Lash just pierces through the arms of 69 and Black Cat. They bring Kato down with them as Toji finds himself a double kill. Emotion needs to escape, dodges the Void Seeker. This fight is pretty much over as Splatzone Insomniax finally gets control of the game.
And Linkx eSports, no matter what they try, they don't seem to be able to catch them off guard this time around. Ooh, Demacian Justice just being popped right on top. That dunk coming through, and Emotion needs to be careful in here. This is one fight she cannot hold on to, but here comes that X-Tech Ultimatum, but gets snuffed out.
Well, it's a good one. It's a 1 versus 1 trade. I had Splatzone Insomniax. I wish they are able to do more with that depth, but nonetheless, it's okay. They still get to secure themselves the Cloud Drake. Now, Linkx eSports, a very interesting move. They're actually taking Baron Nashor. Not the Baron Nashor, what I'm talking about, the Rift Pharaoh. So it's going to be a traded objective. Linkx eSports gets the Rift Pharaoh. They should be able to use it to kind of push down a lane. Ideally, you want Emotion to have it, but no. As long as they secure the objective and don't give it away, it's fine.
Let's see exactly how they take this, because they are forcing the matter up top here. Splatzone Insomniax engaging with Linkx eSports. They think they can take this battle. They've got the minion wave on their end. All gets charmed in here, knocked up into the air as well, but Toji needs to get away, unable to. Seraphine getting snuffed out. There goes the Kaiser as well, and it's an all-out brawl.
It's overwhelming damage. Oh, Buck tries to use the Destiny, but the Hextech Ultimatum locks him down. He does get the gold card onto Kuro. So Splatzone Insomniax gets something in return. Shelly's gonna run at the tier 1 mid. And I don't think Latte can defend that. That structure is definitely going down.
And Latte is going to get chased down now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But the ace will not be available as the rest of those players come right back in here through. And the reset's going to be coming for Linkx eSports. What a beautiful way to play catch up. And now we are all even.
Yeah, we're actually even. Even if you look at this replay, it all started thanks to the Encore and Cyclone. Just perfectly used. The Arcane Barrage pierces to 3 members of Splatzone Insomniax. And you thought that Linkx eSports was going to walk out unscathed, but that was not the case. They kind of overcommitted a bit. Black Cat did burn, and Kuro catches that gold card in the face, and that's a technical foul. He's instantly put out of commission.
Literally on 39.3k on that goal. And they reset everything about themselves. 2 turrets each. They've got about 1 in terms of the difference in kill, but that's going to be sorted out soon, I believe.
Latte just taking a bit of beating from Emotion, but it's not a big deal. He has the Deadman's Plate, and the next trade is going to be an Inferno Drake, so highly contested objective. In fact, Linkx eSports, they are already gathered at this area, just waiting for the objective to spawn. In the meantime, Dust is pushing out the top lane. So Splatzone Insomniax, they really want to draw attention from Linkx eSports, but their opponents are just not biting.
Oh, are they going to be trying to go in here for Baron? I don't think that's going to be a great idea. Now they want to just tease up a little bit and then back away from this encounter. Jarvan pushing a little bit too close to the enemy's lines, will be able to fall back. Attempting a couple of pokes in here. They are going to be able to engage them.
Bottom lane though, think they're going on to Emotion. Yeah, Emotion just got away. Seems like Splatzone Insomniax, they really are adamant though. They get the gold card. Good engage. Hashtag ultimatum. Buy a bit of time. The flash comes through, but again, the Master Justin with the execute. They pop Destiny. Now they have vision of the entirety of this esports team. Linus goes forward. Does have the Cataclysm, but decides not to use it. The mid tier one was still up, so they can't dive. In fact, speaking about dive, Buck is getting doved on by 69. Throws out the gold card. He does not have the flash, so he's gonna lose his life. The rest of Linkx eSports comes in for the re-engage. Linus gets on top of Kato, traps it with the Cataclysm as Toji will go on to him, but Kato also flashes away. Toji follows up, kills him off, and now it's between Toji and Kuro. Meanwhile, 69 leading up against Linus, goes into the decoy, pops out, the Baron, not enough. Toji's gonna lose his life as well. It's gonna be double kill for the Monkey. Gets a rampage, pops the GL of Linus. Linus comes back to life, does not have the flag and drag. Oh, actually does. Gets away, but 69 just follows out with the flash, and the arcane shield from Kuro will also cut the distance. They kill off the Jarvan, as Latte will get that bot tier 2.
If Latte can get taken down here now with that extra ultimatum, Black Cat comes in for that support as well. They go in for the opportunity of an ace here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, just because. Oh, shot coming through from the Ezreal. Black Cat still trying to get it done, and Camille will pull it off. And it is an emotional time as they do not secure an ace. Toji's back.
And the net worth is back to even. They are both sitting on the same net worth. This support Twisted Fate is, I guess, is dealing okay damage, but the most important component for this champion in this role is that rapid fire cannon. You want the extra range, the long range gold card just to start things off. Also has the frozen mallet just to kind of make sure that he can keep up with the opponent. You know, you can slow them down and keep them in place. But other than that, this Twisted Fate, like, the fight needs to be prolonged for him to be useful.
But I really love the tenacity by Splatzone Insomniax this time around. They're really playing the best game they can play. They don't want to let this off easily, and kudos to them for pulling it off this far. Linkx eSports is being pushed to the brink. They might just be able to steal this one.
Linkx eSports they're not doing too bad, but now the question is more of like who pulls the trigger first. Splatzone Insomniax are really good at getting individual pickoffs. If they notice that you're alone in the lane and they want to kill you, the Twisted Fate can just pour in and take you out. But for Linkx eSports on the other hand, it's all about those team fights. Like, all they need is a couple of good ultimates, and the Corki plus Ezreal duo will do the rest of the work.
Let's see if or not this Linus can continuously push up forth. The Jarvan is more than capable of holding up his own, but that fight down at mid will be pushed through as Dust feels the pressure. Toji as well as Bug coming right back through for that backup. Emotion still taking this fight up against Latte, and Emotion thinks that he can pull it off this time round with the Hextech ultimatum being popped through. The Mash Injustice is not going to be popped out, and he does bring it out finally. So little in there, and Camille still falls because Buck says hello.
Oh, so unlucky he had the Sterak Dish and Barrier, but it's not enough. They got the Encore in the middle lane. Linus able to get away. 69 has the J pop, but Linus still goes down as the Arcane Barrage will cut through him. They do take out the Monkey with those explosive minefield. As bottom lane, look at this, Insomniax. They are pushing the inhibitor turret.
And this is going to be too easy for them to take down. Here comes that Seraphine in for the prevention. She manages to pull in a little bit of pressure, pushing Buck away, but they are just buying a little bit more time for themselves. Splatzone Insomniax, this is the time where they need to make sure they don't make any mistakes.
They have broken the base open with that inhibitor turret. So that should give them a bit more control over the map. You let the bottom wave push in, because it will definitely push in without with the super minions. They can focus on controlling the Baron quadrant of the map.
You've got the Garen up there to deal with, who is currently not being disturbed at all. They will be able to go in for a clean push. And it's a split coming in here, a 1-4. Garen might be able to jump right back here into the fray, but Corki is going to be meeting him up top in terms of that mid-fight. Doji and Dusk will not be messed with as the rest of the players from Linkx eSports pull back. Lotte facing the wrath of that little Carto.
Latte is starting to become a problem. Bottom lane, no emotion. He does jump onto Buck. Destiny is used, but you cannot get away when you are trapped in that ultimatum. So they do take out the Twisted Fate, and it's good news for Linkx eSports. Because now Twisted Fate can't really transport globally to provide backup. They still need to win all these fights though. What the heck? Kato just gets ran down by the Garen. They get a good engage. Here comes the Encore. Hits on the tree. They follow up with the Cyclone, but where's the damage? They finally kill the Garen out. 69 gets away, but he is on fire. And he'll be burned. Kuro with Archangel gets right in, kills off Dust. Looking for Linus as well. Gets the Linus. That is pretty simple. And now Toji is the last person alive. As Kuro is looking for Toji. He supercharges to gain some distance, but Kuro will pop that heal. He is very hungry, but he needs to land those mystic shots. Meanwhile, Emotion, he's pushing that bottom lane.
Ooh, Kuro, beautiful on that G8. Will pop right back up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And this is a fight. Both of them do not want to lose. Clearly, Camille still alive on the field. Will drop right through. Why? Because they want the Big Daddy Drake.
And this is a good move from Linkx eSports. They were able to take out the bot inhib turret for Splatzone Insomniax as well, which means that the mid wave will be balanced out unless someone starts pushing it. The next objective is definitely going to be the Elder Drake, and if you are Splatzone Insomniax, you definitely want to take this, especially when they already have 2 Drakes in their possession. But they also want to push out the top lane, and Emotion will be sent to deal with Latte.
I'm saying just imagine Linkx eSports taking the Elder Drake and then dropping in straight up for Baron Nashor right after picking on 1 or 2 of the players from Splatzone Insomniax, and that's gonna just change things around. Buck and Doji now getting chased all around. Here comes that Encore pulling everybody back in, and Cataclysm being popped up. Linez slays that Seraphine and jumps right back into the fray. Oh, the G8 being popped up as Linez takes 1 more out. He waits for Kuro to pop right back through, but this time around, the Ezreal will force Linez to back away, and Wukong steals that kill.
Oh, an Emotion gets a solo kill into Latte. That is huge for Linkx eSports. 69 getting chased by Buck, but he should be able to survive. And all that happened because Linkx eSports wanted to kill Buck. Like Buck, he actually used the belt. The proto belt, he ran into the wall, and Linkx eSports smelled blood. They went for him. Little do they know, they were not able to kill Buck, and they got baited into a very bad fight, which caused him to lose 3 members. Thankfully, Emotion was able to make up for that, and they got both the Kai'Sa and the Jarvan in the process.
Oh, beautiful solo push by that Camille up top, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Just persevering through that, waiting for the minion wave, takes down that turret, and that is damage done enough. Linkx eSports will back away from this, and all of a sudden, they have taken the lead.
Yeah, what a back and forth game. And Emotion has finally recovered from the early mishap, especially when Latte killed him like 2 times in lane. But this might be huge for Linkx eSports. They're gonna start on that Elder Drake. Emotion will be buying a bit of time, so Mega Bomb drops. Black Cat down to 60% health. That's gonna force Linkx eSports to fall back. In fact, Linus is looking for something. They do get 69 down low, and now Splatzone Insomniax will get control of the Drake.
Linez in here, he has got his smite on him, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. On the side of 69, this Wukong can drop in at any point of time as well. Let's go, Husky!
Huge encore, they get a Cataclysm. What a split fight, Linus goes down, so means there's no smite, but also loses his life. Linkx eSports might be able to take this Elder Drake. The Drake goes down, they wipe out everyone from Splatzone Insomniax. And it's Linkx eSports able to persevere until the very end. AJ, this game is over. Linkx is gonna take this 2-0.
God, the one thing that they needed to do was take the Elder Drake, and they've taken the Elder Drake, and they'll go in for that final push with their minion wave down. Inhibitor taken as well as the Nexus. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, redemption for Linkx eSports.
Definitely a closer game than game 1, where Splatzone Insomniax had a lot of windows of opportunities to come back, and in fact they were even in a lead, during certain phases of the game. But
yeah,
I feel like the main problem, or the main reason for Linkx eSports' victory, was just how they were able to control the momentum of Splatzone Insomniax. They were able to do damage control. They draw out the game. They get those pickoffs. They prevent Splatzone from constantly pushing the lead, and those individual pickoffs gradually caused Splatzone Insomniax to bleed out.
That Garen was such a pain in that match. No matter where he went, he brought that justice along with him and dunked it on all of their heads. Let's bring in the match stats, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and just see exactly how much of damage both these teams, quite honestly, dished out against each other. As the MVP would be the Ezreal with the beautiful 9-3-13 KDA. It's huge support on that Ezreal, but 69, man, he dropped into a majority of those fights together with Black Cat.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, both junglers did a lot of work, and I was not expecting this support TF to work out, but it did work out to a certain extent. But he does have his limitations, I'm not gonna lie, and I think Linkx eSports kind of figure out how to deal with Buck. The main strength that Buck brings to this game is that he can port around with the Destiny. But remember that one time when Linkx eSports caught him and killed him off? Like, he could not join the fight at all, and Linkx eSports were able to walk away with a teamfight victory. And ever since then, they have been playing around this twisted fate, and eventually they just outlasted Splatzone Insomniax.
And the Ziggs, of course, getting that damage done on his own accord, getting the 5 kills. SVP picked up by Dusk. A solid play coming through. The Mega Infernal Bomb, it proved to be such a nuisance to deal with, consistently putting, the likes of Linkx eSports on that back foot, just deleting so much of their HP away. And, for quite a bit there, Splatzone Insomniax, they kept quite a great hold on the game. They even looked like they were about to win it. All down to that one final fight for that Big Daddy.
Honestly, it really came down to the wire, and Linkx eSports, they just waited for the perfect moment, right? You can't really fault Splatzone Insomniax for losing that last fight. It really was just how chaotic in nature it was, and Linkx eSports just made slightly better decisions compared to Splatzone Insomniax.
But of course, as much as Splatzone Insomniax wanted this, Linkx eSports wanted the exact same as well, and that is to redeem themselves in this competition on the final day available, and that they have done with that beautiful playing coming out of Emotions Camille as well. 69, who went in there for a couple of steals and managed to hold the jungle on so well. Linnes, though, really was impressive in there. I did not expect him to use the Javan to perfection. He tanks quite a bit of damage, constantly in there for those team fights, putting himself at that forefront, Husky.
And even then, not just the fact that he tanked the most damage, well, not the most damage, but the second most damage overall, but he was able to create a lot of chaos, right? He was playing the same role as 69. He goes in, he isolates some members, the enemy with the Cataclysm, where 69 would just dive in with a Nimbus Strike and use the Cyclone for the knockup, while the cores do damage. But Linkx eSports was just a bit too overwhelming, especially when Emotion recovered and started solo killing Latte. That was kind of the turning point for the game.
All right, now let's see if or not 69 as well as Squad will be able to take this and, snowball into the future tournaments, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. For now, they will have to stick on with this moment of pride. Guro with that Ezreal, who dealt that 30k damage. Black Cat, who was so instrumental in multiple of those, team fights and engagements. With that encore that just kept all of them coming right back in. It just made it so much easier to take those fights.
Oh yeah, I think Black Cat landed a lot of fantastic ultimates. Like it is always 2-man, 3-man. He even landed a 4-man encore at one point. And the rest was just Linkx eSports able to deliver. But if you want to talk about the Seraphine on Black Cat, I would say that he really pulled his weight. He even got the first blood, remember? Like he flashed in and he got the stage presence first blood. So overall, just great gameplay from Linkx eSports.
Absolutely, absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Have you enjoyed your time in here? And have you captured those best moments? Because, we did ask you to submit your Maggie moments in here with your hashtags for a chance to be featured on stream. Husky, what was your Maggie moment of the day?
My Maggie moment? Oh my goodness, there's actually a lot of moments. One of it was the 4-man shockwave from Dusk, even though they did not win the fight, but that was a very memorable moment for me. But like I said at the start of the broadcast, my favorite Maggie moment was the fact that I'm here with you on Icon Series.
Love you, brother, man. Love you. My Maggie moment today was, we gave the win to the Barca side because, in the spirit of, being friends and, we don't really want a lot of animosity with them. We cannot tap out them 8-0. That would really be pushing it a little too far, taking this whole thing a little too seriously.
Like even Geek Fam had like 2 losses. So, we are just following in their footsteps and we're giving a bit away. Geek Fam know that they're the strongest, but they were like, we give them, like 2 wins. Just 2. It's enough.
Now we are waiting, Husky, here for Emotion to join us. We've got an interview session with him. Hopefully he does manage to hop on and we do not lose the call with him because I'm dying to speak to one of them.
Yeah, I mean, Emotion must be flying high. And, we just got an update that Mikos is going to interview his twin brother, Kato.
So if you guys want to see that epic interview because they are finally getting to meet each other. I'm very sure they are long lost brothers or something.
Yeah, if Mikos doesn't ask Kato why did you not pick Malphite, I would be disappointed. Like he had one job. Like, come on, Mikos, do us proud. We've given him enough flag today.
I
poor
think
guy.
we did. Yeah, poor guy, man, poor guy. But we all love Mikos, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. What I would love better than anything else is being able to get better in the game and then beat him. For now, I can only depend on Contra as well as Husky to get the hook on him and then wipe him out a couple of times. The day that I will be able to beat him on my own will be a day that I will be proud of. Until then, I won't join any more matches. I don't think I have a choice, bro.
I don't think you have a choice either. I think you have to join and then you have to play and play and play until you eventually beat Mikos.
Yeah. Okay.
Cinderella story, Cinderella story.
Cinderella story indeed. Are we gonna have emotions in here or not? Or are we just gonna get emotional about not?
Yeah, I bet that emotion is emotion. It's okay. So hard to say. Emotion. Still running high after that 2-0. But I definitely have some questions, right? I wanna most importantly I wanna know the difference between playing against Berjaya Dragons and Splatzone Insomniax. Like there definitely has to be some difference for him and for the team as well. Like how did the communication work? What changed during that break? He himself has been a veteran. He has been around for a long time, so he is used to claiming victories and accepting defeats. But even then, you learn as you grow, right? So I want to know what he thinks about it.
Yeah, I'm most curious as to what happened to my most favorite jungler in here, Roja, man. I mean, he was ripping through the jungle for quite a little bit. And, I really wonder if or not the fact that 69 had to, kind of swap places and take the jungle instead. And with Kuro dropping into the team, whether or not that changed up their dynamics a little bit, whether it was great for the team, or did they get rid of Roja because they wanted to improve, right? Without them, maybe no 2-0. These are all spicy information, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, like, I guess the change isn't too bad. They were able to work with the dynamic. You think that having a bit of a change in roster or change in players playing in their current game would have a major impact, and there will be impact, but the fact that Linkx eSports was able to play with it and still win games off of it, make it look seamless, that's a good start.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now we are still
He definitely did not scan Yudu, like 100%. He definitely
It's like, wait, I'm trying to connect.
Yeah.
He's been trying to connect forever.
Yeah, this is why it should be with Yudu. Just scan the barcode when you see it. That 5GB can really help a lot. But with that being said, we're gonna do some analysis on the series first. Let's look at the replay. Obviously, first game was kind of a wipe in favor of Linkx eSports. There's nothing much to be said. The fragmentation from the side of Splatzone is very evident. Like this one was, it was pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, like, take my life, take it. And this was a very interesting engage coming in here from Buck as well as Lotte. They didn't really need to go in and force the issue. There was no way in hell they were about to steal Baron away. But still they said, hey, why not try? Why not, Husky?
Yeah, the timing was a bit off, honestly. Like, let's say if Linus was there slightly earlier with the TP, like if he was there like 1 second earlier, they would have been able to make something happen. Or worst case scenario, you probably want to trade like your life 1 for 1. But in the end, they ended up trading 3 for none. And that was basically the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah, and that was just really bad. It allowed Linkx obviously to go in for the full push, and they didn't even bother going in for that full-on push towards the end. They're just waiting a little bit for their minions to arrive, and then finally it was all game over. Now, when it came to game number 2 though, it kind of changed because there was so much of a better pushback from Splatzone Insomniax.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not gonna lie. The idea to use, I thought when Buck used the Destiny, he was there to contest the dragon, but no, he was actually going to the top lane to push those structures, and those objectives actually gave Splatzone Insomniac some lead. This was one of the great fights coming out because of 69. They do get a couple of kills, but even then they suffered some losses, right? Like look at Kuro, he was tanking that turret, he lost his life. So those even trades were actually pretty good for Splatzone Insomniax because they are not falling behind, and they were even getting all these pickouts, right? They were killing off emotion. Latte was dumpstering the Baron lane, but there came a certain point where Linkx eSports just came back.
Yeah, and it was unfortunate that they were going in and hunting down all of those kills, but it was Splatzone Insomniax that really went in and focused in on all of these objectives, right? And to get the final Big Daddy of them all, you need this final Drake, and of course, once they got this, and at the ace at the same very time, right? It was all over, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, that last fight, again, I feel like Toji needs to calm down a bit because he was actually standing in front. So when the encore hit him, he got dragged all the way towards 69. So the Cyclone actually hit him up after he came out from the stasis. This is a bit of misposition from the Kaiser. And we just got an update. Emotion will not be joining us, unfortunately. So I will give him a call and ask him to sign up for Yudu. But I am pretty sure that they are feeling pretty good after that 2-0 victory.
Absolutely. Now we will have to just go and watch the replay on the Barca side because it is going to be epic to see Mikos and Kato catch up.
Yeah, today is Mikos' day, right? He finally broke his losing streak. He got to meet his brother from another mother, or his doppelganger, whatever you say. It's his day. But no, everyone had a good day because of Icon series is always wonderful. And speaking of that, we're gonna make a particular person, a special someone's day, even better. Remember the Quantum 300 for JBL? We're about to announce the winners, and the winner is Haris Reyes. With the comments, I'm gonna use the JBL Quantum 300 just to hear Sagi slurp the Maggie dramatically. I like that idea. Now you can do it. You better do it. You better do it.
I don't know if I like the idea, but I know the fact that now that he has said it, a lot of people are going to go and try it. Why? Why would you even put that idea in anyone's head? But Now that you've got the headphones, brother man, go right ahead and do it. Do it every day. Maybe that can be your ringtone as well.
Yeah, I mean, like if you ever feel hungry and if you feel like you are not able to get your hands on some Maggie Hot Cup, just play that clip, listen to Sagi slurp, and you will feel better. Just do it.
No doubt about it at all. Okay, so don't worry, okay? We will make sure a free SIM card is sent right to the doorstep of Emotion so that he will be able to make full use of the 5 gigabytes of data. The next time around when we do see them, we will make sure he jumps into a conversation with us, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I mean, for whatever it is, dude, brother man, thank you so much for stepping into the rip and covering Contra for today. It has been an absolute honor shoutcasting with you.
Yeah, I mean, I always enjoy sharing the stage, you know, especially Icon series. It has, I would kind of say it has been a long time coming. You know, this journey has been long, especially, and I started from League of Legends PC, and when Wild Rift got introduced, when the competitive blueprint was released, I was really excited, and being able to finally be on, you know, be an Icon series, even for just a day, I am happy. You know, I get to see familiar faces, I get to see the veterans who were not able to continue their journey on the PC platform, move to mobile, and now they're at the top. It's just so many storylines that got carried over, and you don't get that every day.
A couple of days in the summer season, maybe the whole season. Next season, you can tapao it all, my man. You can tapao it all. Now, here is the thing, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We are still waiting for the updated leaderboards to see exactly who stands at the very top with Berjaya Dragons. Beautiful 2-0 win. Exactly where do they stand? But the MVP first, Husky.
Yeah, MVP, I have a feeling it's going to be Kato, but we'll see. I mean, Kato and Kuro, they both played fantastic. I wouldn't, as everyone, you know, even if it's Black Cat, I would be happy. But yeah, it's going to be Kuro on that Ezreal 4 game number 2, 7-11. You can, no, you don't have to completely agree with this. I think Kato also did a fantastic job, but the point is they both were able to carry the team.
Yeah, no doubt about that at all, right? That Ezreal was just insane on the damage whenever he went in there, and he made the lives of the opponents so difficult. For those engages that he called, absolute solid. 23,000 on that damage. And yeah, as you mentioned, the Commerce gameplay wasn't so perfect, but it was just good enough for the team play, carrying that Ezreal all the way to the top. Kuro, your player of the match.
And well deserved. I think even in the series against Berjaya Dragons, he also put up a decent performance. And obviously, if you compare that series to this, he stands out way more due to, you know, you can say the opponents that he's up against. The Berjaya Dragons were just way too strong. But that aside, I think he has demonstrated a lot of understanding about how to play those phases. Now, he's really active with his team, and hence they were able to get that victory.
Oh, and this is your leaderboards at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Initially, at the very start, we started off with 8. 1 dropped out. We were left with 7. Splatzone Insomniax will sit down at the bottom, tanking 12 losses back-to-back. Linkx eSports pick up the 6th position with 3 points on the board. Right above them, RTZ Underank, who has been able to shine just a little bit in this competition. Unfortunately, snuffed out by Sem9 earlier today. Eminence Raptors will take the 4th position. They were not in action today, but they have done enough to earn their spot up there on the board so far, Husky.
Yep, and of course the top 3, very much expected. Sem9 will be in 3rd place, followed by Berjaya Dragons in 2nd place, and of course our domestic overlord Geek Fam still sits on top of the throne, but they better watch out because the other teams are catching up.
Oh, I would love to see exactly how the playoffs bracket will fall and exactly how will Sem9 climb their way up to perfection. Are we going to see an upset at the end of this whole season where neither Geek Fam nor Berjaya Dragons make it to that very end as that final team standing?
Yeah, I think, like, if you really ask me, there's no question in my mind that Berjaya Dragons and Geek Fam will be the grand finalists, like based on what we've seen so far, based on statistical evidence. But if a team like Sem9 or let's say Eminence Raptors can make it to that grand finals or even just top 3, I would be happy. But right now, no team has proven themselves to be able to consistently take down GeekFam and Berjaya Dragons. And as much as I sound biased with that statement, it is the truth for now. But it does not mean that I don't want to see them fall. I want to see someone take over.
Yeah, I mean, through the games itself, we literally have seen between, Sem9, the other teams, between Berjaya Dragons as well as GeekFam against all of the rest. There's a clear divide in terms of the technical capabilities within that map itself. Whenever you bring those champions in from the bans and picks, you can already kind of tell how the match is going to go. They really surprise you at times with the comebacks, but Berjaya Dragon and GeekFam, they've always managed to maintain their seat at that very top for a very good reason, Aski.
Yeah, and all the members are to be praised. Some of them, actually most of them, have that prior experience. Again, I sound like a broken record at this point, but they are the veterans, right? They have been around for a long time. So transferring those understandings, transferring those skills from PC to mobile, all it takes is a bit of conditioning towards the platform, and they're good to go.
Yeah, but that's a huge place to start with, because just understanding the Rift alone, understanding the champions and the mechanics as to how they interact with each other, it's not a 1 to 2 day work, right? So they come in here with a huge advantage within the Rift itself, but nothing's stopping anybody else or everybody else from picking it up, because if you compare that PC variant to mobile, it's so much more easier to pick up and play on mobile.
Yeah, definitely. And with that being said, I guess this is the end of today. It's been a wonderful day. We've seen some fast series, we've seen some intense series, and we definitely learned a lot about these teams and the game today. It's been a pleasure sharing the broadcast with you as always. We're going to sign off right now, but right before that, we're going to give our appreciation to the partners who made this happen. Maggie, Yudu, JBL, and shout out to all the production team and the people behind the scene. Those on the BM broadcast, Ikuto, Mikos, and Sir Cloud. I'm Husky. Here's the Mustachio AJ. Shout out to Contra. We'll see you guys in the next one. Good night and goodbye.
Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skimming bones, so high low. I never felt so alone. Need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
ada respon diberikan dari penjaga penuh. Dicuri. Kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak, tarikan yang baik. Nampaknya mereka bisa mengenai Ozora Becky. Nyawanya betul-betul jangan diberikan. Masih lagi terselamat. One rocket telah pun dimilikinya. Mencari peta.
Guess who's back?